Airtel India Esports Talk continues its quest to find best esports athletes. The party has reached Northeast India with the Northeast Esports Summit. 2 new esports titles, Clash of Clans and Free Fire. 4 qualifiers, 1 grand final, prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. A golden opportunity to rank up on the national leaderboard of India's best esports athletes. Northeast, are you ready? Qualifier 1 registrations from 14th to 26th October. The serene land of diversity and charm is set to witness the celebration of esports. 8 states, 1 voice. The Northeast Esports Summit is calling. 2 big titles, Clash of Clans, Free Fire. Compete in 4 online qualifiers to reach the grand finals. Prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. Registrations open from 14th October onwards. Northeast, we're finally here. It is finally time. I mean, the journey started off in Q1, that was qualifier 1 back in the day. But now we finally step into the grand moment that everybody, of course, had been waiting for. This is, of course, the Northeast Esports Summit by Nodwin Gaming. And, of course, with that, we have the incredible Red Bull to thank for they have provided us the wings. And not only us, but the players as well. Alongside which, of course, is going to be Airtel India Esports Store that all these lads, of course, have the wonderful opportunity to participate in as soon as they get started off with their journey in, of course, the Northeast Esports Summit. I'm your host, brother. Joining me on the analyst desk, it is none other than I Super Johnny, the wonderfully talented man who is here to talk about what to expect to semi-finals and then grand finals.
These are going to be quite interesting because, I mean, we did talk about it during the qualifiers as well. The teams that we have with us have again and again and again managed to make it to those semi-finals and those finals of those qualifiers. Wow. But it was just that 1 or 2 things separating them, a few mistakes here and there. And they could not qualify. But that's the thing. They did not give up. They came in the next time. Qualifier 2, Qualifier 3, Qualifier 4. And, well, talking about things, I mean, we do need to talk about why they did that.
Absolutely, because when you talk about the massive prize pool that is at stake, 3.5 lakh rupees, that is, of course, what is at stake, combining the 2 games, Free Fire and Clash of Clans. Today's, of course, routine or schedule is going to be starting off with our semi-finals for COC, where we shall see 2 wonderful teams starting off. Noob Scarlet going against Tunkul. But as you move on along with the day, Free Fire will be next game to look forward to. And that, again, we have incredible teams. You casted the games. Yeah. And let's just briefly describe what sort of teams.
I did not cast the games. I was watching them because like me and Fixes would break down the performances. And there's just one team that everyone had their eyes on, God's King. Or King's God, I mean, their name was.
Yes.
They just went on a destruction spree, man. And it is going to be incredible to see what that team is going to do, what a team that came from Q4 is going to do against the teams that made it from the first qualifier itself. Because, I mean, we usually assume the strongest teams get in the first time, right?
Exactly. I mean, that is so bang on the money. Because, again, when you talk about today's teams, right, we've got Noob Scarlet, one of those teams that we saw initially in Qualifier 1. The only team, let me repeat, the only team that has been through the qualifiers only once.
Yes.
All the other 3 teams have had to go through qualifiers again and again. But nevertheless, here they are, Noob Scarlet, preparing to go against Tangkhulyarthot.
Yeah, I think Noob Scarlet are the team that can say, hey, first try.
We made it.
Yeah. And today, I mean, it's just going to come down to the fact that did Tangkhulyarthot improve themselves going through all those qualifiers, and did they pick up on the mistakes that they were making? The reason why they failed in the qualifier earlier on, and the reason Noob Scarlet was the team that went up ahead. If they have, I think we're going to have a really fun semi-final one in our hands.
Absolutely, because after all, whenever we look back onto the previous games, the only thing that has separated these players or these clans have just been that one star mate.
One attack, 1 star here.
That is it.
Like some RNG of the game not going in someone's favor.
Ouch.
Small little things, yeah. We hardly see the massive differences like arise in damage percentages and stars.
That is so very true. But that again does imply that when it comes to the competition, it is going to be that much more fierce, that much more close. And with that, the only thing remaining is going to be speculation. So you guys sitting back at home, hashtag NE Summit. Let us know which team do you want to see between Noob, Scarlet, and of course Tangkul to move on forth into the finals, the grand finals that are due to take place tomorrow. Right now, without further ado, let's get busy with these games. Let's quickly go over to our casters.
Hello everybody and welcome. Of course, this is the grand finale of the Northeast Esports Summit and I'm so excited. It's been so long since we've actually casted together, Ocean, and now of course it's time for the COC grand finale. So many teams made their way into these qualifiers. We had four. End of the day, 4 teams have come out on the top. One of these teams will be crowned the champion at the end of tomorrow. But I got to ask you, Ocean, how excited are you and who are you rooting for today?
I mean, I don't know about rooting because there are so many teams. So, you can't just rule out one team of the other teams and everything. So I would say somehow my money will be on all the teams right now because we still need to see some amazing gameplays because we have seen 1-star attacks, we've seen 3-star attacks, like 4 3-star attacks back to back in these matches. So I'm open to some new surprises if something happens in this one.
Absolutely. Surprises is the name of the game here in Clash of Clans because every single time we see a new team do something different. But now it's going to be Thanmay 3 stars here coming in from Noob Scarlet, a team that entered their Northeast Championship and took the title of Qualifier 1 in the first go itself. They're going to start their attack here from the west side. He's going for a hybrid Hawkminer combination. You do see the Archer Walk already begin there. This is going to be an SP, but that's going to be a little troublesome to him. But he also has the poison onto the defensive easy troops, and that's going to be an easy walk here for the Archer Queen. And she is having to head into the down hall compartments. I'm looking to see whether there's going to be a wall breaker. There's going to be prop next. You do see the wall breaker making a way towards that town hall space, just giving the Archer Queen the required momentum to enter that town hall. But there's going to be a quick raid also getting deployed onto her. It's a very interesting walk here for Thanmay because he's going to get this first really early on in the game. He's got about 14% damage done, 2 minutes, 12 seconds left.
As of now, his time is out there, but let's see if it can be a valuable use for the range building to go out there, right? The leaders and green as well. But like, where will that push actually is coming? And I see an early push is coming from the Hog side, and right onto the back end, you can see Grand Water just being the backbone out here, taking on the air defense slowly and steadily. So for this one, if you talk about the hybrid push, I would say, yeah, seems like a good start, but will it be a good end? We obviously have a 1-star for them, so we'll be going for the second as well. Like, no questions asked for that one, but with the Inferno Tower in the middle, it's kind of, creating a lot of problems.
Absolutely, Inferno Towers. There's one multi-Inferno Tower where you do see these multiple hogs going on to there. Lots of gold mines in front of it, but taking down these Inferno Towers is so important here for Thanmay. He's finally managed to take down one, but a single targeted Inferno is still there at the central part of the map, which he needs to deal with as time proceeds. We've got all the backlines, of course. You are going to see the Barbarian King. He's going to be the next one to take a fall there. But the Royal Champion is still in the front line, so he's going to be able to take down that final 2 compartments. Now, the interesting thing is that if you look at the back on the north side, you do see this whole Tesla farm, which is going to be a huge issue here for Thanmay. But he has the amount of time to get it done. I'm just worried that he may not have enough troops.
Yeah, that can be an issue. That can be an issue. We just talked about this one. Obviously, 86%, 87% right now. Moving up good with the stars, I would say. Might as well move up good with the games right now. Obviously, the Hogs, the Skeletons, they are just coming in. They are just trying to take down the Hogs, and the defensive groups are doing everything. But somehow, I would say this looks like, if not anything, 96%, 97%, like something like that, because they still have those siege troops right with them. And Pekka is kind of absorbing all the damage from the Teslas, and it's taking down Teslas one by one by one. Once those Teslas are down, that's where the game will be theirs. And right, the Wizards on the back end side are doing everything. So yeah, with the time remaining, they can and they will like easily go for 100%.
I mean, phenomenal gameplay coming out of Thanmay. If he did not have that Pekka available, it was just not possible for him to do this attack. It just felt just right, the way he placed his troops down in this particular one. Everything on point here by Thanmay. What a fantastic opening here from Noob Scarlet. The fact that he reminds me of 11 3 stars, the fact that he's called Convoy 3 stars, right? And he did exactly what he came here to do. He came down on the battlefield. We saw him go through a lot of different problems when he was attacking that Inferno Tower. Somewhere I was worried that he's going to lose a lot of hogs and miners over there. But the way he kind of crossed those compartments and went finally to the Tesla farm and was able to manage it, I think Noob Scarlet have already showcased why they got qualified in the first round itself. But now, of course, Tangkhulyarthot, they need to be careful, because if they don't have that first attack that's at 3 stars, it's going to pressure their team a lot.
They need to be careful, they need to be worried, but they need to be prepared. I mean, those three things should go hand in hand for them, because these three things might as well get them 3 stars if we are just talking about this, right? Because right now, if we're talking about individual performances, ASSAM Esports 2 is for these individual players as well. Plus, if the team wins, then obviously the team progresses forward with everything. So somehow I would say if Tangkul need to do something, that is go on with an early aggression. First and second game, because first game they get a 3-star, they'll just match up the level. But if in the second attack they can take their opponents down at a 2-star and can get another 3-star, then it will be like, just lurking off the pressure, if that can happen.
If that can happen, and to do that, to make that happen, we have Chilo, who's going to be joining us in this particular war attack. The defending base, of course, are going to be Frankensteins here. You do see a very interesting combination. He's going for 2 witches, 6 Yetis and 7 bolos. The Yeti Smash Witch combination coming out from him. And I hope this works out, because when you look at the base layout, you do see one Inferno Tower at the central core part. He's already lightening one compartment, so that's no problem for him. He's going to start his walk here from the west side. You see the Grand Warden making... So with the healers, there's also a minion over there just to do the chip damage. He's also got those 3 balloons he requires to move them onwards, just to take down the town hall maybe, or just to find out those required hidden traps. Now, the second thing to remember here is the Eagle Outreach Chamber is onto the east side of the map with an Inferno Tower in the same chamber. So for Shilo, he needs to decide, does he want to really start this attack from the west side, from the north side? Both the ways, I feel north side is really damage filled, because there's so many defenses over there. But for now, Shilo is going to start his attack there. From the west side, you're going to see the witches with the Yetis into the front lines. The Grand Warden with the healers are going to be joining them. They're going to be entering into the tower compartment first, so that's going to be the first star. The siege barrack also is next.
Yes, it would, but now with the siege barrier coming into the equation, Eagle Artillery also, has just opened up the base right now onto its offense with the push. I would say the push is at a different level. The ball is also doing everything on the back side, but no, the ball is going down right now. Land Castle will be destroyed. Will be the next one to go around. And Queen is taking up a head-on fight with the Queen onto the other side. That's where we see the fighting, but onto the central area. That's where one bowler is, and it's trying to do everything alongside with Becca. Yetis are dropping off those Yeti mics for themselves. This will easily go for a 2-star. 3-star might be in a question.
I mean, it's interesting to see. He's already taken down the town hall. He's taken down the Eagle Outreach Chamber. Most of the biggest damages have been taken down. But Shilo, he's not taking down those Teslas. And the last compartment over here has a scatter shot, has an exploit. That's going to be really troublesome when you look at the miners and hogs. He smashed through this base, most of it. You also see an ice golem there, a very, very important ice golem. If it kind of lands in a position where it freezes that Inferno Tower compartment, this will definitely turn in Shilo's favor. Meanwhile, on the back lines, the bowlers are very much alive. You also see a few hogs, but the Inferno Tower, the multi-Inferno Tower, making a connect there onto the balloons and also onto the Royal Champion, which is going to be a huge problem. But finally, the Royal Champion jumping into that compartment, annihilating that town hall, giving Shilo that required momentum to finish this game with a beautiful 100%. And not only that, he has so much time to spare. He has 25 seconds in the bag here for his team. And this is important, ladies and gentlemen, because if the stars are evened out and if the attack damage is evened out, that's where you look at the attack time. And in that case, Shilo has won in all 3 segments. He's won with stars, he's won with damage, and he's won with attack time. And what a beautiful opening here by Tangkul. I didn't expect this. Honestly, I didn't, because when you looked at the way he strategized this with the bowlers and the Yetis and then adding a few witches, I was a little worried if it would all just come to a spam collection of units in the center and all just die out.
I mean, Tangkul did good. They obviously, started off really good in this one, but now after this, the movement for them, it might be difficult, because now Noob Scarlet will come up. If they come up with another 3-star of their own, then, again, the pressure rises in. They countered the previous pressure. Now the future story just comes in. Plus, talking about Noob Scarlet, yeah, they can do good. But Tangkul, I mean, I've seen this team do back-to-back 4 3-stars. So I would say somehow this team is looking promising today as well, right off the bat.
Wow, that's very interesting for you to say because normally you have your best attackers who come in the first or the second go, but now if you're saying that Tangkul actually has 4 attackers who are so used to getting the 3 stars, that means Noob Scarlet, they can't make a single mistake in this particular bracket. Perfection is what both these teams need to aim for if they want to make it tomorrow into the finals. And what a way to start, I think, the Northeast qualifiers. The fact that they qualified and now it's grand finale time, and to make it through, and not only then, but also in the second semifinals, we're going to have one more team come out from there. It's not like these two can fight amongst themselves and make their way to the finale. It's not possible. We're not doing any lower brackets for anybody. So a lot of risk, a lot of high rewards here for everybody. Let's see what Noob Scarlet has in store for us. The other interesting thing that I find about the Northeast Summit over the course of the 4 qualifiers that we've had is their deck choices, their strategies. They're so very different from what we see on the global scale, on what we see on the Indian national level games also, and in them in general. I think when we saw qualifier 1, I saw a lot of different kinds of unique attacks, most of them not really sure on how they wanted to attack. But now we come to the final week and it suddenly feels like everybody knows exactly what they want to do and how to exactly counter their opponents.
Yeah, I mean that's where you can say that they learn throughout the this journey as well, and same might be said for Manish as well. Let's see what Manish does in this one, because we're looking at this base. See, Town Hall is at one side, Eagle Archery again centrally situated right next to the clan castle. Starting off with the king right now. Alright, that seems like a pretty good start, but the major thing, the majority that they can do is with the air attack. Obviously the king and queen will be going for the opening for themselves as of now, and then one ice golem right off the bat, and ice golem will be going for the defenses first. That compartment might be just frozen with the courtesy of ice golem. Slowly and still enough that king and queen can get the maximum outlay from that one. A wall breaker just moving in, but the wall breaker does nothing right now. But now king and queen, they are looking good for everything, because King's ability was just charged.
Absolutely. It's a suicide attack coming out from Manish with the heroes. Now, with a suicide attack, we expect about a 30% damage onto the map. I do see this favoring in quite a bit, except that the Archer Queen, she is getting hit on really bad there by the Inferno Tower. So she manages to take it down with her ability. I think that's already a win-win situation here for Manish. Would have got about 30% of this base, which is what he's expecting at this very beginning. The other interesting thing is that in the central part, you really see like 3 wizard towers. So I do expect a few hidden traps over there that Manish will have to be careful about. But now he's going to start his air attack there. You always see it from the south side of the map. The dragons are there, the balloons are there. They're entering the right compartments, but the Eagle Archery is already charged up, so we'll have to see really quick momentum coming out here. And knowing that the dragons are not going to be enough, he's also going to be sending a battle blimp all the way to the town hall. But look at that, no one dealt with the super minions on the defensive CC side, and that's going to be a little problematic here for Manish. Let's see if he can take down that town hall.
That will be troubling though. Town Hall, yeah, might be up for the grabs right now, and I would say Town Hall will take it down slowly and certainly as of now. And there it is, almost just coming up out in the equation. 56%, 2 stars is where he is right now. Let's see where the movement goes, because they still have one baby dragon into the areas, but now the bat spell just comes in. Bats are ready with everything, and we know what the bats do. They start up really good, they start up fast, and they try and take their guards down of their opponents. And so many bats just coming in, just chiming in. I would say let the other troops do their job, and bats will get the best of everything. No, bats have been taken down.
And of course, when you look at this, the bats have been taken down, which is a huge problem for Manish. I don't know why he sent those bats there. The fact that we did see that the wizard towers were still alive, I think starting to move from there was just completely wrong. If he had started there from the east side, I think, where there were no real defensive towers, no wizard towers, at least the bats would have survived longer and got a higher percentage onto this tower. But for now, first it just comes out to the dragons. I do feel Manish made a few mistakes now, and that's going to cost him in the long run. I mean, the fact that he could have closed this to 100% and no longer it's going to be 100 just because of those 2 wizard towers. But this was expected. I don't know how he really did not realize that these bats are going to die to the wizard tower.
I mean, that's true. But on the back end side, this would just go to 88. Might as well go to 89. No, this just stopped off at an 88%. Now, if you're talking about Manish's attack, yeah. Bats, the placement was good. They started off good. But the mistake was that one wizard tower that you could just, see at the back lines. That one tower, had that been taken down previously by maybe a balloon or maybe by a dragon or something, Bats would have had much more area to just, take him down right of their compartments. But that did not happen. So that's where Bats went down. And once the Bats went down, because Bats, they do 2 things. Obviously, cleaning up all the areas, plus fastening up the attack because they clean up the defensive areas in a really fast speed. So they fast up the attack, but then that did not happen. And that's where I would say Manish lost 12% of his attack, and that 12% is what could have been 100%.
Absolutely, and I also feel that, you know, when we saw this map layout at the very beginning, we did notice that there were 3 wizard towers right in the center. It was so obvious, it was right there, right? If you're not sure about whether you can take it down, go from the east side had no defenses remaining. I think he would have at least pushed his percentage to a 90%. But it all comes in the moment, you know, you never really know in that moment what that player is going through, how many things he's calculating. And to calculate more now, we are from Thankful side, Gacho, who will be joining us now, and he's going for a hybrid Hawk Miner combination, which is nice. It's a very tried tested combination. A lot of players love playing this, and it works in their favor. For now, of course, if you look at the base layout, there are 3 Tesla towers on the outside were completely just demolished. Meanwhile, looking at the hybrid Hawk Miner combination, I'm looking to see where he starts his archer walk from. The other interesting thing is that, of course, the town hall is on the complete west side, and meanwhile the Eagle Archery, I can't even find it. Okay, it is there on the north side, so they're pretty far apart from each other. I do feel he's wasted a little time, so I hope he can recover. For now, it's going to be the Archer walk that started already. She's going to be entering that first compartment. Wall Breaker is also going to be joining the fun there just to clear out that area, clear that funnel area for her to enter that secondary compartment. Defensive CCs are going to probably also see a defensive Royal Champion there, so a lot of different challenges that this Archer Queen needs to deal with before she makes her way to the Town Hall. But I must say, the way this player has started his attack, it does feel like a very confident result there.
Starting off good, starting off slow, taking on CC troops as well onto the Queen side, and the Queen obviously has been raging up right now. Now the Tesla Tower is trying to be taken down by the balloon, and it will be good, it will be possible. Now next up to the cannon, but I don't think so. That's where the defensive troops is coming in. But now on the back end side is where the King is coming, the push is coming. Grand Warden on one side alongside Royal Champion as well. Royal Champion will be doing a good amount of damage right now, and the next stop is going to be the Town Hall. They might as well take the Town Hall down, but in this one, I'm still thinking of how they would go with the other things, right? The King's ability, the Queen's ability, not yet charged up right now. If the Queen needs it, she might as well go up in the next wave, because right now, as of now, the rage spell was doing everything, but now it's really close to Eagle Artillery, and we know what Eagle Artillery is capable of.
Absolutely, there's a lot of splash damage getting done there by the Eagle Artillery, and I do see the troops, they are there, definitely, but they're not really doing well. They're not together. The miners are available, but at the end of the day, it's the time also that's my concern now. He's reached the 70% mark, but has only 46 seconds remaining. Not sure when he started this attack, it did feel like the hybrid was kind of forced into this attack because of the time constraint that he was facing, and I can see the repercussions of just that happening on the screen here. The Inferno Tower, of course, it is being able to do quite a bit of damage, and the Royal Champion mostly going to be the next one to fall, going to manage to take down the Inferno, which is one good side here. But at the end of the day, I don't think this is going to be a 3 stars anymore. He doesn't have enough time. He has the cleanup troops, but he has one Yeti surviving. I don't see any miners on the map anymore, and of course it's going to be the Archer Queen. She's going to be deploying her ability now just to get that clear-cut finish over here. The healer's out. I wish she had another 8 spell, because if she did, I think this was a definite 3 stars coming out here. He started everything on mark. I just felt his Archer walk was a little too slow. I think if he was just a little tad bit faster, this was a definite 100%.
That's where timing was not in their favor. Talk about the irony, right? When they had a 3-star, they had like 25 seconds to spare. When they needed a 3-star, they had, they needed 3 more seconds. Had there been 3 more seconds, 3 extra seconds, this game would have been there. And that's where the raid spell, the utilization of the correct spell at the correct time comes in. Previous attack from Noob, Scarlet, bat spell was not correctly utilized, and this one, rage spell, was not correctly utilized. So once again, these troops, these teams, they have learned everything over time this journey, but there are still a few things that they are learning into the game, and I would say that's the best part of this game right now. But with the upcoming attacks, I would say, again, both of these teams, they at least need one good 3-star attack, another one good 3-star attack if that just comes in. But for now, I would say Tunkul, they are winning with 39.4% in the percentage department, but RTB will be looking good for a hybrid Hawk Miner combination of his own.
Absolutely, RTB here, the third player from the side of Noob, Scarlet. A very important attack, I must say. The fact that if he's going to set the pace on how many really more stars Noob Scarlet will need, to win this whole event for themselves. For now, because you do see, like Ocean mentioned, it's a hybrid Hog Miner combination. He's not wasting any time. He's already started his walk there from the west side. He's not going to be setting in the middle. Keep the wedding. He didn't trap on the back line. He's also destroyed to reset. The Queen, once she manages to take this catch shot, we can see the attack begin.
Let's see how it just comes in right now. Just yes, Eagle is still sleeping right now. The Baby Dragon is doing everything onto its own lines, trying to take down the buildings and the defensive troops. But the Queen is doing decent. Queen is doing good. Obviously, has opened up one compartment for her own system for the push as well. And the Queen is unstoppable, taking down the next builders. Her CC troops have been lured right now. And this is one thing about the CC troop, the clan castle. You can see the lava hound. It kind of deploys a lot of time for the defensive, for the attacking unit. Queen, obviously now Eagle Artillery is doing everything now. The lava bombs have formed, but now Siege Barrack being deployed onto the other side. That means we might as well see the King walking onto that area as well. And yes, that will be happening slowly and steadily. But now Pekka and the Wizards will be opening up one of the areas, and right from where the Queen started off everything, a major push is arriving.
Absolutely, and they're all heading towards the town hall. You see the Grand Warden there. His ability is going to be deployed just in the nick of time with the Royal Champion available. A few hogs are going to be lost in a little bit of matter of time, but I think that's going to be alright for them. They've got a one star in their favor already for getting that town hall. They're looking to get their second star. The Inferno Tower, a single target Inferno shouldn't be much of a problem here when it comes to the Royal Champion, and that could be the next of the call. Meanwhile, onto the other side, you do see this vanquishment onto the map coming in there from the remaining hybrids and wizards. So that's another interesting thing. The multi-target Inferno still chipping down to a lot of hybrid hogs, and that's going to be a concern that I don't think RTB has found out about yet. He's concentrating too much on the heroes. Meanwhile, onto the other side now, the Royal Champion with the Grand Warden heading forward to take down the required troops. But look at the time. It's 51 seconds on the clock. We have 68% damage done, and there are no troops surviving. This could actually be the first low 2-star attack coming out here from Noob Scarlet, and it's definitely not a good sign because they're supposed to be getting the stars up. Tunkul already has a huge lead, and with this attack, it just gets a little bit bigger.
Yeah, I mean, talking about this, they did have the time in this one, but they did not have enough troops. Obviously, 75 might as well go to a 76% if they can just, try up everything good. And this is where even a single hint of a percentage can create a lot of difference. They have archers in different directions. They'll take at least one. That gold mine will be taken down. 76% will be out there. And that's where, the hard work is coming in. Will it be a 77%? I don't know why I think it might just go and be a 78 as well. 77, 78. Yes, it is. 78% is where they are ending. Noob Scarlet, time was in their favor to take that extra 3%. Nothing else.
I mean, when I saw this attack go down, the one mistake I really felt he made was sending all the heroes onto just the west side. The Royal Champion being such a card that can be just deployed to take down one particular tower if required, could have gone for that multi-inferno tower. I think if that multi-inferno tower would have just been taken down, the hogs would have survived, the miners would have survived, and the attack damage would have increased. But I felt like he had so much concentration on just the heroes on the west that he forgot that his poor hogs also needed his help. But I think that's where he just went all over the place. But RTB, it's a decent attack, 75%, 78%, not at all bad at all. Tangkul, but on the other side, if they convert this to a 3 stars, their chances of moving into the grand finale are so very close. Everybody sitting at home, of course, go hashtag any summit and let us know which of these teams you want to see play tomorrow in the grand finale. For now, it's going to be our next big player on the board. It's going to be Karai coming in here. You do see he's going with 3 witches for himself. He also has 7 bowlers and 6 yetis, so it's a yeti smash combination. He's also going to go ahead with the headhunters, which is really interesting. He's one of the first to actually go with 2 headhunters. He's going to start his attack here from the you see the Grand Warden there with the healers on the back lines and the race spell getting deployed. Onto the other side is the Siege Barrack is being deployed also. The Pekka is out there. Meanwhile, in the central part of the north side, you do see the Barbarian King making his entrance there. And joining him, of course, there are the Yetis, and there is the Queen. And onto the east side, yet again, you do see the Dark Witch is also coming in. So I like how he's placed down his troops. My only worry is, can he make it to that Eagle Artery chamber in the nick of time?
I I mean, that's what we would say, right? Two-head hunters being used, right? Decent and good right now, obviously has one. But the push from bowlers, I would say that's going to be difficult to counter. Tunkul, they did a good experiment. That experiment is going to be working up for them right now. So far, so good, if anything. But moving up forward with everything, you can see they're going to get that first star for themselves easy right now. But now is where Town Hall might be up for contesting. Yeti might are doing damage to Town Hall. That's a different one. But now Yetis as well are just moving forward with the Town Hall being broken. That's where the second star comes in. They have good amount of time for themselves. Really good amount of time for themselves. They might as well get the the third star as well. And if that happens by Karen from Tangkul, they will be looking really good. But on to the other side is where the difference is. You can see air defensive, you can see scatter shot, you can see wizard towers, you can see inferno towers as well. So that will be a big problem. If not anything, they might as well end this one up at 90%.
Absolutely, you're right on that. I mean, I do feel this can definitely convert to a 90%. Can it go to a 3 stars? It completely depends on how it really increases the momentum of his troops. We have quite a few troops alive, but when I look at the amount of spells, he has only one more spell remaining. Deploying that for the Inferno. Lovely, lovely movement here. You do see it deployed onto the Inferno Tower, giving that Royal Champion that required time, but there is quite a bit of damage getting dealt onto him. Hopefully, he'll manage to take it down before he takes the fall himself, and that means he's done it. He's going to be giving us a 3 stars. Tangkul opening their attacks one after the other. Either it's 100% or it's a 97. I think was on track to take us all the way to another 3-star performance. And it takes me back, Ocean, to what you said at the very beginning. The fact that Tangkul, the last time we saw them perform, they had 4 3-star attacks. And if they repeat this tomorrow, it's going to be devastating. I can already crown them champions.
I mean, that happened, but there was one thing. They had 4 3-star attacks, and the final attack was just 1 star from them. So that kind of, that kind of, changed the things. Obviously, they had a win at 4 3-stars, right, on their opponents. But
go big or
when
go
that
home.
that 1 star happened, that thing kind of, just went down. But obviously, they had, 13 stars out of 15. That was a good number, alongside 97.2%. I remember that. So in this one, as of now, you can see they also had another 3-star attack, Tangkul. But if they can carry this one as well, right, for this game, then obviously we'll be seeing them for tomorrow's game. If Noob Scarlet just brings out something, if they snap out some incredible gameplay, because right now also, stars will be in for contestation. And if they do something, because in this attack as well, Tangkul started off good, they ended off good, they had decent time for themselves. Noob Scarlet, there's one mistake that they're doing is, not utilizing their troops correctly. They always have time remaining, but the troops are not there.
Absolutely, you're so right on that. They need to improve the way they use their troops, and hopefully Frankenstein can tell us a different story. He's going for the hybrid hogminer combination, so strategy is right. Execution is where I feel Noob Scarlet a little nervous, I think. It is an important big fight here in the Northeast Championship, and they want to take it forward. But now, of course, you do see them start their attack. They're really quick attack here, I must say, from Noob Scarlet. It's going to be the Queen War coming in there, and with the Queen, of course, I do see the front lines. There is also going to be the Barbarian King, so it seems like a suicide attack here, because you don't really just send your Barb charging in there with your Archer Queen. A lot of the back lines, of course, you do see the Archer walk. She's still going strong there with the healers right behind her, so she's going to be able to take in and soak in all this damage. But my concern at the end of the day is she's not dealt with those defensive CC troops till now, and once they do prop, it's going to be a time-consuming battle for her. Already another raid going to be deployed, not at all on her anymore, and meanwhile there's going to be a quick poison also that needs to be deployed. Otherwise she's going to be taking a fall to that lava house. A poison also needs to be deployed. I don't really see any of that happening. Finally, a poison is going to be deployed on the sidelines. We're going to see a beast getting deployed there. The Hogs winding themselves, and there is not much time. They're already going to be starting this attack and moving forward. 37% damage on 1 seconds.
Yes, the time is there. But that saves this time, does utilize itself to its perfection. Now the Town Hall goes down 46%, 47%. Will be going for the second star as well when the number reaches 50. And there it is. And more Hogs are arriving. The miners are also dealing damage. But this is one thing. Hogs and miners, if they split up, things can go southways. If they stay together, then yes. If something is lagging Hogs, the miners take up damage. The miners also try to destroy the buildings. That's where it is happening. But now is where they might go down. They have lost a couple of their Hogs, and that kind of just changes the equation. Miners as well. So the major push has been taken down. They have 66% out here, but now it's down to a few heroes. If not few, just the Queen. Let's see what Noob can do in this one.
Absolutely, the queen left all alone over there. I don't think she can do much. She does have her ability, but there's so much of this base remaining, and Frankenstein, I think, nailing it in the coffin here for Noob Scarlet. This was an attack that needed to be done much better than this. They need those 3 stars. There's a lead of 1 star already on Tangkul, and this is attack number 4. So say if Tangkul gets the next attack, 2 or 3 stars, Noob Scarlet, they don't have a chance to take this forward in the Northeast Summit. And I must say, this attack for me didn't really go places. I didn't really see him creating the funnel. And it takes me back to what you said again, Oshin. The fact that, they're coming in with the right strategies. It's just that when it comes to execution, they're not really using the right way. And that's really leading to so many other problems onto their map.
Yeah, they use their main push, the major troop, the hog miner combination a bit early, as much as it was supposed to be. Because what they needed is they needed to empty 1 full compound, then the troops would have just charged in taking down the other compounds. But they used their troops right before the town hall. The town hall goes down, the defenses just accelerate with everything, and that's where the push just went down. Now the ball again is in the court of Tunkul, as we're talking about, because in 4 attacks, Noob Scarlet has 9 stars. In 3 attacks, Tunkul already has 8 stars. So kind of they are leading. Look at this, 9 stars in 4 attacks, 3 attacks, 8 stars, and the 4th one is going to be coming in from Champs, who's starting off with a really good usage of the spells and already using the abilities.
I mean, this is insane. There's no hybrid hog miner. It's just hybrid hog with Champs today. I mean, he's got 35 hogs in his arsenal, which is very interesting. This is, I think, the very first time I'm going to be seeing a complete hog attack with 35 hogs in it. There are no balloons, nothing. We've got 1 miner just for the saving grace. So we're to call it a hybrid hog miner.
That's where the hybrid comes in.
Yes. And he's going to start off here with the Ice Golem, the Archer Queen. Champs, he knows what he's doing. I mean, he's being really patient with his Archer Queen walk, which I really like. A beautiful tree is going to be deployed there into that compartment, and easy first star in his favor. But I already feel like this is going to convert to a 3 stars. The fact that he's so patient, he has 2 minutes and 9 seconds left on the clock. Another quick tree is getting deployed there into that secondary compartment. Now, the Eagle Artery chamber has been opened, but it's locked onto the Archer Queen compartment, which is really good, because that gives the Hogs enough time to enter that Eagle Artery chamber and take it down. Another big charge there from the Eagle Archery, going to connect onto a few Hogs. He needs to be a little careful here. He has used quite a few of his spells just with the Archer Queen box. Now he has nothing remaining in his arsenal. He's got the 2 stars in his favor. He's moved that 60% damage, and he's annihilated the Eagle Archery chamber. And with that, it does feel like Champs going in the right direction with those 100 stars.
Well, this looks decent, this looks good for them, but will it be enough? That's going to be one of the questions. That's going to be my question, as we're just seeing, as we're just talking about this one. 74%, still a lot of time. I mean, a lot of time, but this time, if the troops are not utilized with the perfection, things might as well just go down. Queen is trying to be the value queen right now, 80%, 81%, 82%, and if this lag goes good, I would say one thing. Even if the final attack happens or does not happen, the team of Tangkul will win this, come what may. But now the Candle is going to be dishing out a lot of things, but no, that's where the ability charges in, and that's where the Queen will be a proper value Queen, because after the Tesla goes down, if the Tesla tower goes down, that's where it will be looking out for a good number. I mean, there's still one scatter shot, Wind Tower and everything, but with the stuff that Champs has done, they have won.
They won. I mean, it's going to not be 100%, but the fact that he's taken it to such a high percentage, it's insane. When I saw this attack start, when you look at 35 Hogs, you can see a lot of things going wrong for them, but he was so patient. The way he started this attack, it's a good idea that it may not be a 3-star attack, because you normally don't go with 35 Hogs hoping that it'll be a 3-star attack, but he did know at the end of the day that he can close this at a really high percent, and that's the most important thing here. You got to know as a team which attacks will be 3 stars and which attacks you're happy with being a 2-star attack. Now, Noob Scarlet, they're losing out on stars and they're losing out on attack damage, and they have just 1 more attack remaining, so mostly they are out of the Northeast Summit, which is really sad because they were the first team to qualify in. But I hope they keep playing and they keep coming back for the next Northeast Summit, because I'm sure the Airtel India Esports Leaderboard is going to rotate to them again in 2021.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. 2021 is going to be really good for esports as a whole. And talking about Northeast Esports Summit, when it happens again, ASSAM Esports 2 will be out there for them for sure. And talking about the kind of attacks that they have done this time, they'll be learning the goods, bads, uglies, and the crazies from this one, and we'll be applying it for the next one. Talking about the next one, Addy Prasher is going to be going for the next attack from Noob Scarlet. This is the last attack from them. And thinking about this one, let's see if this hybrid attack gets them to a 12 overall, and if they can, just be in the game.
Absolutely. If he does get a 3-star, that's all that this team can hope for. Noob Scarlet, Addy, final attacker, looking to get those 3 stars. Can he get it? We will know in the next 3 minutes. Meanwhile, he's going for a hybrid Hogminer combination. You do see his attack there from the north side. The Archer Queen has already built a walking space. Meanwhile, there is a compartment that's already been taken down, so that's one great news here. Meanwhile, a balloon could have just rotated, and we also could see a wall breaker just to create that required funnel. Or the silence, of course, you do see the wizard. It's already taken down to that gold mine. A quick crate getting deployed there onto the Archer Queen. Another compartment, a small one, being taken down by her. Meanwhile, she has taken down that 23% of the base, taken down the Royal Champion, calling out the defensive CC. I could see a quick poison getting deployed just to make sure that the Archer Queen completes her walk.
Well, Siege Barrack has been deployed as well. Onto one side, Lava on the opposite is doing a lot of damage. It's taking a lot of time, I would say, more than doing damage, but none of which comes in. Hybrid Hog Miner, they're just moving in alongside with the Grand Warden, and now the Siege Barrack troops as well. That seems good, because Siege Barrack troops alongside the Hybrid Hog Miner can be a deadly combination, but the timing will be an issue. They still need to find the first star, as you just see through it, as we just talked through it. 45% out there, 46% will be going for the 50% as well. We'll be getting the first star. Down Hall opens up its space right now, and Down Hall is going to be doing everything on the defenses, but will be waiting for sure, because now they get the second star, 58% out there. Might as well go for a 3-star.
They could go for a 3-star. Addy, that's all he wants. 3 stars here for his team. If he manages to do that, he will take his grand total there to 12 stars. And getting those 12 stars will then put Tangkul into the position of only aiming to get 3 stars. And if they get 2 stars with the percentage that's matched, that's a different story to tell. But for now, of course, there is a silver lining. Addy trying to create that. You're going to see another wall breaker getting deployed there into that final compartment. Addy moving in the right direction. He's got his Barbarian King alive. He's got his Grand Warden. And he has his healers. And I definitely feel he can convert this to a 3 stars. He has enough time also. 50 seconds left on the clock. His final rotation into the final compartment. There is a scatter shot there. It's going to be a little problematic here for Addy, but his Barbarian King being as tanky as he can be, he's going to manage to take that compartment down. Meanwhile, the Grand Warden with the Royal Champion. No, the Royal Champion's already gone, so it's just the P.E.K.K.A. there that's remaining. But you know a P.E.K.K.A, it can do a lot of damage onto the map. Meanwhile, the Wizards are there to save the day, and what a phenomenal performance. Addy has closed this with wide amount of stars, and that is going to be 3 stars here in favor of Noob Scarlet, which is going to take the grand total there to 12 stars. I must say, it could come to a close knit here with Tangkul.
It can. If Tunkul goes for a 2-star and what it should be like 55%, I mean, say it's difficult. If they go past that, then obviously they'll win. But if it's like 2-star and really less percentage, then obviously it might be a troubling situation. It might be a troubling thing. Otherwise, they already will be winning it. We'll have to see what happens in the final attack, because if that goes to a 90%, then they win. If it goes to a 3-star, then they win. So that's where the pressure comes in. That's where they'll have to see which troops they can go for. Because now, if they're going for a death attack, it might not work out. They'll have to, calculate everything.
They have to calculate everything, and the fact that it's the final attack, I could see Noob Scarlet here make a few changes onto the base, modify it up a little bit, try to find the right loopholes that they could go and make Tangkul suffer at. But it's so risky. We've seen Tangkul get a 1-star in their performance, and if it repeats again, it could be nerve-wracking. The fact that it's such a big tournament and there are lots of mind games going on, there's so much pressure on these players. Let's see if Tangkul is going to be the first team to enter the grand finale day. I can't say this more. Finale day tomorrow for the Northeast Summit. This final attack, of course, will also define their standing in the overall Esports board. So a lot here getting played. And to do this attack, of course, we get Bubblehead coming in here. I love this player's name. It's so interesting. He's going with a very interesting combination also. You do see a lava loon combination getting from there with 30 balloons, Ocean. This is something that was like a treat to watch today.
Well, Well, we will have to see how, just things happen onto this one. You can see 4% right now. Seems like a slow start, but, they don't have to worry about a slow start or a fast start. They just have to worry about if they can end this game at a better stat right now. They'll be having a good look for themselves now. Police is coming, taking down, just trying to find out the hidden group if they can. Onto the other side, I would still say we can still see a good ending right now. Of course, King's ability being charged up to perfection. Queen is still out there. They still have to use it. But, will it be enough? That's where everyone's eyes are.
I mean, when the interesting thing for Bubblehead, very smart person, I must say. He's going for an air attack. Now, there's one thing about the air attack. You have a time constraint that happens with an air attack, but you also know that with an air attack, you get really high percentage 2-star attacks. So, Bubblehead, not only looking at getting a 3 stars with this attack. If he does, that's just a bonus, but looking to just get that 55% as fast as possible. And to do that, he's already sent out Ace Lava Hound. You also see the balloon getting dropped there. The air sweeper going to be a little troublesome here to the balloons, but he's also going to quickly drop a haste spell, move this balloons in the front lines, allow puffs again, happy drops. He's reset 48%, got that 1 star, he's going to freeze that area, that second precision star that he requires. And once that's done, he can just be happy. But meanwhile, the S-Sweeper is pushing those balloons back a little bit more, but to confirm the kill, he's also sending in a battle flip. So that's the way you connect onto the Town Hall. He's made it to that 68% mark, and oh shit, he's done it.
He's done it. He's winning right now. 75%. Has a single star? No, has a double star now. And with the time remaining, with the troops just, moving up from here and there, if he goes to what, 85, 86, 88, 89, 90, whatever the percentage number is, he has won. The team has won. Tunkul has won. Bubblehead. Final attack was played to its perfection, and with everything coming up right now, they are looking good, they are looking happy, they are looking decent, they are looking like winners right now. Obviously, we'll be moving up tomorrow forward as well. 13 stars coming in onto themselves.
I mean, this is so amazing. The fact that, he closed with 3 stars. It makes me question whether everybody should have gone for balloon attacks. The fact that he made this look so easy and so simple that as if, you could just get those 3 stars right off the back. And to close this attack here, look at that. 12 to 13 stars is perfect. But when you look at the damage, it's an 87.8 versus a 98.2. That is phenomenal amount of damage. That's better than their previous performance also in the Northeast Championship.
Yeah, that's better. 98.2 is where the percentage is going. That also shows the attacks that were not to 3 stars were still at a very good, very high percentage. That's just one thing that it shows. 98.2, I would take that over any other thing, right? Coming about this one, obviously they had a stars lead. Had there been equal stars as well, they would have, 93, 94 overall, and that also is a very good outing from them.
Absolutely. And of course, with that, we do finish only game number 1 of this finale. We have another game that's going to be lined up right after this. It's going to be the semifinals game number 2. Ocean, how excited are you about that?
I've been talking about looking at this one, the way these attacks happen. I would say I want more, obviously, like more than 98.2, more than 13 if it comes down to that. But we'll have to see what happens in that one.
Absolutely. So let's head back to the Death Tower. Our host and analysts are waiting, and we will see you right after that.
Thank you so very much, Angela and Ocean. Indeed, incredible game coming in 4 in favor of Tangkul.
Yeah.
Incredible play. I mean, Noob Scarlet, yes, that was the clan that joined us from quarter 1 itself. But I was going through the stats and I was looking at the games that they have played. They've only always got 12 stars. They've never achieved 13, at least in Northeast Summit. And that is something that as you move on from qualifier 1 and move on forward to 2, 3 and 4, yeah, I mean, the competitiveness got
to get more stars to move ahead. But I mean, Tangkhulyarthot, an incredible start to them, matching the 3-star attack that was laid out in front of them by the team of Noob Scarlet. And then I think it became really crucial for them to actually get the lead for themselves, which they actually did because, well, the second attack from Noob Scarlet did not, well, it went up to an 80%.
Right.
88 if I'm correct. And Tangkhulyarthot from there on out, like, they were pretty easily able to convert it into a good lead for themselves and then just carry it forward. And I believe, I mean, it is going to be quite tricky to see if either of these teams, either from the second semi-final that we have lined up next, Manipur Esports or Mizoram 2014, either one of those teams move ahead, how they're gonna fare up against Tangkhulyarthot.
Absolutely, because again, when it comes to the play coming in from this clan, it is bang on point.
Yes.
So very true. I mean, as Ocean mentioned it during the cast as well, even if it was not a 3-star, it was a very high percentile 2-star. And that is certainly going to, I mean, it's just those small little increments in that damage percentile as well that is going to create that humongous lead. Because, I mean, 87.8% coming in from Noob Scarlet compared to a 98.2% damage overall is just phenomenal. But yes, with that, first semi-final does come to an end and the clan of Tunkul moves on forth. But now the question is going to be, is it Manipur Esports that shall be the one stepping into the grand finale against... Well, let's find out. Let's find out. But before we get busy with this second semi-final, we're going to go on a short little break, get ourselves the energy dose that we need. Certainly expect you to do the same. We'll be right back. Airtel India Esports Talk continues its quest to find best esports athletes. The party has reached Northeast India with the Northeast Esports Summit. 2 new esports titles, Clash of Clans and Free Fire. 4 qualifiers, 1 grand final, prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. A golden opportunity to rank up on the national leaderboard of India's best esports athletes. Northeast, are you ready? Qualifier 1 registrations from 14th to 26th October. Hello and welcome back once again to Northeast Esports Summit by Nodwin Gaming, and certainly hope you guys are doing great. We are in the grand finals now. Of course, semi-finals have already started. Now with that, a very big thank you to, of course, Airtel India Esports Store and Red Bull for providing us the wings and the energy required to be able to progress along from qualifier 1 into 2 into 3 into 4, and now finally grand finals are here. I'm your host Blora. Joining me on the NS desk, it is a multi-talented personality, Super Johnny. Mate, first game is done. Second game upcoming is, of course, going to be Manipur Esports going against Mizo 2014. And again, when we talk about them, what are you to anticipate?
I mean, the teams have gone up against each other before as well. And I mean, it took a while for Mizoram 2014 to actually be able to make it in here. So
True.
I mean, it's going to be an exciting match nonetheless. But I want to see, like, in comparison to Noob Scarlet versus Tangkhulyarthot, where do these two teams stand? And if a team is going to get the victory for themselves, how are things going to fare up? Like, how are things going to look for them in comparison to Tangkhulyarthot as well?
Absolutely, because again, I mean, when you talk about Manipur Esports, this is one of those teams that has not only put themselves forth in through qualifier 2, but one of those clans that has actually stopped other clans in track, not only once but twice, very efficiently. And on the other side, when you look at the stats themselves, the clan is really, really good with the likes of course, Toiba, Boy, Tony. They've all got 3 stars back to back twice in a row. So again, a very, very good clan from the looks of it, from the start at least. But again, on the other side is of course the very dominating force of Mizo 2014 that, well, it's going to be a tough match as you predicted. It certainly is going to be.
It is going to be a tough one for them. There was one more team during the qualifiers that I would have loved to see. There was one more team during the qualifiers that I would have loved to see if we could just like somehow manage to get 5 teams. It was ASSAM Elites, because it was them. It was Mizoram 2014, Mizo Future as well, and Tangkhulyarthot.
Absolutely.
These 4 teams, time and time again, tried their level best to make it, but well, only 2 of them actually we do see a Tangkhulyarthot and Mizoram 2014. Apart from that, Manipur Esports and Noob Scarlet were the 2 of the strongest teams that got into the first 2 qualifiers. And I mean, that just made the entire journey a lot more interesting, and that makes the finals a lot more interesting, because you know what your opponent has in store for you. You've gone up against them. They've beaten you once before.
Absolutely. I mean, you talk about ASSAM Elites, that is one of those clans that every single time we stepped into a qualifier, they were there.
Yeah.
And they were so very much wanting to be here, of course, no question about it. But on the other side on the other tangent, of course, is going to be the fact that even before qualifier 1, so many of these clans have played against each other.
Yes.
So many of these clans, as we look at those brackets, have had only those BO1 matches. Again, today, the semi-final will be a BO1. I read on the comments that where is the BO3? BO3 will take place tomorrow. That is only the grand finals, where indeed the prize pool and all of that is going to come into play. But yes, right now, over to you guys. Hashtag NE Summit. All the viewers, hashtag NE Summit. Let us know. Is it going to be a Mizoram Esports, or is it going to be a Mizo 2014 match? With that, let's get brain freeze early in the morning. Let's get busy with some energy drink first things first. Do not expect to get that brain freeze anymore. And of course, that means it's time to go over to our casters.
I mean, I wish they would give us some Red Bull, you know, the fact that they just keep drinking it on that camera and don't give it to us. And you don't give it to me. It's just very interesting how this works. But welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. This is, of course, semi-finals here. The second one. One of these teams are going to be meeting the side of Tunkul tomorrow. Ocean, we just saw one of the best semi-final games of the Northeast Summit. What are you expecting from this one now?
From this one, I'm expecting a complete domination right off the start. Because in previous one, it was 3 stars, 3 stars. We get it. Both the players had 3 stars. It was neck to neck. Now I just want to see one team just getting off with 3 stars and the other one trying to chase them, trying to see what they are doing right or what they are doing wrong. Because in that way, I would say both the teams will be learning something good or something bad of their own gameplay. So that's one thing that I would say I'm looking forward to. Rest assured, I just hope that we get a good game all together.
Absolutely. And the other thing to remember is that Tunkul is one of the best teams that I have seen in the Northeast Summit. They have time and time again shown us that they are not worried about, getting those 2-star attacks. High percentage attacks are so important to them. Very mechanical in the way they play. And one of these two teams that are going to be playing now are going to be meeting Tunkul tomorrow. And that means that if they don't have a dominating performance today, they don't stand a chance against Tunkul. We could just already crown them. So I'm just hoping to see Mizos do it this time, bring us some gameplay that they have time and time again learned through every single qualifier that they have participated in. And once we do have a result for today, it's not over yet for them. They then have to go back to the drawing board, prep for tomorrow's match, because Thankul, if there's one thing about this team, they are so perfect in the way they calculate everything that there are not many few teams that could actually see them through. I must bring it to the fact that if we look at even the other tournaments we do for Clash of Clans, even something like ESL India Premiership, I could see Thankul walking into the ASL and completely devastating people with the way they are so perfect in their performances. So this is a team to watch out for, ladies and gentlemen. If they have a fan page, please go ahead and follow it, hashtag their name, and make them known, because I think these are the players, who don't really get the limelight they deserve, and they really should get it.
Yeah, they should. They should definitely get it, because these are the players that are showcasing incredible talent for their own self. And for the viewers as well, just to enjoy and just to learn what the games can be all about. And I want to see what the first attack from this match also comes in. Talking about both the teams, obviously we have seen them previously, Mizoram's team as well, and obviously there have been different teams out there. 2014, 2040, there have been those names, and then talking about Manipur Esports as well. Those teams have showcased incredible talent for their own self, and Manipur Esports is going to be starting against 2014 Mizoram, and starting off good with the spells right now. Let's see, but where does this Lava Loon attack takes them?
Absolutely. Very interesting opening here from Thoiba from Manipur Esports. He's going for something he's super comfortable on, the Lava Loon combination. He has 28 balloons in his arsenal. He also has 3 Lava Loons. Now, it is a great combination, but it's very similar to the Sukuvic, very slow attack. So he needs to make sure that he does everything in the time given to him. For now, he's going to start his attack there. From the west side, you do see the Archer Queen with the Barbarian King. They have begun their walk into the front lines. Meanwhile, there is going to be a sneaky Ice Golem also available. Just freezing out that wizard area, also creating that required funnel. A wall break is going to be making its way just to create the funnel, like I mentioned. Meanwhile, the free spell is going to be giving that opening to the Archer Queen, but the Archer Queen isn't yet into the first compartment. She's going to be looking at these defensive CC troops and dealing with them. On the backlines, of course, the Barbarian King moving in the right direction, going to be getting out of the compartment. So this is a little worrisome here for Thoiba, because if the Archer Queen doesn't enter the Town Hall compartment, it could get a little risky.
A lot probably. We'll have to see what happens, because right now obviously again they have everything for them. King's ability right now was charged obviously against the scatter shot as per se. Now moving on to the other defensive buildings as well. As you can see, the Tesla will be taking down, and now the King is moving up forward, but now it's going to be King versus King, and the King will be going down. Scatter shot is taking everything slowly and steadily down on its own, but now Queen's ability comes in, so they have vaporized King's ability, and now the Queen might as well go down. Stone Slammer, although, will be making its mark right next to Town Hall and might as well take it down as well. But no, we're moving up out here, and after this we'll have to see what happens with Stone Slammer's thing. We're moving up onto the Town Hall side. As you can see now, they are just moving in, and that's where the first up might as well just come in.
Absolutely, that's going to be the first start then, is a very important one. If the Town Hall hadn't been taken down there with the Stone Slammer, it would have been hard for Thoiba, because his attack goes all around the place. He's going with Lava Loons and Millions. They normally work in one direction, and over here, of course, you do see the Loons. They are moving forward there. Nice Haspel getting deployed. The Lava Puffs doing quite a bit of damage. 70% damage and 46 seconds left on the clock. We do see the balloons moving even forward. The only troublesome thing for them is the fact that there's this one multi-targeted Inferno that is chipping down really hard on the balloons, but as long as the balloons are tanking, you have these lava puffs on the back line just destroying everything they see, and with that, we do see a good momentum on the map. The only thing really stopping this from being a 3-star attack would, I think, be the time, because as we know, balloons are pretty slow in that momentum, but he's deployed 2 haste spells already, and the Grand Warden, I think with him there, they could convert this easily into a 3-star attack. Thoiba opening up here for Manipur Esports. The first 3 stars mostly in their favor, inching closer and closer to it. He's reached at 94%. The balloons, they need to move faster. I appreciated on the haste spell to just get this done, because with that air sweeper there, it's not going to be enough. 96% Ocean.
96% coming in from Thoiba. Almost would have done this. Had there not been that air sweeper, it would have been what, like I would say still with the time remaining, it would not have been 100%. Then would have been like, 99% or something like that. I mean, what's
You know, I
96?
I wish most of the players, like from the next time in the Northeast Summit, whatever time your own teammate saves, you know, say if he saves 20 seconds, you can use it in your attack. Like just bank on the time, you know. I think that would be really useful for some of these players because they're so close to where they want to get. But what a start here, I must say. Manipur opening up in style, lava loons with balloons, not something I've really seen them play a lot during their qualifier phase. But now they have come in with a plan. And onto the other side, of course, we had 2014 waiting for their first attack. And they are very famous to make a lot of ground attacks. I didn't really see them being very comfortable on air attacks during the qualifiers. I say this out of confidence because they played the qualifiers so many times. And, you know, every single time they come to play, I think their only weaknesses are the fact that they don't look at the time. They're very constrained on trying to get those 3 stars. They don't really look at just getting that high percentage. And if there's one thing we've learned from Tunkul, just the previous attack, that attack damage is so much more important than getting those 3 stars, because if once everything matches up, you saw this really vast, about a 12% difference in their attack damage in their first game. So that is something else that these players need to keep in mind. It's not always about getting those 3 stars. But Mizo, what are they going to open with? Are they going to go with a hybrid hawk miner, something they're comfortable with? There's another thing they're super comfortable with, and that is the witches. But there was another attack that I'm really looking forward to, and that's a super witch attack, because we didn't really see it in the morning.
I mean, we didn't see that, but we did see a hybrid hawk combination, not even a miner, you know, just coming down to this one. But now there it is.
Yay!
Super Witch.
I love it. I love it. I love it. It's going to be Knight here performing from Mizo, opening up in style. I must say, one side we had loons, the other side we have witches opening up. And it's going to be the Grand Warden here getting deployed first from the west, from the south side. The healers, of course, one of the backlines over there, keeping him very much alive with the witches, of course. He's also added 2 headhunters. He's added 2 minions, 3 balloons, 1 giant, and 4 archers. Interesting combination. I do feel it's a little slow, so he needs to hurry up a little bit. But apart from that, the Grand Warden just creating the required funnel. Also, the west side, of course, we do see that the Barbarian King has been deployed, and now the witches, of course, making the entrance there from the south side. Looking at the way the base layout is, I am going to be 100% sure that the town hall is going to be taken down. But reaching that Eagle Artery chamber, a lot is going to be happening before he really gets there.
That's true, but that cannon onto that side, I mean, it did not get the pull of its attack right now. The ability was charged right next to the town hall, and now the people come forward to the town hall area as well. But that's where the tornado trap just comes in, taking down everything onto its trap lines. But that won't be enough, as the push is moving on to take its first star. Now, the Siege Barrack has been dropped in onto one side as well. That's where the Pekka comes in from the Siege Barrack, and also the other group will just joining the Pekka out the borderlines. But talking about the central area, that's where the major push still is trying to move forward. They get the first star, but I would say this attack, if it does not play its card right, might just stop at what, 80% or something, if it does not play its cards right.
I mean, it could be a caster's curse here, Ocean, when you say like these particular numbers, and you know, it really scares the shit out of players, I think. But okay, we'll go with this. Royal Champion, of course, on the backlines. They're trying to take down the Desert Tower with the hybrid hawk miners. I mean, not the hawk miners, just the hawks are entering into the battlefield just to chip down on the backlines. Meanwhile, we do see a Pekka there with the Wizards, also doing quite a bit of damage. This is moving in the right direction here. Knight is looking comfortable, but this is going to be a free spell getting deployed there. But at the end of the day, you know, he has the time on his side. I do feel 56 seconds for 25% of the base is easy, but provided he takes down that multi-inferno tower, because right now that's causing a lot of devastation for him.
That's true. 85% right now, will be moving up forward to 86 as well. Time is still out there. Queen's ability as well, Royal Champion's ability as well. It seems like Knight was a good troop for Mizoram 2014, as Knight is taking his attack to 100% right now. He did play his cards right.
Absolutely, and I mean, the interesting thing is the fact that he went for a Super Witch combination, something where time is always of a huge concern, but he was able to convert this and make it not about a time fight, which is very interesting. And I feel that he's really practiced this combination because he was very acute at his execution. He didn't really leave anything unturned, which is very interesting. Now, Mizo, they've opened up with 3 stars. We did see Manipur very close to the 3 stars, but they were not able to do it. Can they really come back in game 2, 3, and 4? Yes, of course. They are a team that have time and time again shown us that they can come back in every single fight.
Yeah, they can come back in every single fight. But, you know, talk about this one again. The first attack came up from 2 stars. The second one obviously just came here in from the 3 stars. That means obviously the pressure is there. You can have a 2-star 96%, but a 3-star always beats a 2-star, right? So we'll have to see what happens in the next attack coming up forward right now from Manipur Esports, as Tony is going to be starting off for everything and is going to be using the hybrid attack for his own self. But looking at this base, this is a really open base right now. Really open.
Absolutely, it is quite an open base, and he's going for something he's super comfortable with. You do see the hybrid hog miner combination, and that is something that's going to be really working in his favor. Meanwhile, we also see the Eagle Artery Chamber. It is situated on the north side in the huge compartment, so that's going to be the first concern that Tony needs to worry about. The second concern is that the town hall is on to the south side, so that's another thing. He needs to take down the town hall super early on. He has to also get 3 stars, so it's a lot of pressure onto this player. Let's see how he bags under it. Now there's going to be a raid spell there onto the Archer. He's been able to take down the defensive CC. She's moving forward. You do see a little bit of damage coming in there from the scatter shots, and now quickly you see a single Inferno Tower making a connect there onto the balloon, so she needs to be really careful. But now the Archer Queen entering that chamber, and then defensive CCs are going to drop.
That's true. Siege Barrack has been dropped up as well alongside the team. So this is again a really good combination coming in from one direction. Obviously, they still need to go for the push. I think they will slowly and steadily, and that's where the push is coming in right now. Yes, the push is right next to the compartment of Town Hall, and they'll be moving up forward now. They're going up against the next one, trying to take everything down. The Town Hall is as well out there, but Queen charging the ability at the right moment. Otherwise, it could have been a bad Survive still lives right now. Rowan Champion again is the only hero with its ability still intact. 46%, 48%, 50%. Can they just plus it out to 100%? Eagle Artery is still ready.
Absolutely, Eagle Artery there, the final chamber that Tony Boy needs to deal with. He is seeming to be very confident in this attack. You do see them heading into that final chamber, but the Hogs, they have reduced in massive numbers. Meanwhile, the Archer Queen, she has no healers helping around. The wall breaker is going to be there, but it's not going to be in that right time because the Archer Queen, she's already taken a fall. And Tony, he's in so much of trouble. It's not even funny. He has 59 seconds left on the clock. He's moved there 70% damage. He's got the Grand Warden on the back lines, the Wizards in the front, but the Pekka, he's really running low on health, and that's going to mean that that's going to be the next one to fall. The Wizards, not being too tanky, will also take a fall very soon. He was supposed to take this to 100%, but now I feel he's going to be closing at lesser than an 80%, and not going to be happy about this. The fact that they had to convert this fight for themselves. Eagle Artery not at all even touched in this particular attack. Manipur making a mistake in the first game, now making a really very annoying mistake, I would say, in the second game. They could have taken down that chamber. I think just pressuring one side of the base just completely turned the tides here for him.
It did turn the tides out here, but now 79% did not touch the 80% marker, and another 2-star coming in, that gets them what, 4 stars in 2 attacks. Meanwhile, the other team obviously is having 3-star in 1. If they go for a 2-star attack in this one, they'll again have a lead. If they go for a 3-star, again, they'll win in the second game only. If they have a 3-star attack in this one as well, because it will be 4 stars versus 6 stars. And for that, if you need to stop your opponent, you'll have to make them do a 1-star attack, which is next to impossible right now, given the fact, the momentum, the way this team is going. We'll have to see what happens in this one, because right now, so the first attack that was successful was a hybrid hog miner combination, and the attack that was unsuccessful was again a hybrid hog miner combination. So it comes down to laying down your troops the way you want them to.
Execution, I think that is so key in most of the fights. And Ocean, this is completely what you said. At the beginning, you wanted to see a game where there's one team that's completely dominating the other, and you were really happy about that fact. And I feel to some extent that's what you're getting, which is really nice to see, because Mizo, the way they are playing, I do have to say that Tunkul, they better be watching these matches. I don't think Mizo is going to give them the room to do what they did against their opponents, Noob Scarlet. Now, Noob Scarlet, I could give them the credit that they were the first team to qualify. Everybody watched their games, so they were easily manageable when it comes to their defense and their layouts. But on the other side, I don't think Mizo is the same kind of team. So coming in next year from Mizoram, we do see Chief making his entrance. Very nice performances coming out from him during the qualifiers. Can he really have a similar performance today? We will find out. He's also had a 3-star performance, by the way, in the qualifiers, so that was really cool to see. He's going with something he's super comfortable on. He's going to be the Yeti Smash Bowler combination. You also see 5 balloons in his arsenal. He's going to start his walk here, all the way from the south side. You do see from the southeast side, he's dropping the Grand Warden with the balloon. He also has the healers. So he's going with a very tried, tested, something he's super comfortable on, something that yields really good results because the base layout is definitely very hard to take down. You do see that one Inferno Tower right in the central part of the base, and Town Hall is on one side and the Eagle Archery completely opposite to that. So it's a lot of pressure here on the Chief. He's also going to be dropping down the Siege Barrack, get that P.E.K.K.A out of the board because he has the Barbarian King, and they get destroyed.
Well, as of now, yes. The attack kind of seems decent for the starters. Will it be decent for the enders? But let's sit on the clock right now. The King is picking up forward from the side of boulders as well. But the boulders are doing everything. Queen is also out there onto that area, and Grandmont is still, using its own ability. Queen's ability is still surviving. They still have that ability for the best or the worst cases. One star coming in will be for sure going for the 2 stars, but the third might be a difficult question.
Absolutely. Third star, that's where all the problems arise here. Mizo, if they do get this as a 3-star performance, they will be moving on. A 90% chance into tomorrow's grand finale. But now the Eagle Archery has been charged up. That means a lot of damage is getting dished out of the units. He's got those 2 stars in his favor. He's moved at 50% damage. Meanwhile, the Royal Champion in the front lines is able to take down that Wizard Tower. Meanwhile, nice piece getting deployed there. Going to give that Archer Queen that required space to make that convert. But Chief, I think he's done it. He's got enough team going into this fight and push this all the way to a 90%. He's got time on his side. 1 minute 9 seconds left on the clock. The Inferno Tower making it connect down to the Archer Queen. She's trying to stay alive as much as she can, but at the end of the day, her ability is going to be deployed and she's going to be taken down. Team, as much as it seemed like a 3-star, suddenly things are fading away.
Things are fading away. Again, just as we were discussing about these things, can they just end it down to everything for them? So 79%. Might as well go to 80 right now, and yes, they will. 80%, 81% on the clock lines right now with the timer at 37 seconds, but the troops are not there, so the timer drops down to 0. And 81% coming from Chief. I would say it's decent, but it's just not enough as what was their first attack, because their first attack was incredibly amazing. Good troop placement, good timing, good time management coming in onto those ones, so that was good. This one also, troop placement was good. I would say somehow heroes were not used as they should be. What it did is use King's ability, use Royal Champion's ability, and use Grand Warden's ability right next to each other. He should have given time for them.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give time. That's how you actually make the full use of every hero's ability. And over here, Chief making a few mistakes, but it also means that it's a silver lining here for the opponents. Mizo really looking forward to getting 3 stars in the back. They need to match out these scorecards and make sure that they are part of the Northeast Summit tomorrow also. But at the same time, we got to remember this is, of course, there are no lower brackets, ladies and gentlemen. So whoever gets out now, they are out. We give you all so many chances when it comes to qualifiers. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. But finally, when the grand finale happens, it's a do or die situation, honestly. But of course, okay, so now we have the next attack waiting. I also want to see an air attack. I think the fact that I've not really seen a lot of Electro Dragons has been something that I really want to see one of these teams go ahead and try to use. The Witches seem to be the flavor of the month. We've seen them in all forms, the Witches and the Super Witches and all that. So that's another attack that I'm really looking forward to. We also saw the first 3-star attack come out today from a Super Witch attack.
Yeah, so that's one thing. We saw quite a lot of attacks, a lot of different variables as well, like super witches being used. We saw a full-on air attack as well with a lot of balloons and the lava hounds as well. In the previous one, again, we saw that hog attack as well. So we saw very much variety with the attacks. But then still, I want to go to the old lines, like people using Electro Dragons probably for themselves. Might as well just go for some different kind of strategies. We saw Yeti Smash attack as well. So I want to see something different, something out of like nowhere if people go for this. Like some sort of a death attack that will not be having that much of hopes, but it will still get the best, like 100%, if not 100, like 90+%. Because sometimes you experiment and that experiment comes up good.
Absolutely. And it's a high risk, high rewards kind of scenario. Every team needs to take that slight risk to get that slight edge against their opponents. That's what keeps you going. And of course, at the same time, we got to remember that these players have gotten quite a bit of time to come up with these strategies. They finished their qualifiers last week. They still had one whole week to prepare. They knew how this is going to go and who's going to be the top four. So there's a lot of study also that's got into each of these matches that have been played. Each base also has been designed to kind of take down really strong opponents, because I have seen a huge switch in the way these bases have been modified from the qualifiers to how we are seeing them now in the grand finale. And I'm hoping to see those changes even get better tomorrow when we have the final matches. Of course, tomorrow's matches, ladies and gentlemen, is going to be a best of three. We're going to have 3 games going live, each of them starting at different times. So do follow the schedule to know exactly when Clash of Clans is going live to you. For now, of course, we have Joy CHX here from the side of Manipur Esports, who's going to be gracing us with his presence in the next war attack. He's going to go ahead with 5 super witches, which is very interesting to see. He also has 3 wizards in his arsenal. He's going to start his attack here from the east side. You see the Grand Warden into the front lines, and behind him, of course, you do see the healers.
They are there. They are there for sure. They are there. But again, as the attack is starting off right now, the major thing is, do they have enough time for ending of this attack or not? Obviously, they'll be having 2 minutes as well. This might go to a 3-star. I don't know why I have this feeling, because the way they are starting again with the super witch and everything, they might be using it in their good ways if they can. They have 2 balloons. They can deploy those balloons to see to find out some hidden troops if they just need to go for those ones as well. But now, onto the back lines, you can see the King is doing everything right for the starters, for its own self. Super Witch trying to go for the super skeletons as well, and now the Siege Barrack has been deployed. So good outing, trying to create one decent funnel opening for themselves, but no, King, it just went down.
Oh my god, that's going to be really risky for Joy. The fact that the King has taken a fall there, that means everything comes down to the Archer Queen and the Grand Warden. She's going to be moving forward in that compartment. It is the Town Hall compartment, so it is quite risky there. Out of the back lines, of course, we are going to see Royal Champion also make his entrance, I think, towards that Wizard Tower, trying to take it down as soon as possible. On the back lines, of course, the walk still continues. The Super Witches are there, the big boys are there to tag. They're entering the SP going to manage to take it down. 45% damage done, 1 minute 24 seconds on the clock. Joy needs to look at the time. He needs to make sure that he's able to complete this attack in the nick of time. In the front lines, of course, he does see that there's also a multi-target Inferno. That's going to be a problem.
A lot of problems. So maybe will be just coming in. They still, have 60 seconds, 60 plus seconds, and they have 60 plus % overall damage for themselves. But one number goes down as the timer moves forward, and the other number should move up forward as the damage moves forward. They have all the abilities were used from the heroes, but now it's just one, and the heroes are at their own self. Eagle Artery again doing everything in its own lines. With the timer remaining, it's going to be really difficult, because the Eagle Artery compound is still untouched, unfazed. It's still surviving. That means it might not go to 100%.
Absolutely. It does feel like a very difficult 100% coming out here for Joy. But he is trying to move out of these as much as possible, just figuring out his way into things. But the Eagle Artery Chamber, that's going to be the next one he needs to worry about. But time yet again, not 18 seconds left on the clock. I don't think it's going to be able to do it.
It's going to be really difficult if it does not happen. Obviously, 9 seconds remaining out, and in 9 seconds, in 6 seconds, in 5 seconds, in whatever seconds, you cannot take your attack down from 93 to 100. I mean, that's going to be a different level acceleration if that happens. But no, Manipur Esports, I would say, they still had a really good outing, like taking this down to a 93%. And they still have to be on toe-to-toe with the other team, right? Because they started off with a 3-star, and on to the other side, Manipur, they are still trying to find a good 3-star game for themselves. Let's see if that happens by the end of the day.
Absolutely. I mean, we just saw this attack. I think, yet again, Manipur, they're doing it right. The fact that you can't always have a 3-star attack, getting the Super Witches is a huge gamble. It's a time gamble, it's a percentage gamble. But there's one thing that they give you, and that's a 100% high percentage attack. And that is something that we did see this player bring out to us, Joy. I think he did exactly what his clan wanted him to do. And now it again sets a lot of pressure onto their opponents, because now, even if they match out the stars, they need to make sure that their next attack is about the 90% 90% mark. If it fails to be above the 90% mark, we could already see a huge pressure build up onto them. And to do that, of course, Mizoram going to be setting in Peter, a player that he has got 3 stars prior to this, looking to get it this time around in this attack. He's going to go for the hybrid hawk miner combination. Very comfortable combinations because he has 17 miners in his arsenal and he has 10 hawks, which will definitely do the trick for him.
They will do the trick for him. If we are just talking about this one now, the Queen is being backed up by those healers. Again, a standard push coming in from the Queen side. Wall breakers, they were 2 in number. One gets taken down, the other one as well, but it has done its opening. Now the Queen has to do the rest of the work. Will be moving on to the West Tower as well. Then Scatter Shot might as well be the next one to be taken down. And Eagle Artillery, look at this. This is a good one. If Eagle Artillery gets taken down before it could just, start off with everything, that's going to be a win-win situation for Peter.
Absolutely. Taking down the Eagle Artillery Chamber is already winning half the war here. Meanwhile, we are going to see here in the front lines with that Town Hall completely frozen up. That's going to be the next one to fall here onto the map. And then it's just going to be a little bit harder before he really launches his hybrid attack.
That's true. Now Siege Drag being declared onto the other side. That means the King is going to be coming up from that side as well. And yes, it is. King and Pekka just moving forward right next to each other. The Queen went down, but the Queen did the best of the job, taking down that Eagle Artillery compartment group and also the artillery. That means, half the battle has been won. It's time for the war right now, and that's where the King is moving up with its ability, just charging up alongside Pekka and alongside all of these. And now the push is coming in. You can see Grand Wardens, that's where the Hogs and Miners will be just jumping in and just going down the burrows. Will be taking down the Expo next, and after that, the next drop is going to be the Town Hall.
Absolutely. And once this Town Hall does take a fall here, I think it is going to get a little tad bit easier there for Mizoram 2014. It's already that second star in their favor. They're moving forward here. They've got the 50% mark into the front lines. Of course, those Inferno Towers, they're being quite troublesome here to Peter, and he needs to deal with them as soon as possible. All of the back lines, of course, we see a lot of defensive CC still there, so they have to be dealt with pretty soon if he wants to make it to the 3-star mark. But for now, he's going to be freezing out that central Inferno Tower just to be able to take it down. But the Royal Champion hasn't really turned in that direction. That means the Grand Warden is going to be the next one to fall here to that Inferno Tower. A lot of lives to that Inferno Tower. I must say the placement here from Dinesh has been on point.
It has been definitely on point, 67% right now if you just talk about the numbers. But if you talk about the troops, they have gone down. This attack from Mizoram 2014 might be the reason the team might go down, because the percentage is not their best friend right now.
Absolutely. This is one of those performances that you really dread to see. And you tell a team that, at least it wasn't a 1-star performance. Like, that's how we always look at the glass half full. It could have been worse than this. It wasn't. It wasn't something they really wanted to go through with. But they're going to be happy. I mean, 71%, not the best scorecard. Yes, I agree. But is it enough to really keep them going on the stars? Yes. Is it enough for them to go on the attack damage?
Yeah.
No. And if they just look at the stars, then they just got to make sure that their next few attacks, they just get those stars on point.
So the Queen did good in the previous attack, taking down the Eagle Artillery compartment, but the thing that changed everything was the major push that they had with that hybrid Hawk Miner combination alongside Grand Warden that came from a different direction. Had it been from that same direction, they already had a good opening. They could have just, capitalized on that one while the Hogs and Miners were moving forward, because in that, the first thing that they had to encounter was just the Town Hall, but in the next, in what they did, they had to encounter the defensive troops, then the buildings for the Grand Warden for a few troops, and then the Town Hall. So that's where the time just went in, and that's where the defensive buildings put a lot more pressure onto the offensive stuff, and that's where the things just went down. Otherwise, this would have been a good attack.
Absolutely. And with that, of course, we have finished with half the attacks here between both the teams. There's still half more to go. What are your predictions looking like, Ocean? Who do you think among these two teams is going to take it?
Well, now, I don't know, because previously, if you're talking about Manipur, they started off with a 3-star, but now they're lacking in a few things. Look at this. Obviously, overall, looking about the stuff, Manipur is not looking that good right now, but Mizoram, they have a star's lead. If Manipur can capitalize on this one, obviously they'll be looking good. But for that, they need to find that 3-star attack. If they go for a 3-star in this one, they for sure will win. But for the back flip, because it's going to go down in this one. And now, the next thing that it can go for is going to be the Eagle Artillery. Again, opening up the Eagle Artillery, taking the Eagle Artillery down right off the bat is a really good choice. But can they can they just, do justice with the full attack from the Dragons and the Blue?
Absolutely, that is the question, of course. And you do see it's the Electro Dragon with 10 big dragons. And I did mention I wanted to see an Electro Dragon attack, and here it is onto our screen. Something that is so comfortable for the Dinesh. I think he's going to be able to convert this with ease.
He should convert this with ease right now. Now, the Dragons moving from one other direction. The Dragons are opening from different sides. I would say it should be fruitful. It does not look like that, so because not a lot of Dragons are into the equation right now. Now they're just, dropping Dragons, by Dragons, one by one. And now the push comes in. Hidden Teslas have been deployed as well. And now the Grand Ward, the backbone of the attack, is going to be out there as well. But the Noobs are going down. Obviously, the Noobs were vulnerable once in this one. But now as the Dragons are moving forward, might as well be a really good outing. Town Hall still untouched right now, but now the Dragons are moving to the Town Hall side. Town Hall will be looking really good. Grand Ward's ability has been charged up as well. Will be a decent one. The Queen still has to charge up its own ability as it is taking fight onto the other side.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, into the front lines, it costs 66% damage, and you see those 2 stars in his favor. He is moving forward, Dinesh, in the right direction, but can he really convert till the end? He's got the Royal Champion there just to start chip damage onto them. Meanwhile, the Archer Queen, she's still alive, and that is one really good sign here for Dinesh. On the back lines, of course, you're going to see the Dragons. They're going to be able to take down the Inferno Tower. Moving forward, he has enough time. This could definitely be a 3-star attack.
This can be, and this is, I would say, just like I was speculating when the attack started, if this one goes for a 3-star, Manipur will go for a really good comeback, and they are looking good. They started off this attack good, they have the time in their favor, they have the troops in their favor, they will be going for a good 3-star attack for themselves, as one Dragon was fighting up that Archer Tower, and now you can see Grand Warden just moving up from one side to the other, and now they just have a few, 2 buildings for themselves. One is Cannon, the other one is the Elixir Collector, will be taking them down as well, and this seems like a happy attack for them.
Absolutely, 100% 3-star attack here for Manipur, and they're going to be really happy. The fact that they need to keep getting these performances, not only for themselves, but also to make sure that they make the way into the finale a little bit more, tad bit easier for them. I do feel they're still struggling, but the other interesting thing is that they're trying out so many different kinds of combinations and strategies that is definitely going to put Tunkul into the question that what are they really going to be playing tomorrow? And when you don't really know what your opponent is going to do, that's when you get the most nervous.
That's true. That's where you might just get a bit nervous for themselves. But we'll have to see how the other team just retaliates, because they have done it once. They can do it again in the form of 3 stars and all those things. But if they fail in this one, last attack will be the deciding attack for themselves, because so far the game has been like neck to neck with everything. First, Manipur, they did not have a lead. Mizoram had a lead. Now Manipur has a lead all of a sudden. So things might just go in a seesaw, but we'll have to see where the balance just arrives.
Absolutely. It's all about that balance here. And if you're sitting at home, ladies and gentlemen, and you're rooting for a player, go hashtag any summit and let us know your thoughts, because all these players have worked really hard to make their way into this Northeast Summit. And it is the first of its kind. I think this is the first time that we have seen so much attention here in the Northeast part of India. So it's really nice to see. Finally, we're going to be entering the next attack here. Another very important attack. One of the final attacks here in this semi-finals, number 2. It's going to be an interesting one. Let's see what's going to happen. It's going to be the 5th attack here, and Peter yet again. It's going to be the 4th attack here from Mizoram 2014. It's going to be Pitera, who's going to make their entrance over here. You also see Pai Super, which is his arsenal. Going to start his attack here from the south side. You see the Grand Ward in the front lines, the healers on the back.
Super Witches will be used for sure onto this one, as it needs to, just charge up with everything. And I would say again, Grand Warden being used with healers, alright, I don't have any grudge against that, but I would still prefer the Queen being used with the healers, because you can use the raid spells right for the starters, the Queen with its ability, and that those healers at the backbone will look really good. But now obviously they are using it in this way, and you can see now the Super Witches are just coming in alongside Siege Barrack on the other side. That's where the King is still, fighting cell looking good for its own self. Now, the major push will be coming in slowly and steadily. They still have 3 wizards for their own self. King's ability has been charged after the main push has started. As you can see, Super Witches are doing everything good for themselves. They are moving on to the Town Hall. Will be taking Town Hall down. Slowly and steadily, they are just trying to go for this one, but Noob will be looking on for the other compartments. Now, Town Hall is open up for contestation.
Absolutely, and the Town Hall, it is getting damaged pretty hard here. You do see 32% damage already done. It is going to be the next one to fall and get that first star in their favor, but now they are moving forward. That Eagle Archery, the next target to be taken down.
Yes, it is. It is the next target to take it down. But with everything, things happening, so we'll have to see how the thing just comes in. Now, as we are just seeing, 50% will be up there for the contestation, slowly and steadily. The time is there, but the troops are separated from each other. You see, a few troops onto the downward side, a few troops onto the upper side. The Queen is still surviving, still trying to go for everything. The ability has been charging. Lottery goes down with this one. But how long can the Queen survive as the health is going down slowly and steadily? And that's the final nail in the coffin for the Queen. Now it's all down to just the final 2 Super Witches, if they can do everything. Meanwhile, on the other side, you can see 1 wizard, 1 minion doing everything for its own self. But like, will that be enough?
I don't think it's going to be enough. I mean, the fact that, when you see 2 Super Witches on the board and you see the time clock, it's been 30 seconds, you do know it's too far from Tunkul. But at the same time, you got to make sure that it ends on a high percentage. That's something that he's rooting for. He's at 70% mark. He could push this mostly to an 80%, but beyond that, I don't really see this fight going on. And when you already look at the damage percent between these 2 teams, you do notice there is a slight lead there on Manipur Esports, and they are going to even out in the stars, and I think it's going to come down to the attack damage. And the next 2 attacks, I just hope that they end up with just attack damage, because when it comes to the stars, I don't think any of them is going to give the other one a lead here in any kind of form. But he's going to close at the end at a 78%. Not at all a good scorecard. I just spoke about the fact that with the Super Witch combination, you may not get those 3 stars. You may not have enough time, but ending on a high percentage attack is something that is picked up when you go for a Super Witch combination. At 78%, that's not something you really expect. So a lot riding here onto the last attack, not only for Mizo, but also for Manipur. And which of these 2 players actually give us a great performance today, that team is going to be moving forward.
Let's say this is what Manipur needed. Somehow, this is what they just needed. To stop the opponents at not a higher percentage, get a really high percentage in the final attack, and then again put a lot of pressure onto their opponents. Because if you fail under pressure, things might just go down. So Manipur, they might just have a good thing in their own banks. We'll have to see how that happens. But now, obviously, before that, things might be just looking decent for both the teams. Right now, it's kind of a high pressure situation. Whoever wins this attack wins the game. So the final player from both the teams will be under a lot of pressure.
It's going to be a nail-biting finisher.
Yeah.
Something that I love seeing in semifinals. I mean, the fact that you never really know which underdog team is going to win today and go ahead tomorrow and take down giants like Tunkul, because for now, Tunkul is looking super strong to me. Just looking at these 4 teams' attack in the past 2 hours has shown me that Tunkul definitely has a huge advantage. Can Manipur Esports or the side of Mizoram change that circumstance? That is for tomorrow's story. But for now, it's going to be the final attack coming out here from Manipur. It's going to be Boy Sharma making his entrance. He's got a hybrid hog miner combination, 16 hogs, 16 miners and 10 hogs. You're going to see he starts his attack there from the east side of the map. It's going to be a defensive CC prop there onto the Archer Queen. She's already dealing with all of them. Meanwhile, there is a healer on the back lines. She's not deployed a raid spell, a poison, which is really interesting. And finally, she's going to be sending it down to super minions and create the required funnel.
They will be creating a required funnel. That's just needed out there. But now looking up forward with everything, we'll have to see if this will be enough, because this is the attack that they need. And obviously, 1 star is still in their favor. Will they go for another one? Will they or will they not? That's going to be one of the questions. Will they go for the 3rd one? That's going to be the question of the hour, of the game, of the movement. That is needed. We'll have to see how the things happen right now. 2 minutes is still remaining on the clock lines right now. They'll be using the tried and tested and trusted hybrid hog miner combination with 1 headhunter as well on their own lines. But now the Queen is doing everything for it, trying to create the openings that the Queen needs and that the team needs right now. Hogs and miners along the defense warden are out there.
Absolutely. You see the Hawks with the miners and everybody into that south side of the compartment. The Royal Champion there needs to take down that Inferno Tower. If the Inferno Tower doesn't fall, it could be risky. The Grand Waters everything will be deployed just to take down that Inferno Tower. They have taken down one, but there's one in the central core part of the base that's going to be another problem that they need to deal with. Meanwhile, the Archer Queen, her ability is going to be deployed and she's going to be down next. Very worrisome situation here for Boy Sharma. Can he really convert further? Let's see. For now, the Eagle Archer is going to be the next ball, giving him those 2 stars and 80% also into the bag. Now he needs to move forward. There's a multi-target in front from front lines. He's going to be sending a rage now just to make sure that the Royal Champion can push forward into this fight. Even on the back lines, you do see that there's still an Archer Tower that needs to be taken down. Boy Sharma moving towards that, the Grand Warden with the Royal Champion managing to take it down. And finally, the most important compartment, the Teslas with the Inferno Tower, the Royal Champion being MVP in this scenario, taking down that Inferno Tower mostly before he takes the ball. His ability will be deployed for that one, but he has got what he needs for this attack. He has a lot of cleanup troops on the back line, and with the Grand Warden still alive with the healers, this conversion is definitely possible. The Royal Champion still in that aura, so that is one good news for him. He's got those 2 stars, 83% damage done, 35 seconds left on the clock. Boy Sharma going to get a high percentage 2-star attack. Will it be enough? We will find out only after the final attack here for Mizoram. But for now, I think he's made a really good statement here, just getting to that 86%.
Getting that 86% right now seems decent, seems good. Obviously, we'll be going for the 87 as well, 88 as well right now. And might as well go for an 89. We'll go for an 89 for sure. Might as well go for a 90. We'll go for 90 for sure. I think might just go for 90. Yes, we'll go for 91. No, it cannot. All right, so 90 is where it is right now with the time remaining. And Boy Sharma goes for 90. We'll have to see what the final attack does, because that's where, you know, the pressure will be. If Mizoram needs to win, they need to go for a 3-star. Otherwise, 98 to 99% 2-star.
I mean, I felt you were bidding out some inventory for somebody with that. Let's go for an 80, okay, an 85. Let's go for a 90. But of course, at the end of the day, I think that was great. I think the fact that he got that attack damage to 90%, I think is really good. I think it's going to come down to the attack damage, and I will ask you the math to that very soon after that final attack. But it's very important, ladies and gentlemen, to realize that this final attack, to get it to a 90%, the player has been under so much of pressure, and then be able to convert with a line up like that. It was really phenomenal for me to see. I'm looking to see if this team moves forward for tomorrow. What is Boy Sharma going to be doing against Tunkul? But of course, the other part remains that we still have one player to perform, and he's under equal pressure. I think he's just going to go for a hybrid hog miner combination and just let it slide.
He's under more pressure, I would say. Not even equal pressure. Now the pressure bar is increasing. The stress bar is increasing, because look at this. If they have to win, even if they go for a 3-star, in the percentage department, they'll be at 86%. They just need to go for a 3-star. That's the only way they can win. Nothing else can happen. Nothing else. Only 3 stars will make them win. And talk about this one. See, this is what I was saying. This is just ice golem and witches are being used out in this one. Seems like a really good start. No hybrids, no air attacks, nothing like that. Just something out of the books, something out of syllabus is what just is coming in out here. I just want to see if this is going to be everything. Wallbreaker is breaking up the walls right in front of it just because it needs to do everything.
I mean, I would say Banla should redefine this attack and call it the spam witch attack. Because you just literally drop down all your witches onto the board and they just expect them to do everything. This is so risky though. The fact that the Eagle Archery is already charged up, I don't really think this is going to convert. It's very difficult if this converts. But now because you do see the witches, they are on the outside, they are on the inside. Nice freeze getting deployed here. They are moving forward. Another big freeze getting deployed. Mostly the ice golems here doing Atla, but he's reached at 43% damage. He's going forward, reached at 45%. He's not yet reached the town hall, which is a huge concern for me. He does have the time to do the same, but my worry is that the witches will not survive. The Archer Queen in the front lines, of course, she is stripping down to whatever she can see. The Eagle Archery has been taken down finally, so that's one great news here. He still has his Teslas to deal with. He still has an Inferno Tower to deal with, and this is really confusing for me. Manla, I think he's pressuring the situation a little too hard. Hopefully it will pay off.
Let's just hope that it pays off, right? If it doesn't, then it's going to be a bad situation. They still have to find the second star. Might as well not find it, because they just have one. They just have one single star for themselves. Queen's ability is still there, but I don't know. 72%. We get it. The percentage is moving forward, but where is the second star from them?
It's risky. I mean, Vanla, I do feel this was completely not thought about before attack. Ocean, the way he started this attack with just deploying all the 14 witches on the map, I just felt that was where things just went so wrong for him. No matter what you do, we all know the fact that in Eagle Archery, the more units dropped on the map, as soon as a certain percentage of units are dropped on the map, the Eagle Archery charges up. Now, if you start the attack with all 14 witches, that means it's already a lot of splash damage that's getting done to every single unit that's already dropped on the map. So I think Vanla didn't really think this through. He is going to be getting that really high percentage, but with a 1-star, he's far away from where he's supposed to be. And he kind of brought his team down in the other way that, okay, you know what, maybe we would have had less attack damage, but getting a 1-star high percentage attack, that's even worse.
Just look at that one skeleton right behind the wall, just trying to break that wall. That's one thing that I'm just seeing from all these times. That one skeleton is doing everything. Yeah, I'll be the MVP skeleton. I'll take everyone down. But he's still, just struggling with the wall right now, and that's something that's continuing to swing. 83%, 1-star. They needed 3. They got 1. That's where the difference is.
And the interesting thing is when he looked at this attack, he just had 17 witches. Maybe just adding a battle blame to it, reducing the number of witches would have been a little bit more manageable circumstance. Because when you rely too much on just one thing, you don't really have any backup. But now, of course, you do see the winners here. It's going to be Manipur Esports moving forward as a second team to the grand finale with 91.6% damage done compared to 82.6. You also see they had this huge 1-star lead. Congratulations to the team. Of course, I think they were phenomenal. I think they did really, really well. But for them, the battle has just begun. They have just entered, I must say. And it's a long war for them because tomorrow they are going to be playing a best of 3. And in that, of course, they're going to be facing Tangkul, a team that we just saw perform. If you guys have missed out the games, you can definitely check them out in our highlights. But on the other side, Ocean, Tangkul one side and Mizo. What's going on in your mind?
I would say Thankful. Because they have the capability. They somehow have the capability. They have done 4 3-stars. Today also 98.2. Massive numbers are there with them.
Absolutely. And everybody tuning in, we have Free Fire coming up right after this. So let's head back to the desk where our host and analysts are waiting to break down this game.
Thank you so very much, Ocean and Angie. Indeed, wonderful game coming in from both the clans, but boy oh boy, the way this Manipur Esports played, I mean, it was just GG's indeed. Compared to the previous games though, not on par, not on point, but still compared to the competition.
I mean, yeah, compared to the competition, they were a lot better. And I mean, good thing for Manipur Esports as well, because Manipur Esports, they were off to a decent start, like coming in with the 90% of their own. But Mizoram 2014, they were off to a really, really good start. They had a 3-star in the first attack, and then they messed up everything else.
I mean, probably the pressure got to them, probably just the way the base itself was being set up and the way the execution came on down. The defense side was on point, but then again, when it comes to the attack and the way you even approach completely, then either you've got your troops set up on the top left or the top right, and that could very well be the break or make difference. But indeed, when it comes to the gameplay, boy, oh boy, I mean, I have to agree with Ocean. Tunkul looking very, very optimistic for tomorrow's finale, but Manipur Esports, as we've seen in the recent past, they have the capability.
See, I won't take anything away from Manipur Esports as well, because I mean, they were pretty consistent, constantly getting those high percentages in their favor as well. Even though, I mean, they were behind in the early stages, just being really, really consistent on all the players throughout the roster is something that helped them. I mean, Mizoram, they did have a lot of blunders. I mean, apart from the first 100%, we had a high 70%, then we have somewhere around an 80% attack, and so on and so on. So one good attack, all 4 of the remaining ones did not go in their favor. But on their opponents also were pretty consistent. That's the thing, and that's how they got the lead.
Absolutely, and with that, they of course move into the grand final itself now. With that, of course, keep in mind 1,30,000 rupees on the line, and that is of course going to be a BO3 game that shall take place tomorrow. But for today, COC does come to an end. We are going to move on to Free Fire, but before we get into some Free Fire awesomeness, we're going to go on a very short break. Stick around, we'll be right back. Airtel India Esports Talk continues its quest to find best esports athletes. The party has reached Northeast India with the Northeast Esports Summit. 2 new esports titles, Clash of Clans and Free Fire. 4 qualifiers, 1 grand final, prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. A golden opportunity to rank up on the national leaderboard of India's best esports athletes. Northeast, are you ready? Qualifier 1 registrations from 14th to 26th October. Airtel India Esports Talk continues its quest to find best esports athletes. The party has reached Northeast India with the Northeast Esports Summit. 2 new esports titles, Clash of Clans and Free Fire. 4 qualifiers, 1 grand final, prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. A golden opportunity to rank up on the national leaderboard of India's best esports athletes. Northeast, are you ready? Qualifier 1 registrations from 14th to 26th October. The serene land of diversity and charm is set to witness the celebration of esports. 8 states, 1 voice. The Northeast Esports Summit is calling. 2 big titles, Clash of Clans, Free Fire. Compete in 4 online qualifiers to reach the grand finals. Prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. Registrations open from 14th October onwards. Hello and welcome back once again to Northeast Esports Summit by Nodwin Gaming. You're joining us certainly on day number 1 of these grand finals, and things are off to a wonderful start. We just got done with our semi-finals in the COC segment, where indeed 2 teams have come up on top that are going to be moving on forth for tomorrow's grand final that will take place tomorrow, BO3 in the COC segment. But on the other side is of course going to be Free Fire, where things have worked out beautifully across the 4 qualifiers. But before we get into that, of course, I do need to thank the wonderful partner. It is, of course, Airtel India Esports Store, sponsored by Red Bull, the drink that gives us wings, that has given us the energy to go all the way from Q1 to Q4, and now finally stepping into the grand final. Things are looking good. I'm your host, Bloro. Joining me on the analyst desk, it is none other than Fixus to talk more about these teams and what to expect, dude.
Well, some very intense action on the first note, of course, because with the way we did see the qualifiers going out, a few teams have really stepped up, and they've stepped up big time. So I think I should start off with King's God. The one and only team who did manage to cross that 250 mark and were really close to the 300, and which has never really happened. You know, talk about records being broken, they have done it all. But now the competition is amongst the best of the lot.
Absolutely.
So we'll have to see how they perform today.
Boy, I mean, that of course is a pressure altogether being added on to all the other teams, but along with that is the massive prize pool that's creating a black hole for all these teams, because after all, I mean, it's right now is their moment, do or die situation.
Of course, you know, to talk about it, we have 2,20,000 rupees on the line, and along with that, the bragging rights. That is what matters for all these players. You know, talk about the Northeast region. We have seen some very promising talents, both in the arenas of Clash of Clans and also in Free Fire. But this is where things get really interesting, because now, like we mentioned just a few seconds ago, it's the top 3 teams from every single qualifier that has qualified in. We also have other big teams like Gods of ASSAM, Scotland of the East, IYATYLLILANG. So a lot of good teams are over there. So last time there were speculations as to King's God might have had a rather easier lobby, but no, this is where it gets a lot more difficult. Now, if they prevail supreme, they can be called as the undisputed champions.
They certainly will probably be fighting for that. But along with that, of course, are the other teams who are going to be providing a little bit of that tension, a little bit of that PewDiePie craziness. Because after all, when it comes to the name, I have to give it to Scotland of the East. You know, I mean, the name is just so very gorgeous. But on the other side, when you talk about aggression, when you go all the way back and start reminiscing about Q1 and Q2, that is qualifier 1 and 2, ASSAM Rifles, right? I mean, another wonderful team that does come up on top. But
absolutely.
Right now, as you did point out, during the Q4, it was King's God raining fire in the Free Fire arena through and through amongst the competition. And what held them with that spot was, of course, the placement points and the number of kills.
See, you know, if you compare it to the different battle royales that we do see, what really catches our eye is the 2 kill points that we get per kill, right?
Exactly.
So if you take 1 kill, you get 2 points out of it. So you need to be very kill oriented right from the start. You need to go for those kills. You need to go for the commitments over there. So how do we differentiate Free Fire from the other battle royale games is how you use your goo walls, how you place yourself, because you have that aim assist advantage that you get. You can't be out in the open.
Absolutely cannot. And of course, with that, let's also have a look at all the teams that are, of course, going to be part of the lobby today. And we have, wow, I mean, we've got a lot of teams here.
Yeah, of course. And starting things off, Scotland of the East, the winners of our first qualifier, and they were a very promising team. And every single one, you talk about Tension, you talk about Assam Rifles, even West Side Army also put up quite a show out there. But it's King's God that we are really looking out for, and Gods of Assam. These two teams are the teams that really impressed me and Johnny while we were on the analyst desk last time around. So yeah, every single team is a champion over here. We just have to see who is the king.
Exactly. Who will, like you said, have the bragging rights for the first time ever in the Northeast region to call themselves the champions. And with that, of course, it is time to get busy with the game. Let's quickly throw it to our casters.
Hello everyone, welcome to Northeast Esports Summit. My name is Ocean Sharma. Alongside me is going to be Shadow, and looking back at the previous week's games to this week right now, I'm in Shadow. What are your expectations? Because the teams that we have seen the names of, we have known their teams like for quite a while now.
Yeah. Well, I have very high expectations because last time when I saw Team Tension, out of 5 matches, they got 4 booyah. So I have high expectations from this particular team. And if I do or die also, if we remember, this team is also have a very good record of performing really good. And Gods of Assam also, how can you forget Gods of Assam? So there are some interesting teams, and let's see which of the team is going to get their first booyah in the first map.
We'll have to see, as right now, talking about the maps, we will be having, different maps at different locations. And in this one, I would say God 80, RJX, Hotshot. I mean, we've seen these players play previously as well. And obviously, Fuego is going to be starting off with his team as well. Now they are moving on to the top of Katlitsua. We'll be moving up forward right now. But, will that be enough? It's going to be one of the questions. As you can see this map right now, Pochinok, Peak, Factory, Mars Electric. Good areas coming in onto the map of Bermuda. But will it be enough right for the starting of the fight? We'll have to see what happens.
Yes, we'll have to see what happens. For now, the two teams which are in close vicinity is going to be the players of team number 2, which is going to be team Bongaigaon, and team number 11 also, that is Gods of Assam. Let's see if there is going to be an early engagement or not. On the other hand, if we talk about the players of Respect, one of their player kings is in close vicinity, and the players of team number 11 have been spotted down by Heart of team number 2. Let's see, is he gonna spot him out and take the first blood? And yes, he has managed to take the first blood, and team 11 has been better. One has been reduced to 3-man squad.
Again, Tension, they are looking good for themselves. They have a new kill leader in their team, but better one. They want to be the better one right now. They're taking, they lose one of their players as well again in this one. Toxic is going to be looking good for his own self, but will he or will he not be the best? That's going to be one of the questions, because better one has been reduced to just 2-man squad. They have a vehicle right next to them. They might as well just take it down if they want to. But, given the circumstances, they still need something for a good fight, and they are still trying to find out good guns, maybe some first aids or something like that. But, it's a matter of time if they can or if they cannot.
Well, it's a matter of time for now. Better one are not looking better at all in terms of loot, in terms of players also, because they have lost 2 of their players, and playing as a 2-man squad is not going to be that easy for them because there are still 46 players and 12 teams alive. Let's see how they are going to perform in this map. RE Toxic is there, Donbok is there, that is 2-man squad. And in fact, if you look at it, there are 2 teams also in the close vicinity. Their location has been compromised. So let's see if the players of Team Tension are going to rush in towards them, and Tension always creates tension. They have a very good start every time. This time also they are having a very good start. They have got 1 kill to their name. They are looting around in the areas of Mill, and we know Mill is quite famous for its snipers. So let's see if we are going to see some sniping shots from the players of Team Tension for now. And if we talk about the players of team number 6 also, they are also in close vicinity to the players of team number 2.
That's true, but on to the observatory side is where you can see the players of team number 7. They are just moving up again, trying to take good loot for themselves using baseball bats. Right now, I would say it's decent. Obviously, will be good for the movement for the players. God 80 is also just moving in from one direction to the other. Obviously, just trying to spot on some good things for their own self. But right next to the players of team number 7, there's going to be team number 10. And just like you said, pretty close to each other, but still not as close for the fights. 12 teams, 46 players alive. It was 48. But Better One lost 2 of their players. You can see them again. Better One, they have good guns for themselves, using Toxic using shotgun right now. Pretty good for the close ranges, but we'll have to see if team number 4 actually gets that close for Toxic to to take up a good fight, but right now will be using the vault for his own self. I don't know, like, I would say that was not needed as of now, but maybe for some planning.
Maybe some for planning. Definitely the placement was not that good because the players of team number 4, I believe they are just waiting for all of their players to join in or reunite so that they can rush in towards the players of team 11. That is better one, because I think they know that there is a team, and yes, they know that, and we can already see the players rushing in towards Toxic, and Toxic is in a 1v4 situation. Let's see how he's going to deal with this 1v4 situation. Can he do it? He has got a shotgun though. Like you said, he has to be very precise with this shot. He's going to get one shot. If it takes down the player, then good. Otherwise, he will be taken down very easily. But that won't happen because the players of Assam Rifles are not going to get that close, and they take him down easily. And now Toxic will be confirmed, and team is a lot of problem. Team number 11, because they have been reduced to just one-man squad.
They have been reduced to a one-man squad. But I don't know. Things just went weird for the team. If you're just talking about this one, they thought, like, better ones player Toxic thought like he was in a good area for his own self, but that was not the proper case. He thought he was in cover. That was not the proper case. He thought he would be taking up a good fight. That was not the proper case, and that's where things just started going pretty down for themselves. They were using AK, AN-94, all these guns, but it was not the proper case, and that's where things just went on. Gods of Assam right now, just like you said, we cannot rule out this team. Nayan, Jintu and Babu, these players have showcased incredible gameplay previously as well. Let's see if they can go neck to neck with Tension.
Yes, that is going to be a very interesting fight. Gods of Assam going up against Tension, because these are the two teams which have showcased an amazing performance, and it's going to be a pretty interesting fight. For now, the players of Gods of Assam are nearby the factory area. They will be holding on to the tower, and let's see how that is going to turn out, because sometimes we have seen the whole squad getting eliminated that tend to hold on to those tower areas, so they have to be very careful. For now, the players of team number 8 and in their closest vicinity, I can see the players of team number 7 also. Let's see if they will be rushing in towards them, or they will just rotate to another area. This is pretty risky for the players of team number 7 right now, because if they come out in the open area, the players of team 8 can easily spot them down, and I believe one of the player of team number 7 is already taking some of the shots.
Yeah, they are taking some of those shots, but look at this. Team number 7, team number 8, yeah, we talked about these, both these teams. But I would say somehow I would put my money on team number 7 because of their rotation. They know that, the circle is going to be a bit of a tricky thing for them. So they are just focusing much more on the rotating part as compared to on the fighting part right now. They know they are in the open. If they get caught off, a good quick scope might as well take one of the players down, and then the team will be faltering up for the decisions. Moving on to the backsides of Hangar right now, who will try and get inside the circle. Talking about the teams getting inside the circle, this team, I mean team number 10, do or die, they need to get inside the circle ASAP. If they are not in the right if they're not in the circle at the right moment, the zone will be damaging them. Obviously, it's the first circle, not a lot of damage will be just coming in, but getting inside the circle should be a priority.
Well, definitely you have to be friendly with the zone, because we have seen teams getting having late rotation inside the zone. Take the zone damage also, and if there is any squad gatekeeping you, then also you are in a double problem. So you have to be friendly with the zone. For now, Assam Rifles, they are in a good position. They are holding on to the areas of peak, which I believe is a good position to hold on to. So if the zone is also going to favor them, and team number 8 has already started in their rotation, they need to be careful of the players of team 7, because they can backstep them if they are not oblivious of the fact that there is a team. But I believe they know. On the other hand, team Tension is having a little fun right now. On the other hand, the team that is in close vicinity is going to the close of team number 2, and team 8 and team number 7 are already exchanging shots. Let's see if the first knock is going to come from either side. And yes, team number 7 hot shot has been taken down by the plus of team number 8, and they are in a lot of problem right now. On the other hand, God 80 might want to go in for the revival. There is no time because the player has been confirmed, and now team number 7 is in a lot of problem because they don't have much area to move around. They are pinned down besides a stone.
They had a good rotation previously, but after that they just got caught off, and now they don't have much of the areas, just like you said, and now they are being pincered down, they are being pressurized, they are being, taken down in this area. New kill leader is going to be from Respect, and I would say they have good respect from all their opponents right now because they are doing, looking good, they are looking decent, they are looking amazing for their gameplay, but will it be enough? That's going to be one of the questions. On to the SAT, you can see the players of Team Tension. They lost one of their players, and that might just increase tension for these players right now. They are just trying to spot a few players here and there. They will be losing another one. Another one goes down. Reznov is the last man surviving from this team that have had back-to-back booyahs. That's going to be a difficult one for Tension.
Well, that is going to be a difficult one, but the team that is shooting in their direction, Kings God, how can we forget this team, because it also showed an amazing back-to-back booyahs. And if you look at the position of all the 4 players of team Kings God, they had the perfect placement. From the other side, the players of team number 4 were also shooting in the direction of Tension. Team number 6, that is Kings God, have also lost one of their player, and team 4, Assam Rifles, one of their player has been knocked down. And let's see if the players of Honey Design, of Kings God Honey Design, can get that confirmation onto him or not. We'll have to wait for it. I believe a revival will be coming in anytime soon. On the other hand, if you look at the solo player of team number 2, Tension, he is going to disengage from this fight, and he need to have good rotations if we want to have some placement points towards his name.
Well, that's true. That's true. On to the other side, you can see 4 arms from team number 6. Obviously, that's going to be Kings God, and they would be showing good gameplay. They also, lost one of their players, so that kind of becomes a tricky thing for them. But if we are talking about the other team, like team number 10, that are just trying to be onto the closer vicinity for them. So we'll have to see what happens as the fights will be happening slowly and steadily. But 4 arms, he has to spot up a few players. He has to take him down. Obviously, has a sniper, has a decent sniper for his own self. But team number 4, they have a good momentum. Like they, almost wiped out one team. They can do it again. But Kings God, they also have 5 kills. They should not be taken lightly.
Well, they definitely should not be taken lightly. Like you said, they have already gotten 5 kills to their name. They lost one of their player because, but one of their strongest player, 4 arms, Honey Design, are still there. So this team is still looking very good. And let's see how they are going to take the fight with the players of team Assam Rifles, who are holding on to that adjacent compound. And Assam Rifles, they also had a very good start. But the player that is trapped nearby them, it's going to be the player. It's Babu, I guess, and he needs to be really silent right now. And so many teams are rotating from the close vicinity. The players of team number 2, the players of team number 8, also team 4 will be moving it towards the peak area, and this was a mistake. Honey Design takes down one of the players from team number 4, Assam Rifles, and let's see if he'll be able to get the kill confirmation. And I believe he has got the kill confirmation also. And now Assam Rifles are in a lot of trouble because I think they have been reduced to 2-man squad, and the direction in which they are moving, another team will be waiting for them. It's going to be the players of team number 10, and they are up to a 2v4 fight with them.
Well, things are looking, a bit different for this team. Kings God, I mean, again, we'll be talking about this team for sure coming up when they'll be, moving up in the next circles, next zones, as they are slowly and steadily again trying to move in. And talking about ASSAM Rifles, they're also looking decent for their gameplay, but they also lost 2 players for themselves, but they'll be moving up forward against again Team 11's last player is right next to them. We'll have to see if Captain spots him out and take him out. I would say he's focusing on the rotation right now, not trying to spot any of the players. A life set, as you can see, Team Respect, they have good kills for themselves, but Kings God, they have the maximum kills, 6 in their favor, but they have 3 players surviving, and that kind of creates a difference.
Well, that definitely creates a difference, but Kings God has the experience and they have showcased amazing performance. So I won't say losing one player is going to be so much of a disadvantage for them. But yeah, if they lose one more player, then the problem will start arising. On the other hand, if you look at the players of team number 3 in the same compound, we see the players of team number 12 also. Team number 8 is also moving in 3 squads, 3 teams and 1 compound. Let's see how this fight is going to turn out. For now, the players of team 8 has to be very careful because the players of team 3 have a good compound to their name. On the other hand, the players of team 8 are right now in the open area. These all 3 teams are holding on to the Poochie Nog, one of the good places to hold on, considering there are so many buildings and compartments that they can hold on to. But team 8, not much space to move around, and if the players of team number 3 are able to reach their compounds, then one grenade, and this whole team will be in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, one grenade to rule them all might just happen, but we'll have to see, how the things just go down onto the things as the players will be just, moving on from one area to the other. 24 seconds onto the clock, 24 seconds onto the clock, and after that they'll be moving up on from one side to the other. All right, so this team also, just outperformed when the games actually started onto the starting weeks. They did outperform with everything. We'll have to see what they do in this one. They have all the players surviving. They have the proper loot for themselves. They have proper area, proper armory for themselves. But will that be enough? That's going to be one of the questions. Meanwhile, I could see the kill feed. King Squad, they are still wreaking havoc.
Well, they are definitely creating havoc, but the players of Team Number 5 are in a bit of trouble because they are in the open area. And let's see how that is going to turn out, because they are definitely getting shot from somewhere else, and right now they are moving into the safe area. On the other hand, some of the teams are already engaging in a fight. 4Arms getting a grenade kill to his name, and he has confirmed the devil. And Team 4Arms, Team King's God, is not stopping. They are going in for the kills. I believe they have got 7 kills right now. 4Arms gets another grenade knock for his team, and he is becoming the grenadier, and with that better one just gets an elimination, an early elimination. It's not gonna go down well with them, but King's God, they are definitely looking very strong right now.
They are looking really strong with everything for themselves. We'll have to see, if it just ends up with a lot of things, as you can see, trying to move in from one direction to the other. But with the stuff that is happening, I mean, talking about gods, they will have to do something when the rush is coming in. Fluffy onto one side, trying to spot the players, trying to take him down. Fluffy is just moving forward. Angel onto the other side. Angel will be taking a fight against the player of Team Number 7. 1, 3, and 7. 3 teams, 3 players out here. Team Number 7. All right, so this might be a tricky thing. Wilford has an spaz, and if he just moves in, damage will be good, and he takes him down. Yes, he does, and that's the elimination coming in for one of the teams. We have 10 teams surviving. Hunting Design onto the other side is doing good for his own self, but now it comes down to Team Number 1 versus Team Number 3.
Yes, Team Number 1, Team Number 3, and if you look at the position of one of the player of Team Number 3, he is up to a good rotation, and if the players of Team Number 1 comes out in the open area, he will have a very good angle to take shots towards them. On the other hand, Honey Design has been taken down, MRH has been taken down by 4Arms. 4Arms is not stopping as he gets another kill for his team right now, and let's see, the kill feed is showing their name again and again, and 4Arms goes in for another kill also. And if we look at the position of the players of Team 12, they need to be very careful, and the players of Team Number 3, also Team Number 2 is the solo player. He is in a very good position, but 4Arms spots down in the player from Team Assam Rifles, but he needs to be careful. A perfect blue wall coming in saves him from the damage that he was receiving from Assam Rifles, but let's see, can he take down the players of Team Assam Rifles, because he has to move into the zone also, and that is going to be a problematic situation. Assam Rifles also have to move towards the zone. On the other hand, if you look at the players of Team Number 9, squad of Team Number 9, they have been reduced to just 1-man squad.
Yeah, it has to be a tricky affair right now. But if you are just, seeing at what is happening right now, Contender again is trying to spot up a few players and trying to take him down. But Jidu will be moving on to the different direction as well. Team Number 1, what are they doing? But Babu is looking really good as he's trying to take down a few players. Jintu as well. Assam Rifles will be the king leaders, and Tension gets eliminated. 6 teams surviving, 15 players alive. The way the fights are breaking down, it is looking incredible.
Well, it is looking incredible, but look at the zone. No team is in the zone, or everyone has to make the rotations. But Fluffy, let's see, I believe he was trying to use that katana, but he'll switch to his gun. And let's see, Team Number PewDiePie have been reduced to 2-man squad. Zone is gonna give a lot of damage. So many fights are happening. The players of Team Number 12 are getting so much shots. One of the players has been eliminated. On the other hand, Cast Angel, I believe, is in a 1v2 fight, and he gets taken down by the players of Team 12. So much fights are happening, and the teams which were outside of the safe zone, only Team Number 12, I believe, the solo player has survived. God Jintu has survived, but AR Captain won't survive. So the open area, and with that Team Assam Rifles, both the players have been eliminated by God Jintu, and the teams get an early elimination. And Team 12, Team Number 1, look at the position. Team 12 reduced to just 1-man squad. Team Number 1 have got still 2 players. No, it's 1 player. It's Babu.
Whoa, it's a 1v1. It's down to Babu if he can just go for this one. Has an AUG with an AK right now, trying to spot up a few players, trying to take him down, but no. Shutdown coming in, a good booyah coming in, and just as we were talking about the team, they won it. This was incredible by these players, and they did incredible with the gameplay.
Yes, definitely. And in fact, we look at the position, the way they were stuck into outside of the safe zone area. So many fights were happening. Somehow they managed to survive. The one player was able to survive and he was able to get himself a booyah. It was a 1v2 situation. He took down one of the player of team number 1, and then second one also he took down. And the perfect booyah coming in from the squad.
Yeah, that was a perfect booyah just coming in. But I want to hear what the analyst and the host actually has to say about this one. So we'll just, hear from them, and we'll see you after this.
All right, that was an interesting match, right?
Yeah.
I mean, we knew coming into the match that we weren't going to see the domination that we saw from King's God.
Yeah.
I mean, the same level of domination, in fact. But IYATYLLILANG B, they've improved a lot since the qualifier.
Yeah, of course, being the sister team of IYATYLLILANG A, and with the way they've been playing, with the way they have started things off, I think Kings got nothing taken away from them, because
They still got the kills.
Still in the early game, while I was watching, they had 6 kills.
Yes.
So there were times they got caught off guard in a very sticky situation.
See, that's the thing that I think happens with Kings, is the fact the way they played the qualifiers,
Right.
they were so good that the only time they died is they would try and take a 1v4. They would try and take on an
And
entire
they
squad.
still
Like,
succeeded in 1v4.
they succeeded, but the success rate is not going to be always there, right? So
Yeah.
if you are going to do that, you're going to die. You're going to get some kills, but you are definitely going to be taken out.
So what really happened over here is that you're going against the best of the lot, right?
Yes.
So there are teams that have figured out how do you use your shotgun, because that was the X factor that they brought into the meta, getting the shotgun in, going right on the faces of the enemies and just pop them off before they even knew.
But IYATYLLILANG B, I mean,
Yeah, amazing.
Rotations right on point, positioning during the fights perfectly done, and I mean, they did get a decent number of kills for themselves as well, so I think the points are going to add up.
Yeah, of course, the points are going to add up, and it's still the first game. We still have a lot more to go over there.
Today and tomorrow.
They did rack them up with those Red Bull cans, and courtesy to which
So
managed to
Fixes,
get a booyah.
we just have a few more days left.
Yeah.
And
Don't worry. I'll
you
finish
and
it off.
I, we've been trying to finish the entire fridge. We can't.
Yeah, of course. I mean, we've been having a lot of wings provided. We have long day of cast.
Yeah.
So I'm pretty sure I'm gonna finish quite a lot
Let's
from
see.
the
Let's
fridge over
try a
there.
little
No,
bit.
we're not sharing with Ocean. Right?
Yeah, no, we're not.
The deal is done. So getting back to the map. So first off, we started off at Bermuda, right? Now we'll be heading on towards Spaghetti. But in Bermuda, what really happened? It came down to a 1v1 fight in the end, and Gods of Assam. Well, they were playing initially really safe. They really opened up during those final circles. They did try to put up a good effort, but the second position, nothing much to scoff about over here, because if you are consistent, if you stay, manage to keep those top 3 position every single game, eventually you will end right on top.
Exactly, that's the thing. That is one thing that we know Gods of Assam are really good at, being really consistent. They might not get the booyah for themselves every single time, but that is that one team that is going to be consistent enough to keep themselves in the top spot. And you do that enough number of times, you are going to be taking the first position. Let's have a look at the standings as well and see how many points the teams have collected for themselves from this very first match. Well, there it is.
There you go.
IYATYLLILANG B, 30 points, but Kings got, this is what we talk about when it's them. They have 3 placement points and they got 24 kill points. That is
Right.
12 kills,
12 kills, of course. The highest, in fact, again in the lobby. But yeah, in those final circles, look at the placement points. It's just 3. So they did take an early elimination.
Quite early on.
Quite early on. But they did make sure that they will get enough kills for themselves. And Gods of Assam, look at them. 17 placement points and having 5 kills. But kind of equalized with King's God.
So that's the thing. I think King's God, the one team that they really need to worry about is going to be Gods of Assam. Because while the players from King's God know how to kill and know how to get those kill points, Gods of Assam, they know how to survive.
Yeah, I think on the long run, that is what really matters.
Yeah.
If you survive for long, you've got more kill chances, you've got more chances to get those extra kills,
Fixes, we had a lot of expectations from Scotland of the East as well.
Right, but it's still the first game, and they did start things off on a bad note, but you never know, Purgatory might just be their map. We have seen this, a few teams really perform well in Bermuda, and they tend to kind of fizzle out in Purgatory.
So let's do this. Let's take a very short break. Let's grab ourselves more cans of Red Bull. You guys do the same. And after the break, we're going to have the next matchup that's going to come up. And let's see if the teams that you guys are supporting, are they going to have a good game for themselves in the next match? That is going to be on Purgatory. So just stay tuned, keep watching. We'll be right back after a very short break.
Airtel India Esports Talks continues its quest to find best esports athletes. The party has reached Northeast India with the Northeast Esports Summit. 2 new esports titles, Clash of Clans and Free Fire. 4 qualifiers, 1 grand final, prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. A golden opportunity to rank up on the national leaderboard of India's best esports athletes. Northeast, are you ready? Qualifier 1 registrations from 14th to 26th October.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back once again to Northeast Esports Summit. Free Fire segment is going on. My name is Ocean Sharma. Alongside me, it's going to be Shadow. So, Shadow, what do you think about this game, the ones that's about to happen, as compared to what you saw in the previous one?
There was some unexpected surprises, but considering the zone the way it was in the previous game, that was played quite an important role. But I want to say one thing: if we like the kill points of Kings of God, 24 kill points, Ocean, and just 3 placement points. Even having an early exit, I think Kings God is still keeping up that momentum from the previous week. The game they showed us in the previous week, they are still keeping up the domination. So I think in this match, also in the next map, also maybe it's a water zone like we have seen in Purgatory happen. If that is also going to happen, I think Kings God will still have a very good outing.
Probably. See, if there is a possibility of a water side zone or maybe a show side zone, we might as well see those things just coming in. We'll be, ladies and gentlemen, getting on with the game in a while for sure. But talking about the teams like Tension, talking about the team like King's God, what do you think went wrong with them?
If we talk about Team Tension, the way they were rotating into the zone, there were two squads that were shooting towards them. It was the plus of Team Assam Rifles also, and then there was another squad, Team number 4 was also shooting in towards them. That is why I guess they were caught over there. They couldn't take those multiple fights. They lost, I guess, 2 or 3 of their players in that particular fight. It was just last player remaining. He was also taken down. So I think that was the reason of Team Tension having a bad rotation or a bad positioning in that particular fight. But King's God, they are friendly with the zone. They always dominate, and they did it.
Probably they always do it, and they actually did it. We'll have to see what happens in this one game. As you can see, the players again are moving up forward with everything right now. This will be Purgatory, ladies and boys and girls, and the team that had a booyah in the previous game is moving to Moat House area. That mini island right in the middle of nowhere is where they are right now. But Crossroads, look at that. That's where two teams are.
Well, exactly. That's where two teams are. So possibility is there that we will see an early fight in Crossroads. And if we talk about Moathouse also, it's a very good place to hold on to. If the zone shifts towards it, you can pretty easily defend that place. That way you will be in an advantage. But for now, the players of Team KG are in engagement with the players of Team number 1. And both squads have lost one of the players, if I'm not wrong. And let's see, Devil, he will be getting in that confirmation. And he will be getting that confirmation on in the player of Team number 2. And Team number 2 is in a bit of trouble.
Yes, they are. Yes, they are. Yes, they are, for sure. It seems like it is happening. Now we'll have to see what happens when the game, just progresses up, moves forward with everything. But right now, team number 1 is looking decent for their own self. They are the starting kill leaders for this game. 11 teams surviving, 40 players alive right now. Hotshot, I would say Hotshot is stuck. He's stuck out here. If someone from team number 1 just, moves forward, might as well take one down. All he has is a pan right now. Does not show any signs of a gun. But no, RJX, that was a good one.
Well, that was definitely a good one. Hotshot has a Thompson to his name, and if we look at the Devil, I guess he has a shotgun, but now he has found another gun also. But team number 1 players are making a mistake coming out in the open area, and that's why they will be taken down by RJX. On the other hand, Hotshot has been taken down, but team 1 is also reduced to just one solo player, and I believe he will be going in for the revival onto his teammate. RJX will also go for revival onto Hotshot, and now both the teams are again in a 2v2 fight. But I think Devil, again a mistake. He knew there is a player in that particular compartment just to give revive to his teammate. He came out in the open area, and that's why he was taken down. But on the other hand, Honey Design is shooting in the direction of the players of team number 6. He takes down one of the players, will be getting confirmation onto him also. And now team number 6 will also be reduced to, I guess, 3-man squad. On the other hand, RJX has got the confirmation onto his kill.
Yeah, they have got the confirmation for themselves. Honey Design is moving up forward as well, just to take one confirmation for his own self. King's God seems like they are looking better now as compared to the previous game. They did not get a booyah in the previous one, but now in this one, they will be looking forward to it. They'll be looking up for it for sure. Honey Design again is moving up forward, got one confirmation for his own self. The team has 3. They are looking good for themselves. 35 players still alive, and Invade right now is moving up forward, is the lone survivor from team Respect. Previous game was decent for them. This game, not so much so. They might have to recalculate their decisions when they'll be coming for the next game for sure. Again, 34 seconds on the clock, and the first circle will be closing in after that. But they still have to move at a good area, because this one survivor, if he survives, if he has to survive, he might have to play a bit passive.
Yeah, he might have to play a bit passive and try not to get spotted, because the position he was in that particular spot, he could have been easily spotted down. But right now, the solo player of team number 1 is in a bit of trouble, because he is up against the 2 players of team number 2. RJX played really good. The kind of backup he provided to his teammate, that was commendable, because I believe he took down 2 or 3 players of team number 1. But right now, they are trying to disengage from this fight. They will hold on to their compounds, and team number 1 will still live, and let's see how much position points they can get for themselves, because it's like you said about that player, he is also a solo player, so he will also have to be a little passive. They will hold on to their position in the crossroads until the zone forces them, and let's see where the next zone is going to shift. They have time, they can loot around the area, get a proper good loot, because they were up, they had an early fight, they lost 2 of their players, so they need a good loot if they are going up against 4 players of any squad. If they are going to engage in a 2v4 fight, they will need good armor and a good gun to themselves.
They will have to go for those things right now. Or again, right from the start of the game, they lost their 2 players, just like you said, just like you just told about this one. But now, if they have to take up more and more fights, things might just escalate down for them. RJX moving up forward is looking for good movement, is looking for good ability usage. But now it comes down to one more thing. As you know, we are seeing through the times, the early fights that happened, they happened in a really good way. But after that, the players are trying to play a bit passive. Talking about the previous game as well, when the game started, the fights happened, and after that, the players started playing a bit passive just for their own sake. Because if they just over-aggress in the fights, and that too at this situation where the teams have everything at stake. If they go a bit more over aggressive, things might just go down, and I would say no team would want that right now.
Well, definitely, no team wants to have face an early elimination, and when you are going in an early fight, there is a chance you will end up with 0 points or very less points, and that is not going to help you in the overall leaderboard. So obviously, teams will try to be a little passive and try to survive till top 5 or top 3 if possible, or maybe get a booyah, because that's going to get you very good placement points, and kill points definitely you can get in the final circles also. But right now, RJX has his eyes on Invade, and Invade takes him down. That is he was overpeaking. He was waiting for Invade to come out in the open, but Invade, being the smarter one overhead, took him down pretty easily. And now both the teams are again reduced to just 1-man squad. Respect having 2 kills to their name. Let's see how this fight is going to turn out. But the solo player of team number 1 also, he is so far away from the zone. He needs to make those rotations, and he is going for very long rotations, Ocean.
Yeah, the rotations are actually pretty long. Because if you're a solo survivor, right, you cannot just go for aggression in the fight, or you cannot just, go for a decent rotation. You'll have to go for to be a bit more passive, and that's where the longer rotations comes in, and that's what Elkin is doing good. He's going for a passive rotation where he cannot spot anyone, where no one can spot him. Might as well stay outside the circle for a while, and after that, might as well take up a few fights, and that's why he's just moving with the circle, not against the circle. And seems like a good one, seems like a good decision, a normal decision for a player who is surviving solo. So I would say he will go for a placement point finish as compared to a kill finish.
Yeah, obviously he'll go for a placement point finish, but he needs to be careful because there is a possibility any squad will be waiting for him inside this zone, and he has to be very silent with those rotations. And he still has time in his hands, and let's see if he'll be able to make those rotations on time without being spotted down. On the other hand, if we talk about Scotland East, last match also not a very good outing from this team. If we talk about, they were at the 10th position with just 6 points to their name. This match also is not going very good for them. It's just 2 kills they have to their name, and let's see how many placement points they can get. But for now, the players of West Side Army are engaging in a fight with the players of team number 3, and I guess they have taken down one of the player, and now they will be making their charge towards their compound. They will be rushing in towards them or not. We'll have to wait for it. And West Side Army, they definitely have an advantage in this particular situation. They took down they knocked one of the player, but I guess he has gotten a revival, and he's again back in the game.
Yeah, again, back on his feet, back in the game, back to get those kill points, and maybe back for a booyah if that happens. But West Side Army, again, moving up forward, looking for a decent move right next to campsite. They have good guns. You can see VSS onto the sides of Reja, and will be using the VSS to its perfection. King Bass is going to be using a baseball bat right now, just, for the movement, for a decent one. But, again, if they spot someone, right, as you can see onto the map, you can see team number 4 is really close to team number 3. If they spot someone, they might as well take one down, but Kings are not stopping. New kill leader coming in from Kings as DV takes one down. 4 arms is moving up forward. Might be a bad decision, but no addiction takes down one. Raven will be taking down in this one. Team number 8 is at a very, very, very bad spot as Kings are moving up forward. Another team goes down. This time it was tension again.
Yes, Tension again having an early elimination, and Tension is not able to show that performance this time. Also, if we talk about them, they were not in a very good position. On the other hand, the plus of Team Kings, God, look at the placement of all the 4 plus and the way 2 of the plus rushed in from both sides. Team Tension had no chance to stop that kind of charge towards them, and that's why they are having an early elimination. But Kings, God, again in every match, this match also they have got 4 kills to their name. In fact, the position they are in, they can easily spot down the plus of team number 9 who are in the open area. So there's a possibility they can put some pressure on the plus of team number 9 or team number 7 also. We'll have to wait for it if they are able to spot them down or not. But in this compartment, I guess it's 3 teams: team 3, team number 7, and team number 9.
Well. If you're just looking forward at the things right now, team number 7, team number 9, pretty close to each other. Team number 3 as well, just focusing on their own rotations. We have 9 teams surviving, 29 players alive right now, and second circle is going to be closing in less than 45 seconds. If we just look at the timer as of marking this, but team number 3. They have a 3-1 split right now, going for a 2-1-1 split as Angels moving forward. I would say looks good, but if someone spots you, only you'll be having your walls to take up a cover for yourself, and that's where it's going down. You can see one player from PewDiePie has gone down. Might as well just be finished, and there it is. One finish, one confirmation coming in from Kings again. Kings, is there any stop to this team?
Well, definitely not. No one is stopping them, and they have definitely put PewDiePie in a bit of trouble because they are reduced to 3-man squad. There are so many squads in the compound also, and God, Chintu, he's coming out in the open area. Let's see how that is going to turn out for him. Fluffy is at the receiving end of the damage, and this grenade could have been deadly, but somehow Fluffy survived both those grenades coming in from God, Chintu team. And let's see, they will be moving in again into their compound towards the safe area, but they have to be careful of the position of God Nayan, and God, Nayan, this is your time to shoot, but I guess he's not peeking from that window, and this is going to be a little advantage for the players of team number 3 because they will move into the safe area, towards the safety area, but the zone is not gonna help them out in this situation because they have to make their rotations inside the zone. And God, Nayan, don't show your back to your enemy, and Cast Angel can take him down, but perfect glue wall coming in from God, Nayan, and he takes down Angel, but he himself gets taken down by another player of team number 3 and team number 7. Gods of Assam have lost God, Nayan, and they are reduced to 3-man squad, but they have to give priority to the zone at right this time, but have to be also careful of the position of the plus of team number 9. Because if they get spotted down, then there is going to be a bit of trouble. And God, Chintu, he is moving into their direction.
Well, if you're looking onto the things, it might just, go down into a lot as do or die. They need to do, or, the second word is going to be something that happens, but Addiction takes down one more. I mean, how? 8 kills already? That means they have doubled the point number for themselves. And Forearms is doing the work that was supposed to happen. They have 8 kills, looking for the 9th. We'll be looking for the double digit as well, as they are putting immense pressure. And there it is, the 10th one coming in duo die. They just have 1 kill, and that too is with Pablo. Let's see what happens as Pablo is onto one side. I mean, look at this team number 9. They have 2 players in one building, 2 in the other. But Kings God, they are charging on this team. Might be a bad one.
Well, might be a bad one, but they are charging in from 2 different directions, and the plus of team number 9 do or die. They also have to be in a 2v2 split to take that fight. On the other hand, Gods of Assam have been eliminated, and let's see, Honey Design, can he take down? Yes, he does manage to take MRH down over there. Pablo is the solo player. Team Kings God is looking so good in this particular fight. They can easily take Pablo down, or can Pablo do a 1v2? We'll have to wait for it. Honey Design going in towards Pablo, takes him down, and now the players of team number 9 do or die are in a bit of trouble because they are reduced to 2-man squad, and I would think Honey Design will be going in for that confirmation, but his own teammate Addiction has been taken down. Honey Design has been taken down. Amazing jump shot coming in from the players of Do or Die, and with that, King has been taken down, and at Forearms is the solo player along with his teammate Addiction, who is at a very low HP. He needs to heal up really fast, and let's see what Forearms can do. Can he save his teammate? We'll have to see, and he's putting some pressure on the players of team Do or Die.
He can save his teammates right now. Now he's moving forward. 4 arms versus Justin is what it will be, although they lost one of their players. But now he's moving up forward to revive Honey Resign if he can. Seems like a really, decent decision from his own self. But no, Justin's out there. It's going to be a 1v1. Can he take him down? No, it's a 2v1 as Addiction moves in, takes one down. They have 13 kills, but now they have to fight against the Circle. They are just moving inside the zone right now. They are on a killing spree. Yes, they are. 13 kills from this team, and they lost the 2 players. Still, they're looking good. 16 surviving, 15 players alive right now. They have to move a decent distance inside the Circle, but once they do, they'll again cause destruction.
Well, they will again cause destruction, and I guess in this fight they kind of overcommitted. They thought it's a 2v2 fight. They can easily take down the 2 players. That was kind of an overconfidence or something, and that's why they lost 2 of the players also in that fight. But 4Arms, what a backup that he was providing to his teammates. On the other hand, 4Arms has spotted down the player of team number 1, the solo player remaining, and can he get the confirmation on him? He has already dished out a lot of damage onto him. He's trying, the player of team number 1 is trying to survive by making use of those glue walls, but Zone is also playing its part. And will he give his kill to the Zone? And yes, he will give the kill to the Zone. With that, Scotland of East has got an elimination also. We still have 12 players alive, 5 teams, and Team Kings got 13 kills, like you mentioned, still causing destruction. They have a good positioning, but they have to move inside the zone. If they make the rotation from the southern side, they will be at a very good spot, because all the traffic right now is at the northern side of the zone ocean.
I'm telling you, there's no stopping this team. Come what may, they're still likely to score a lot of destruction. That's what they are doing. But onto this one, this team got a booyah in the previous game. They didn't go for the kill, but they go for the placements and they do it good. But no, now things are looking bad as they lost one of the players. Boss is moving forward, but will he be the boss of the game? He's throwing up some decent grenades for his own self, but he has been spotted. He has been caught down, has a wall for his own self. Will that be enough? Seems like it is going to be popping up those first hits for his own self, taking down his HP to a decent number for his own self. But now, Don and Ben, they also have to move up forward. He spots one, shots one, tries to take one down, but he actually fails in this one. 140 HP right now on his own self, will be popping up into the first hit, but he cannot right now. His HP is low. He goes down. Don is surviving. He's trying to pick up a decent cover for his own teammates, and he is doing it good as he takes down John Gore, but has not finished him yet. Now he finishes him. 5 teams surviving, 8 players alive in a really tiny circle.
Yes, in a really tiny circle, and with that, Zone has already shifted, and right now it is favoring the players of Kings God. Will they go in for and go for the booyah today also? Because this could be their match. They are inside, almost inside the zone. They are just like few meters away from the zone. And on the other hand, if you look at the position of the player of team number 10, he is a bit stuck. And in fact, the players of team 11, let's see how they are going to get down from here. And they can easily spot down Invade of team Respect. And I guess he's also the solo player remaining. And let's see if that is going to happen, because he can get easily spotted down, and he got spotted down, and with that, Respect gets an elimination also. Better One also gets an early elimination, also gets eliminated, and now we're reduced to just 2 teams. The team that got booyah in the last match, and the team Kings God. And let's see, Kings God, can they go for another booyah? And yes, Addiction takes down one of the players, Dawn, and now team 11 is reduced to just 1-man squad.
1 versus 2. They have spotted one. Ben goes down, and here it is. A booyah coming in for King Scott. Finally, they lost 2 players, but still they had a really good fight with those 2 players that survived. They have amazing kill numbers, and for sure they will be looking to move at the top of the leaderboards after this one. I mean, talking about the previous team as well, they also had good placement points for them, so we'll have to see. It will be a close affair, but the kill numbers that this team had, that was impressive.
Yes, that was impressive. I believe it was 17 kills to this team name. They are again having a very good position points also. So let's see where they are going to be in the overall standings.
For sure, we'll have to see where they are in the overall standings. But, for that, we'll have to go to the desk segment, and let's see what the analyst and host has to say for this one.
I mean, you saw that ending, right?
Yeah.
That is exactly what happens. I mean, they go for a 1v2. They don't care.
They don't care. They can just, single march down onto its enemy lines.
Yeah.
And this time, it was a 17 kills booyah. 34 points coming straight only
Just for
from
the
the
kills.
kills. And then add it on with more 20 points from the placement. So
54.
yeah. Right, and I think they have gone way past the second position right now. But yeah, huge ups to IYATYLLILANG. Again, a very consistent performance, getting the booyah in the first game. Second game, also second position with decent amount of kills. But talking about the circle, it went towards the northwestern side of the field. And in the final areas, somehow the circle did favor the boys from King's Court. The two players were surviving, and they had the zone favoring them. Well, IYATYLLILANG had to make their way in and also had to fight against another squad over there. So they did that. But while doing that, they did cause a lot of commotion and gave away the position, helping the players of King's Court in getting those final few kills.
These guys only need to know where you are coming from, and they will come to you instead. That's the thing, right? Because that is one thing that we have noticed with the players of Kings. They like things up close and personal. They will get in your face first and then shoot you in your face. And the one thing that you like clearly right off the bat you notice is their movements.
Right.
The way these players move is so incredible. It's so
fluid.
It's fluid. It's serene. It's like a beautiful dance, a ballet that you're watching. And I mean, the only thing that I don't like with this team is like, why are you guys going up against the odds every single time? I mean, I know you are gonna kill them, but still, like, at least like go for a 2v2.
I mean, they don't care as long as you're getting the job done, as long as you're getting that booyah for yourself. I mean, come on, you've got to give it to them.
Yeah,
these lads did
pretty
have their cans. And yeah, if you get your Red Bulls, you get those wings. And there was that one player who literally had wings. I mean, not even kidding.
Yeah, so that guy had the most Red Bull in the game. And I mean, this is definitely going to put Kings in the first position, but what's the difference going to be? I think that becomes the question.
a pretty big margin now.
Yeah.
You know, right from the second game, we'll see that differentiation coming up because if you do the maths, I mean, how many kills could have team IYATYLLILANG got themselves? Still nowhere close to what King's Court just did. And if you talk about the first game also, the difference was just a mere 3 points.
Yeah.
So now I think we can anticipate a 20-point lead for King's Court, and it just keeps on increasing as the games go along. With the way they have been playing, they have been absolutely phenomenal.
So King's Court are going to be sitting at 81 points right now, 27 from the last one, 54 from this one. Let's have a look at the game standings first and see exactly what the difference is in terms of points and just for this match. And 54 to 29. You're right, Fixes. Nowhere as close. 12 points, only 6 kills coming for IYATYLLILANG B, 29 points for them. So I think the difference in the overall is also going to be pretty massive as well.
Of course, you know, this is just how good King's Court have been. And, you know, the last game, they just got a mere 3 placement point, but still, they did get a lot of kills for themselves. And, well, Scotland of the East.
They tried. They tried.
They are kind of coming up. Well, the first position, if they let King's Court, you know, break free, play the way they are playing right now, I think they will be untouchable after like 4 or 5 games.
Let's have a look at the leaderboard as well and confirm what we already know is going to happen. There it is, 81 points for King's Court, 1 booyah to their name. On the other side, we have IYATYLLILANG B with 59 total points. King's Court have 58 kill points.
Right. I mean, that is how dominating this team has been. And like we mentioned, both respectively have gotten a booyah for themselves. But what I'm really looking forward to is are the teams going to shut King's Court down? I mean, you've got a team who's playing really well, and you know that you might not be able to take them down solo. So might as well drop together on their drop spot and take them down.
I think the way you do that is, we know that King's Court, they like to play against the odds, the players individually.
Don't give them a shotgun though.
Don't give them a shotgun. Go for that 4v1, like all 4 players against that one guy that's charging towards you, and then you might be able to pick them off one by one. But what's going to happen, only time will tell. But for now, we're going to take a very short break, so you guys stay tuned and keep watching. We'll be right back.
Airtel India Esports Talk continues its quest to find best esports athletes. The party has reached Northeast India with the Northeast Esports Summit. 2 new esports titles, Clash of Clans and Free Fire. 4 qualifiers, 1 grand final, prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees, a golden opportunity to rank up on the national leaderboard of India's best esports athletes. Northeast, are you ready? Qualifier 1 registrations from 14th to 26th October.
Hello everyone and welcome back to Northeast Esports Summit. And as we are just moving through the games are getting intense and intense and intense. My name is Ocean Sharma and this right next to me is going to be Shadow. So Shadow, like we saw two different maps right now. What are your expectations from the third one?
Expectations, King's God. If we talk about, there is, like you said, there is no one stopping this team. 81 points, being at the top, and the team that is at second position having 59 points. So much point difference, almost 20-point difference between the two teams. And this match, it's last match itself, they got 34 kill points. That means 17 kills. They are showing a next level domination right now.
Yeah, so that's where they are looking good, right? They are going for the kill points as compared to the placement. Like the first priority is kill points, and once they get kill points, they obviously get a good placement point. And last game, just like they ended up on a booyah, they might as well go for this one as well. We'll have to see what happens in this one game for sure, because that's where they will kind of try to draw the line, and other teams, if they read their name on the kill feed and if they try and put up a pressure, if they succeed, it will be good. But well, we'll have to see what happens onto this one, as King's God will be looking really good for themselves. They have a really good momentum. we're gonna be moving forward with the game right now. As you can see, the players, the path right now from Bullseye to Sentosa is where we are going. Kota to Peak, Pochinok Factory, Mars Electric. So Mars Electric is going to be at a different pace, but Clock Tower is where the teams will try and go for sure. Peak is where a few teams are looking forward to move on, but Bhima Sakti Strip is where King's God are dropping down. 4 players, different areas, different buildings. I mean, they're really up for their contestation.
Well, they are definitely up for contestation. Like you said, team 11 and team number 10, they are in such close vicinity. We might see some early action, and we can see some early action between the players of team 5 and team number 8 also. And with that, the player of team 5 of left side goes down. He has been taken down, and let's see, the team is trying to provide a perfect cover fire. He takes down one of the player of team number 8. Let's see if either of the team will get their first confirmation or not. Which of the team is going to get the first blood? Right now, revival onto the teammate is a little bit difficult, especially for the players of team number 5 and team 8. Let's see, will they be able to go in for the revival on Devil or not? Right now, King Buns is getting a lot of damage from other side, and his teammate has been lost, and now Westside Army has been reduced to 3-man squad. And let's see how things are gonna go down with the players of team number 8, because their player Devil is still bleeding out, and I guess he will be getting in that revival very soon, and he has got that revival.
Things are looking just a bit bad if if you're just looking forward to it. But team number 5, talking about Westside Army, they lost one of their players, and they lost Freja. I mean, this player was the reason that the team was the main reason that the team was in top 5 in the previous one. But now, as he has gone down, we'll have to see what the team just thinks of their own gameplay, and they'll have to be on the toes, as Hangar is going to be a difficult area just to move forward to. Team number 8 is looking good. They have good houses for themselves right on to the next set of Hangar. We'll have to see how the fights happen, as we are down with 11 teams and 42 players.
Well, 11 teams and 42 players, and 2 of the teams have already lost their players. So let's see how things are going to go down. Team number 8, on the other hand, if we talk about team 11, they have also lost one of their players. This team got Booyah in the first match. They came second in the second match, and let's see, this match they are up against the players of team number 10. Let's see how that is going to turn out for this squad. For now, they have to be careful of the rotations that are coming in, but the player of team 10 comes out in the open area, but another teammate was right behind him to provide a perfect backup, and now the players of team 11 are in a bit of trouble. They have the height advantage. Let's see if they can capitalize on it. On the other hand, Boss won't be getting any revival, and let's see Dawn and Ben what they are gonna do. Will they take this 2v4 fight, or will they make some rotations? I believe they will be making those rotations from zip lines, and will try to disengage from this fight and go for the placement points, because that would be a better approach. But on the other hand, better one, if they spot them down in the zip lines, then they are in a lot of trouble.
They will be in a lot of trouble if that happens, and obviously they have a zipline for themselves. So might as well try and go from one area to the other. Obviously, we'll have to see better one again. So I would say for this team, Bermuda seems like a good map, but Purgatory not so much, because previously as well, like they did decent in Bermuda, but Purgatory is where they were lacking up a few things. So I don't know, it might just be a map thing, it might just be a rotational thing, it might just be the decisions that they are just trying to make up. So things just fall on a different map, and that's where the map changes kind of happen. They play with your minds.
Well, definitely they play with your minds, and like you said, they had a good outing in the first match, not so good outing in the second match. Let's see, this time also having 2 kills to their name. Let's see how things are gonna turn for this team. Right now they are at a good position also. If we talk about, on the other hand, the players of team 11, they got Booyah in the first Bermuda, but right now they are in a bit of trouble, reduced to 2-man squad. Dawn and Ben not having a very good loot to themselves. They need to loot around the areas. I believe they are towards the Sentosa Island, and there's another squad waiting for them. It's going to the players of team number 1, and I think team 1 hasn't spotted them down yet in Dawn. The way the players are coming out in the open area, if they come out in the open area, Dawn will be at a very good position to take shots towards them, but Dawn realizes there is another squad, so he wants to change his position, go for a little passive approach, go for the placement points, and not engage in a 2v4 fight, especially at such initial stage of the match when there are 11 teams alive. Having an early elimination is not going to go down with them, because they have got 0 kills, so they need the kill points and the placement points also, so they go towards a little passive approach.
Hey, it's true. But talking about this team, right? Previous game, they were second. The game before that, they had a booyah, and now they have just two players surviving. So I would say it's been a decent, like the first game was decent, second game was decent, but now this one is a downfall for them. So, they'll have to, again, continue with their run probably in the next game. But right now, if they can do anything, they should go for just the placement points because the fights should not be their first priority.
Well, yes, fight should not be their first priority. And the minute they spotted on the plus of team number one, they of Gods of Assam, they disengaged from that fight. And now the problem for the plus of team number one, Gods of Assam, is also going to be there because they are at the Sentosa Island. They will have to make the rotations towards the main island. And if any of the team is waiting for them over there, then there will be a little problem for this team. So let's see how they are going to go for those rotations because I don't think the zone is favoring them. Yes, the zone is not favoring them. They are also having a little passive start to the game, not going for the kill points, going for a good positioning inside the zone, going for the good loot. Also, Sentos offers a good loot, so going for the good loot, and then let's see how the fights of this team are gonna go down. And let's see, they have all the 4+, but respect. This is a team which is not having a very good outing. If you talk about the last match, also they had an early elimination.
Yeah, they did. They did have an early elimination, and that kind of just changed quite a lot of things for this team as well. But right now, if we're talking about Scotland, all right, so they have spotted up one player. Jean Carr has been spotted. Will be taken down. No, he still survives right now somehow by a miracle. And now Alkan has to change up his angle to take one player down. We'll have to see if that happens or not, because they'll be having their eyes set on Jean Carr again. And if they can take him down, it will be a good one. Again, they're just trying to move from one direction to the other. Team number 5 versus team number 8. This happened right from the backside of Hangar and is still moving forward. This fight, it's still gonna happen. Devil, he has to spot someone down. We'll have to see what happens as players from team number 5, they're outside the circle as well. The circle is going to be challenging them. It's the first circle though, not a lot of a difference, but someone from team number 8 is onto the off angle, and that might be a bad thing. Kingban has to spot up that player. He is trying to spot him down. Will he take him down? No, his HP is pretty low. Really low on HP. Might be a bad decision.
Well, it might be a bad decision and could be a good decision for the plus of team number 8. And yes, he does manage to take King Bands down over there and got the confirmation also. And now the player of team number 5 are reduced to 3-man squad. Scotland's of the East not having very good outing in the first match, but this time they are trying to do. They have got 2 kills to their name. Let's see if they can eliminate the plus of team number 5 or not. Deathstroke is right in front of them. Both of the squads are taking a lot of user damage. Also, Deathstroke comes out in the open and gets taken down. And now team number 5 is reduced to just 1 man. That is John Connor. And let's see, the Scotland of the East can take that player also down. I guess he's trying to go from the waterways. That's not a very good decision. And with that, West Side Army gets an early elimination. Scotland of the East up to a very good start. They have got 4 kills to their name. Match 2, they had an early elimination. Match 1, they had an early elimination, just 6 points to their name. This match, they have good kill points. Let's see how many placement points they can go for. On the other hand, if we talk about tension, this is a team that we had quite high hopes from, but consistently in both of the matches, they are having an early elimination, and with that, PewDiePie also gets eliminated.
Well, the eliminations are coming in. Team tension, they'll have to, they are in immense tension. Their previous performance was incredible, but the performance today has been a matter of ups and downs. So I want to see where this team, just comes up when it will be onto the decisions of them. But if we're talking about this, Scotland of these, all right, so they are also moving forward. They have 4 kills again. This time, this team is looking decent. This team is looking good. Can they just end up their game in the best ways? That's going to be one of the questions. 9 teams surviving, 34 players alive still. It's going to be the first circle that's just moving forward. But then this is kind of my thing that I just want to, put a light on. So many teams are still outside the circle. Like, they are favoring late rotation as compared to what they should do. Look at this. Team number 10, they just reached inside the circle. Team number 2, King's God, they have to move up onto the mill side. That's where the circle's going. And Circle is throwing curveballs.
Well, Circle is definitely throwing curveballs. It has taken a northern shift towards the riverside and the mill. And look at the players of team number 8. They are in the factory area. They have to rotate fast because otherwise zone will be giving them a lot of problem. And let's see how many healings also they have to themselves. On the other hand, the players of team number 6 and team number 1 are also engaging in a fight. And let's see how that's going to go down, because having fights outside of the safe zone is never a good idea. And right now they are up against each other. And And if you look at the players of Team Number 6, one of the player was taken down, was knocked out, but he has gotten a revival. Team 6 definitely have the height advantage, and with that, God Chintu has been taken down, and Team Number 1, they were going to have a lot of trouble giving revive to him because Babu has to cross an open area. On the other hand, Team 8 and Team Number 10 are also engaging in a fight outside of the safe zone. Ocean, we are seeing so many fights, but if we look at Toxic of Team Respect, he is coming out in the open area, and this is a mistake, and with that, Toxic gets taken down, and soon kill confirmation will also come, and it has come, and now Team 10, Team Respect, I guess it has been reduced to 3-man squad.
Well, now they are just moving up again. Scotland, they are looking great. They have 5 kills. Now they have to spot up a few more players if they can, but the circle is going to be a challenging one, so they have to move inside the circle as well. They might just challenge Team Number 10 next. As you can see, it comes down to their rotations. Zip lines, the players have been spotted. They have spotted them. They are still not giving any calls. They are still not taking up any fights right now. They are changing their rotational paths because this seems like a really good decision. But meanwhile, Pablo goes down onto the other side. That means some good fights are also happening, and Team Number 6 is taking up a fight against Team Number 1 as they are trying to take those players from outside the circle.
Well, yes, outside of the circle. On the other hand, Team Respect is also taking fight outside of the zone, and it looks like they are winning that fight. But right now, RJX, look at his position. He can easily take down the players of Team Number 1 if they come out in the open area. It's Babu is there along with his teammate. Zone is also playing its part, giving out a lot of damage, and what a good shot coming in from RJX, and he has taken down one of the players. It's Babu and got the kill confirmation also. Now the players of Team Number 6 have to give priority to the zone. God Chintu is also down on his knees, and there will be no chance of a revival coming in. Hotshot, he can easily make it to the zone. He has got good healings also, but he has to move so far away into the zone towards the mill area. Let's see how he's gonna do that.
We will have to see how this happens. Right now, Hotshot again is moving up forward, and this team has 2 kills for themselves. They would want to go for a bigger number for sure, but right now, movement is the key as they have to get inside the circle. And look at this. Once they are moving from the downside of the bridge, there is a team onto the upper side of the bridge, and they will try to take up a fight, but numbers advantage is with this team only. Team Number 6, they have good numbers, they have good people alive, and that's where they might as well take up a good fight against Team Number 11's people. We'll have to see if that happens or not. But Gardner, and he gets knocked down by the play zone. That's one thing that I was worried about. If the players don't pay enough respect to the play zone in the given time, things might look bad for them.
Well, definitely things might look bad for them, and that is what's happening because God Chintu has also been taken down by the Blaze zone, and it is not looking good for at all for this team as the inner player was taken down. And on the other hand, Team Number 6 showing some very good rotations inside the zone. They have all their 4 players alive, and if you talk about Team 11, not a very good outing. 2 players were lost in the initial fight, and now they are reduced to 2-man squad, but they have managed to survive till the 9th position. Let's see how far they can go, and Hotshot spotted out in the open area by Don. And let's see, Don can take him down or not. Hotshot, very good blue wall, but not gonna work because he has been taken down by Don. And now the players of Team Number 6 are reduced to 3-man squad. And with that, this Team 6 has got, Team 11 has got 1 kill to their name. On the other hand, the players of Team God are also shot down in the open by the players of Team Respect, who's having a good outing. And let's see, can they take him down or not? But somehow the player has moved into the cover area. Team Respect focus to their name. They are in a 2v2 split, a good positioning. They have the height advantage, but now the zone advantage, and the location has been revealed. So let's see how they are going to move into the zone. On the other hand, Dawn has been taken down by God AD, and he will get the confirmation also. And now the players of Team 11 are reduced to just 1-man squad. That is Ben.
Well, right now, they have been eliminated. Not even reduced, just reduced to ashes is what has happened right now. You can see 7 teams surviving, 22 players alive right now. Triple coming in for the player God AD as he gets the 3rd for his own self for the bunch, for the team. If anything, the team gets 4. And now, talking about the next circle, 4th circle's out here. In less than a minute, it will be, transferring itself to the 5th circle. They have to move forward. They lost 1 player, but still not all hope is lost. And they are looking good for the fights right now. But still, we have to see what the other teams are doing. You can see tension. They are still surviving. They want to make this game their own. But will they be able to do it? That's going to be one of the questions. But talking about respect, they are losing their players.
They are definitely losing their players. And look at the position of forearms. What a perfect grenade coming in from Honey Design. Takes another player of Team Respect, and Invade is the last solo player remaining. And let's see, can he clutch it or no? It's 2 players that are remaining. Can they take this 2v4 fight? But Invade is an offer for this 1v4 fight because his teammate is a little far away. Glue wall coming in from this player Invade, but still that won't be enough because he will be taken down and the player will get the confirmation also. But his teammate was trying to provide a backup, but a little late he did manage to take Honey Design down, but Honey Design has been revived by 4 arms, and now the last remaining player of Team Respect is up to a 1v3 fight. Let's see how he's going to take this 1v3 fight, or is he going to give priority to the zone? But there are 2 squads also in front of him. That is going to the players of team number 8, the solo player of team 8.
That's true. But on to this one, you can see Rick trying to do everything. Last one surviving, not anymore. He goes down as well. And King's got again. They have 8 kills. They will go for a double digit in this one as well. All right. It's going to be a difficult affair. But talking about Team 4 and Team 8, I would say Team 4 might as well just go for a backstab and take up a kill against Team 8. But 4th circle, it's closing in. We are down to the 5th one. And you can see 5 teams surviving.
5 teams surviving. Kings God having a very good positioning. They have the height advantage. They have the zone advantage. They just have to be careful of the player of team number 10 that would be coming inside the zone. They could the players of Kings God can be backstepped by him. So they need to pay attention to that direction also. But right now they are putting pressure on the players of team number 4, and they can win this fight because the players of team 4 have to come out in the open area in the zone, and that is what is happening. And Kings gets a 1 knock on the players of team number 4 also. And let's see if there will be any revival coming in or not. On the other, Honey Design has been spotted out in the open area, and the players of Tension are trying to shoot in their direction. It's the last solo player that is remaining from this team. They will be having good placement points, but with that better one gets an elimination. And let's see how the player of Tension is going to make it to the zone, because zone is dishing out a lot of damage, but Honey Design will take him down, and with that, Team Tension has been eliminated. Can the players of King's God go for another booyah?
This is going to be a difficult affair right now. We have 2 teams surviving. Now we have just 1. King's God again going for another good booyah. Is there any stopping? I guess no, there's no stopping this team, as this team is looking incredibly good with the kill points, with the placement points, with their game.
Yes, definitely. A very good game coming in from the players of Team Kings God. Back-to-back 2 booyah coming in from this squad. Very good outing. Already they had a 20-point lead in the overall leaderboard. And let's see how much a more point lead they are having right now.
We'll have to see how much more points they get. And for that discussion, obviously, the analyst desk is going to be telling us much more of the stories. So over to you guys.
I mean, the story is the story of the Kings. Yeah, that's it.
The kings of the gods.
Yeah, the kings of the gods.
And that is what they've shown. That is how they've been playing, with the way they've been taking the final fight circle. This time around, they had the situation under control.
Yeah.
Completely having that high ground advantage, not really letting anyone even get closer to them.
Plus, this time did not really go for those outnumbered plays. A little bit safer approach this time. I mean, I guess...
Because they lost out on addiction right from early in the game. Who's
Exactly.
the one
I mean,
who really goes onto the faces of the enemies.
Exactly, and that is the man that if he gets taken out, the team sort of decides to stick together because, well, the aggressive player is out, but that doesn't mean the team is going to stop getting kills.
Yeah, and they did mask quite a lot of kills this time around as well. I think I'm anticipating something like around 13-14 kills with the way they fought in the final circle. Completely wiped out all the teams coming from the edges. A few of the players were trying to go in for that heal battle. They then decided that it's kind of a last-ditch effort, that they should just try to get inside the circle. But no, they had the players already ready. They had the players stationed at the right position, and all they had to do was get those final confirmations and, yeah, bag themselves yet another booyah. Now the question really comes up, are they going for the 3rd?
Yeah, are they going for the 3rd? Are we going to see a hat-trick as well? They have multiple opportunities to do it today. I mean, we knew we were going to have 6 games, 3 of which are done. And it is going to be quite interesting to see one more thing, that even the last time, Kings, they had 4 really good games, and that one match in the middle is where they messed up. So, so far from that one qualifier, we know there's a probability they're going to mess up one game. No team, no team ever in any game can go undefeated all throughout. There's that one game that's going to be a hiccup, and that hiccup could be something that the other teams can utilize for themselves, especially the team of IYATYLLILANG B, to catch up to the Kings. Not catch up, because the difference is like really massive at this point with this match as well, but just like shorten the distance a little bit.
It's going to be really tough, to be honest, right now, because with the way this team has been playing, I guess after this, the 20-25 points lead that they had has further increased, make that something around 40-45. Because from here onwards, to stop King's God, what you really need to do is drop right on their faces, not let them have enough of those loots, and finish them off before they start stream rolling. Because once they do, it kind of gets really tough, if not impossible.
I completely agree with you. If the team doesn't have anything to fight with, that's the best point you take them out on. Because once, I mean, doesn't matter if they even get a shotgun in their hands, that is the worst thing they could have. And see that. 13 kills to their name, Kings. 46 points from this match. And then we have BONGAIGAON on the second with 31 points. So BONGAIGAON, Scotland of the East, Tension, Respect, Better One, all these teams weren't performing that well in game number 1. But look at that. The teams that were really close to King in the overall standing, IYATYLLILANG B, Gods of Assam, sitting on the 7th and the 9th position right now.
Yes, but what I'm really interested in is the points.
Yeah, overall standings, right?
Yeah.
Overall standings is where we're going to have a look and see the difference. So,
Almost more than double from the team that's second.
almost double,
Yeah.
actually, 127 to 65. They have more kill points now than the total number of points of IYATYLLILANG B combined. And it is going to be quite interesting. I mean, 43 points for them. They have more placement points than BONGAIGAON in total.
Right, and now I think it's just like a, what do you call the stairs where they just are going up ahead.
We're definitely
Should we give them the championship prize money already?
I don't know. They still have matches tomorrow as well. They still have matches left today. And well, one more thing. I was going to say, I mean, last time we missed the opportunity to see the break 300. So do you think we're going to get the 300 today?
100% for sure. 100%. If we have 6 games around, and with the way they are playing, it's already 3 games covered.
Yep. 3 more
they
left.
just need to, get themselves more in the, in the later phases.
Yeah.
Now they're looking really comfortable.
Exactly.
They've got that good lead. The pressure has been lifted. And now they can really go all guns blazing.
Alright, so before we head to the next match, we're going to take a very short break. So you guys stay tuned and keep watching. We'll be back after this.
Airtel India Esports Talk continues its quest to find best esports athletes. The party has reached Northeast India with the Northeast Esports Summit. 2 new esports titles, Clash of Clans and Free Fire. 4 qualifiers, 1 grand final, prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. A golden opportunity to rank up on the national leaderboard of India's best esports athletes. Northeast, are you ready? Qualifier 1 registrations from 14th to 26th October.
Hello everyone, and once again, welcome back to Northeast Esports Summit. We are onto the Free Fire segment, and my name is Ocean Sharma. Alongside me, it's going to be Shadow. So, Shadow, we're out of 3 games. 50% of the job is done. We have like 50% of the job left. So, what do you think about these players? For them, 50% of the games are done for today, and they have to look for another 50%.
Well, out of 50%, if we talk about majority of the Booyah has been taken down by King's God. Let's see if the players of Team Do or Die or Assam Rifles or Gods of Assam or even Team Tension, let's see how they are going to do a comeback, because they still have 3 matches in their hand. If we talk about this match also, the players of Team number 2 and Team number 9 are in such close vicinity. They might be up for some early action. On the other hand, if we talk about the players of Team King's God, all the 4 players are so much spread out. They have to be careful of the players of Team Assam Rifles maybe rotating towards them. The players of Team number 2, West Side players, might be going in towards the Moth House. That is where they are going. But the island of Marble works. There are 4 squads. Let's see if the zone shift toward Basilia Island, how they're going to make their rotation, and during the rotation, we might see some action also, Ocean.
We will see some action if you're just talking about this one, but if we're talking about the map that we are seeing right now, previously some other team went to Moat House. Now it's going to be another team, so teams are still experimenting with the drop locations and everything. So it kind of makes me think about the strategies that these teams will be looking on for the rotations. Not now, probably later, but that might be a bad affair. Talking about bad affair, where PewDiePie, they lost one of the players right off the bat, because you can see ASSAM was taken down. Kill leader is going to be coming in onto their opponents, and Fire Brigade is where the fire is burning up. RGX is low on his HP, is moving up forward. Might be a bad outing for the players of team number 4, but RGX, he needs to heal, and he needs to heal right now.
Well, he needs to heal really fast because he was at a wrong position and he has been taken down. And on the other hand, the players of Team the 1, Angel will get the confirmation also onto him. Hotshot is also not at a very good position. He needs to be careful of Angel because Angel can backstab him, and this could be problematic for Hotshot. Let's see, the players of Team number 4 are still in a little bit of problem because Team 1 definitely have themselves a good compound, good cover to their name. Hotshot might be overcommitting into this fight if he rushes into that compound. And let's see how things are going to turn out. On the other hand, Fluffy and his teammate might want to get the confirmation on Hotshot. Takes down another player, but no, they didn't take him down. But look at the HP, almost took him down. And now the players of Team number 4 really need to heal up really fast.
They do need to heal up really fast. As you can see, the fights that are just starting off right now, they'll be moving up forward with everything. But now Hotshot again has to spot up a few players. He's trying to give out any information as he can. Fluffy as well. Obviously, they lost one of their players, but not all hope is lost for this individual lad. We talk about this. A7 Wilford as well again is trying to spot up a few players. Angel has been trying to spot up a few players for themselves as well. But talking about Fire Brigade, I would say a few fights will happen here, but once the circle leaves this place, players will also have to, just move around the areas. 80 has been spotted. It would have been a bad outing, but nope. On to the other side, I would say you can see the fights happening, and alright, the team that got Booyah in the first game is looking stronger in this one as well.
Well, they are definitely up to a good start in this one also, but Team PewDiePie, they are not up to a good start because they lost one of their player. PewDiePie also not having a very good outing in today's matches. Let's see how it's going to go in this particular map. They have spotted on the players of Team number 4. Team number 4 also don't have much area to move around, but they are still holding on to their good positions, and that is working in their favor. Let's see if Fluffy can he take down one of the player of Team 4. He is dishing out a lot of damage on God AD, but not enough to take him down. And let's see how it's going to turn out. Right now, one of the player of Team number 4 is in the compounds of the players of Team 1, that is PewDiePie, and he need to be really careful. He's being backed up by his rest of the 2 teammates. That's why the player of Team number 1 can't directly rush in also, and Wilford, he need to heal up really fast. He lost his HP. Right now he's at 119, but soon he will heal up, and Team number 4 also has been reduced to 3-man squad.
They have been reduced to 3-man squad right now. Puppy goes down as well. Well, Wilford is out there. Angel's out there. If we just, have a look at these areas, Angel's going to be using a shotgun Espaz to its fullest potential. We'll have to see if that potential just comes in right now or probably later. But now, Angel moving in from one direction to the other. They have lost 2 players, and that's where the pressure rises up. As you can see, team number 4, the players are moving in. They are trying to move in. They're trying to surround these areas, and now Hotshot has spotted one down, takes another one. Team number 1, they won't be the one team that might as well take this fight because it's just one player surviving. Not anymore. PewDiePie gets eliminated.
Yes, first team to get eliminated, not a very good outing. But on the other hand, if we talk about the players of Team Noob 4, they lost one of their player but got 4 kills to their name. So I think that's a decent outing. But now let's see where the zone is and this team. Will they be holding on to their position in the fire or brigade area, or will they be changing their position? We'll have to wait for it. This team also not having very good outing in the last match, but this time they have got 4 kills, lost RJ, and I'm sorry, this team had a good outing. RJX was one of the players who stood out in the first match also. So let's see if this match also they are going to show up in amazing performance or not. 4 kills, 3 players, they are looking good.
They're looking good. They're looking good for sure. But we'll have to see how the things happen, how things end right now, because this is still just the start of the fight, not the end of the fight, not the end of anything out here. But talking about King's God, I want to see what this team does, right? Because they've had decent outings for themselves, going for booyahs back to back. So if anything, I would say the teams will be looking forward to take down King's God, and if they do, the morale will be pretty high. Talking about team tension, I mean, I still want to see that team tension that actually gave tension to its opponents previously. Like, if you remember, getting back-to-back booyahs.
Well, that tension is definitely missing, but there is another team which is showing good performance. That is Team Respect. Not overly dominating, but they are being little consistent and they are having good and bad games, also mostly the good games. But right now, the players of Team number 9, I believe it's Assam Rifles, they are in the open area, and if the players of Team Respect look into the direction, they can take them down. But I guess they don't want to do it because they also have to move into the zone. They don't want to reveal their position because then there will be problem for the players of Team Respect, who are right now taking the blue zone damage. On the other hand, if you look at the southern side of Porcelia area, there are the players of Team number 3 and Team number 5. Also, that is King's God, the team that has been dominating, takes down another player of Team number 3, and I guess Team number 3 has been reduced to 2-man squad, and both the players are at the opposite side of the map. Let's see how they are gonna survive because they won't be able to provide each other any backup right now. Kings got again a very good start coming in from this team, 2 kills to their name. Team 6 players also, if we talk about, they are reduced to 2 men, and both of the players are a little far away from each other. One of the player is in the area of the players of team number 4.
Well, Team No 4, Gods of Assam, again, they lost the 2 players. Jintu and Nayan are the 2 players surviving right now. Forearms is moving forward, might as well take down Jintu. I mean, Forearms rotation looks really good, and we know what this team is capable of. We know what this player is capable of. King's God, they were the one, opening up their charges against the Gods of Assam, but now King's God, I would say that they have decided to rotate. Obviously, a good decision, because the circle is not going to be their friend for long. It's going to be just coming in from the back end side. 11 teams surviving. We lost 1. That was PewDiePie. Other teams might as well follow, but not yet, because for the teams, for the players, the most important thing is going to be the rotation right now, because they have to get inside the circle.
Well, definitely they have to get inside the circle. King's God has to make those rotation quickly because the blue zone has already started shrinking, and I think they will easily make it to the zone. King's God won't have much trouble because there is no other team although that could be gatekeeping them or waiting for them at the edge of the safe zone. So this team looks good. Their rotations are again looking very good. So let's see how much domination they are going to show in this particular map. They are having 2 kills right now. All the 4 players are still there. A very good start coming in. They will be moving towards the Basilia area, one of the area which offers quite a very good loot, and in fact this is the place where you can see all the bridges. If any of the team will be making rotation from the bridge side, I hope not, because bridge is not in the zone right now. So let's see how things are going to go down for the players of King's God.
Well, that's true, but We'll have to see how the things go down for King's God, just like you said. But looking at the momentum, the way this team has been, moving up forward, I would say that the things will be still looking good for them. Moat House, the southern side of Moat House, the left hand side of Fields, and the right hand side of Crossroads. That's the circles going up forward right now. King's God, they have a new team. They have a new team. They have a new team right in front of them. They might as well just go for a good fight against those players. Might look good, might look bad. But the thing is, they are at the Brasilia area. They still have to get inside the circle. Would go for a southern rotation, but they are preferring to take up a fight right now because they still have 45 seconds just to wipe out a squad or get wiped out. Might as well go to that one. Four Arms is in a bad situation, is in a bad spot, but no, a good launcher coming in from Kings. Will be going for a revive. That was a good, area, but will be going for another one. Takes down another one. TV, he's looking incredible. Double kill coming in from this individual lad. Kings, oh my god. They just eliminated, and King TV, he had 1 HP. He got a confirmation. Now he needs a revive, and that will be coming in. This was incredible.
This was definitely incredible, taking down 2 of the players, giving revive to your teammate. And now let's see God Jintu, how he is gonna deal with this situation, because they lost 2 of their players. They're reduced to 2-man squad. How things are gonna go down for Gods of Assam, we'll have to wait for it. Right now they will change their position. Another team that is in close vicinity to King's God is going to the plus of team number 6, who are also outnumbered. They are reduced to 2-man squad. Team Respect Toxic and Donbok is there. Let's see how this 2v4 fight is going to happen. On the other hand, God Nan can also backstab the players of team number 6, Team Respect, considering his position. Let's see, Toxic. He's walking in the wrong direction right now. He is the solo player. 3 players are in front of him, of King's God and Toxic. How you are going to deal with this situation? You are not going to deal, because Honey Design will take him down. And now the players of Team Respect are in a lot of trouble because of the solo player in the compound of 4 Arms. And let's see, 4 Arm, can he take him down? Because the solo player, 2 players will be rushing in towards him. A glue wall coming in from Toxic. Can it help him? He has taken down Kings though. And let's see, revival should be coming in any minute. And Toxic, the perfect glue walls, is it gonna help him? Because he need to be careful of those grenades that can come from the windows.
I mean, Kings got there again, just moving in, but they'll have to leave one of their players out in this area. Again, the circle's doing enough damage, not just doing justice. Second zone is where it is. They lost 1 player. They lost the top fragger right now. Kings, who actually had a triple kill in the previous fight. Honey Design has to move forward as well, having an SMG in his hands. But right now, the circle is away, up, and away. 4 Arms is taking up a fight against the player of team number 6. Toxic has been spotted. Might as well go down. The shots, a few of them connect, but not all of them. Now it is. Now it does. 4 Arms, he is looking good, and there it is. 1 more confirmation coming in from these lads.
And with that, better one also gets eliminated. And so many fights are happening. King's God is still looking very strong and very good. They lost 1 of their players, but they are looking strong. And we remember they got a Ouya with 2-man squad also. But right now, the player of team number 7, they have to be very careful, because the players of team 8 have the height advantage. And if the players of team 7 comes out in the open or start the rotation, team 8 can easily spot them down and take them down also. And if we talk about the zone also, it's favoring almost all of the teams. And NX zone is already there. It is going to favor the plus of team number 4. Team 12 will also start making those rotations. Also, team number 5, King's God, are moving from the southern side along with the plus of team number 9 also. But the solo player of team number 3, I guess he will go for a late rotation, considering he's the solo player. Team number 7 also will be coming in from the northern side. And that is going to favor them also, because there is no other squad that would be waiting for them.
That's true. But just like you talked about the circle, look at team number 3's individual players' rotation, just, going from the shorelines, because it has to be stable, has to be just, with its own game, cannot go aggressive, cannot go super aggressive in this mode right now. So, talking about do or die as well, they have all the players, but things might just go bad because they don't have a proper circle area. They still have to make it to the center of the circle. If the circle does not favor them, they'll have to go through the open fields.
Well, they will have to go through the open fields, but right now Team 12 and team number 5 are in such close vicinity, and let's see how Hotshot is gonna survive. He has not been spotted down right now. Team Do or Die definitely have the numbers advantage, and Hotshot might want to retreat from this fight, but that's not gonna happen. He takes shot in the direction of the players of team 12. I guess he did manage to connect one shot or not. We'll have to wait for it. On the other hand, what a perfect grenade. Utility is coming in from Hotshot, takes down one of the player, MRH, but he got the revival, and another one he takes down. Another one, can he clutch it out? We'll have to wait for it. He throws another one also, and let's see if he'll be able to clutch it out. But the players of team number 12 have got that revival.
He went super aggressive. He actually went super aggressive. That was not needed in that one. He should have waited for the cover. He actually went to the left-hand side, onto the right-hand side. There were two players right now, but now the players are going to be moving on to the back-hand side because obviously they know they cannot take this fight. But no, 80's last one surviving. Spots one, shots one, takes one down. Will it be enough right now? That's going to be one of the questions because Nayan is moving from the back-hand side as well. That's where the team number 3's last player was. And now 80's going to be taking up a head-on fight with Nayan. One-on-one fight will be coming in. 80 thinks like he can take this one. I'm pretty sure he can because he has a good area for his own self. He's making up a good cover for his own self. But Nayan as well. Both the players, both the individual lads, they have nothing to lose. All they have to do is take this fight one-on-one. Might as well go for the confirmation. But talking about Scotland, they're also looking good, taking a fight against team number 7. 2 versus 7 is what's going to be happening right now. Scotland, they got one kill, one confirmation for themselves. Let's see if they can get more.
Yes, let's see if they can get more or not. And the player of team number 7, he was stuck. Both perfect grenade, and with that, the team Respect gets an early elimination. Also, within Scotland of the East gets 2 kills to their names. On the other hand, Design of King's God has been taken down, and let's see how the players of King's God are gonna deal with this situation. And some rifles have been reduced to 2-man squad. Also, team 12 is looking very good. They have got a good compound to their name. Team number 9 is not looking good at all. They have to move out into the open area, and with that, one of the player gets taken down. Captain is the last man surviving, but for how long, that is going to be the main question, because team 12 is rushing towards them, and with that, some rifles also get eliminated. And now another player of team number 5, Honey Design, was knocked out, got the revival, has been spotted again, and with that, King's God gets an elimination.
Well, the elimination just comes in. We'll have to see how the things, just happen slowly and steadily as the fights are happening. 2 or die, they got 6 kills. They are looking good with the kill numbers, but will they be going for a booyah? That's going to be the question. I mean, their major focus is going to be on the booyah, and that's another one. A good one. The kill leader coming in onto the 2 or die as a department. Gods of ASSAM, meanwhile, they have been taken down as well. As you can see, we're down to 3 teams, top 3 teams right now, and we'll have to see what happens onto these fights as the teams are moving up forward. But we might see a new team just going up as well. Pablo, low on HP, going for the walls for his own save. But MRH, who's going to save him? No one. He goes down.
Well, he definitely goes down, and Team 12 has been reduced to 3-man squad. They are not in a very good spot because the 2 teams are taking shots towards them. Pablo, he has also been gone down, and Team 12 has been reduced to 2 men. And let's see if it is going to work for them, because right now Team 8 got distracted by the players of Team number 2 also. But Team 2 is shooting in the direction of Team 12. Third player also goes down. Last player remaining from Team number 12. But for how long? We'll have to wait for it. Team 2 is looking very strong. They have got all the 4 players. They are shooting in the direction of Team 8. Takes down 1. And both the squads are reduced to just 1 man. And Scotland of the East have got all the 4 players and 7 kills. Can they go for this booyah?
Probably they can, but no, Outwelly low on the HP, but not low on the game right now. Has to spot one shot, one take one down, but no, he goes down as well. Scotland, they are looking good. They are looking promising. Might as well go for a booyah for themselves as they are moving up forward. Tension gets eliminated, and that's a booyah for Scotland of the East. They did good. They did incredible. They did amazing, and they got this booyah.
Well, they definitely got this booyah. They did amazing. But so many other teams also, Ocean, if we talk about this match, were trying to step up. But this was the team. From the very start, they started off getting kills in their favor. And they got the booyah also. And good kill points, good placement points also. And let's see how they are in the overall leaderboard.
We will see how they are in the overall leaderboards. But for that, we'll have to go to the next segment. Let's see what the analyst and the host has to say for this one.
I mean, another really well played game, and we did expect this, right? Scotland of the East, we know they're a really strong team, and we did expect them to pop off. But let's not forget, Do or Die. They also had a pretty fun time.
Yes, I mean, they basically made things really clear for Scotland of the East, wiping out the danger team, that's King's God out there, not letting them get inside the circle. They had the compound, all they had to do was just shoot, because the players of King's God were wiped out in the open, did not really have the numbers this time for themselves, and well, it's just that one game.
Yeah.
And yeah, I think by the end of 12 games, we might expect them to cross the 300 mark. But I don't think it's happening today, though.
Exactly. I don't think I agree with you. I think it's going to happen tomorrow because, I mean, we did have these finals of Free Fire was supposed to be 12 games, 4 of which are already done. So we still have 8 more matches to go, 2 matches today remaining, and then the 6 of tomorrow. And tomorrow, definitely they're going to cross the 300 marker. But today, I think this match was really, really intense because Kings. One thing, I mean, so by far they are leading the leaderboard like with a great advantage for themselves. And one thing that you notice for them is they don't hot drop to a location wherein you know you will have a lot of cover, probability of having the circle on you as well. No, they drop off really far away so that they can have an easier early game for themselves where they can collect a good amount of loots, good amount of heals for themselves, and then they move out from there. And it's not like the entire team moves out at the same pace. It's just one man, Addiction, who scouts out in front for his entire team, and as soon as he spots an entire team, he's going to follow them. He's going to be like a ninja. He's going to keep a track of them, and then his teams decides to close in.
Well, you know, ninja might just be an understatement over here. He is a deadly assassin. Give him an enemy right on his face, he will go onto his face, and he will just wipe them out, their entire existence.
This time, instead of a shotgun, I don't know, they were using grenade launchers.
Well,
like nading people, like it felt like a grenade launcher. Like, what are you going to do when you're going to blow up as soon as you charge to the other side of the wall? Along with that, if you actually manage to get an individual 1v1 against a lad with the advantage where you are the first person to pull the trigger, that is just a bait. His teammate is right behind you.
You know, but really nothing taken away from Scotland of the East. Come on, they got the booyah this time around. The way they played, I think we need to break that down. They had the high ground advantage.
Yes.
They did have 2 teams right on their V formation, and all they had to do was just hold on to the hills and shoot everyone down from the low ground. And it was also the numbers favoring them. So I don't know, whatever you put in front of them, be it a go wall, be it anything, they were just taking everything down and got those final kills. And with that,
exactly, information is going to be key, and the way Do or Die were moving, the information was given away to Scotland of the East about their opponents. But now we're going to have a look at the standings as well. And well, 38 points to Scotland of the East. Then we have Do or Die with 31. King's God are going to be there with 28 points to their name. I want to see, okay, IYATYLLILANG B, they got 7 points from this match, and then we have Gorgeous of Assam sitting on the 6th with 15 points, Assam Rifles 16, Tension getting 21 points in total. So today hasn't been the day for Better One, for Respect, for BONGAIGAON, for Westside Army, and definitely not a day for PewDiePie.
Yeah, of course. You know, PewDiePie really needs to do something over here. Because the way they played in the 4th qualifier, I expected bigger things from them. And now they're just crumbling down. But yes, as things stand over here, we'll have the overall standings in a bit. But we can see King's God really kind of taking over the lead, and they're just going further. Scotland of the East are doing a decent job and trying to cover that up, but it's not going to be enough. As long as you do not really shut down those kills coming out from the lads, till then it's going to be a difficult affair.
Consistency pushes you through, man.
Consistency, of course. But now look at King's God. They are already so far away, you know, 155 points. For Scotland of the East to really have a chance at the top spot, what they have to do is really go after King's God right from the start, not let them have those kills which they have been getting, because it's those kill points. I mean, look at that. They've already crossed that 100 points mark. Means 50 kills in just a span of 4 games.
Yes, I completely agree with that. I mean, and along with the fact that, they need to shut down King's God, I think even if they aren't able to shut down King's God, even if they don't face them on head-on early or mid-game, I think Scotland of the East, if they be this consistent, because the first game was the only one that they had that wasn't theirs, right? The other 3 games, they've had a pretty good performance. Their average number of points per game is looking pretty good right now. So if they can keep this consistent performance going, I think by the end of it, just because of how risky the playstyle of King's God is, just because of how over aggressive it is, I'm pretty sure teams are gonna adjust to it. Teams are gonna figure it out, not figure it out, but get used to it. And once they get used to that pace of play, the fights might not go their way. And I think if at that time Scotland of the East this consistent, they can definitely close in the gap and maybe even equalize the points.
The point with closing the gap is, like we mentioned, you have to shut down King's God right from the early start. You cannot let them have their free space, because even if you do not give away your kills, other teams are giving them those crucial points on which they are really capitalizing. So that is of the real essence over here. So to stop down a team like King's God, you need to at least have a very high fragging game and also get those placement points. Because if you take a look, if you compare between the placement points of Scotland of the East and King's God, it's just a mere 9 points are different. So that's pretty much doable. But it's those kill points that they're getting.
60-point kill difference,
The 60-point kill difference is what they have to cover. And how do they do that? That's the question. If they somehow figure that out, maybe by tomorrow, like you said, if they're consistent, they might just cross them over.
Exactly. I mean, they might just cross them over. And one thing, I mean, I agree with you. Need to get a lot of kills in order to do that in every single match. Yeah, the Red Bull is going to help you with the wings, and it is going to provide you the energy that you need to get all those kills. A little bit of a confidence boost as well. If you want to rush into those fights, 1v4, get a few points for yourself and then just back off.
I think this is what has been the difference for King's God. They get themselves a can of Red Bull right before the match, and that gives you the cojones to really go in onto its face of the enemies, be it a shotgun, be it a grenade launcher. They don't really care. They just keep being that very, very violent force of nature, as you can say. They just don't stop. And teams did figure out how to really stop them. Do or die was the one team. So what they basically did was they realized that, okay, so King's God is coming from the circle. Let's not give them the chance to enter, because once they get their free space, once they get that area to move around, I'm pretty sure they are really deadly, and we do know that.
Exactly. But now I think it's time for us to head to the second last game of today, ladies and gentlemen. For that, we're going to head over to our casters once again, and over to you guys.
Fixers for sure enjoys that Red Bull a lot, I'm just telling you. But still, ladies and boys and girls, we are back out here on the Northeast Esports Summit, and the Free Fire segment is going on. My name is Ocean Sharma. Alongside me is going to be Shadow. So, Shadow, speculations. Next game. What do you think?
King's God, they are dominating. But Scotland of the East also, if we talk about this team, right now they are sitting in the 2nd position, and last match they got themselves a booyah. They have been consistent. If we talk about in today's matches, they were pretty consistent. And Team Tension also, if we talk about, they are at the 5th position. The point difference, although between King's God and Tension, is too high, but between Scotland of the East and Team Tension is not that much. So anything can happen between the players of Team 2nd position and 5th position.
Yeah, that can happen, and we'll be, just moving on to the game as well right now as we're just discussing all these things. But if I have to just ask you, just like you said, King's God, right? But what's going wrong with other teams? Like, some teams are not looking good with the rotation, some teams are not looking good with their fights. So, like, what do you think? Like, these teams need to focus on? Is it the rotations? Is it the fights? What do you think?
Definitely, rotations are going to play an important role. But one more thing that I noticed was to give a revive to their teammates. The players were going out in the open area. They were overcommitting. They are going in the open to take a fight. That was also a mistake coming in from so many players. Like the initial fight we saw in the last map. Exactly this happened. The players were coming out in the open area, and it became so easy for the opponent team to take them down.
That's true. But we'll be moving on to the next map, ladies and boys, girls. This out here, you can see the proper cinematic views for sure. But will we see good fights? I would say we will see good fights by the end of it. But right now, Shipyard is where you can see the teams are just dropping down right for the starters. I saw 4 arms going down. That means King's God are also going down right next to Plantation, probably. And yes, that's where they are. Bermuda is where we are at right now. ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Plantation, the southern side of Plantation to Bhima Shakti is where the team of King Squad is going down. Let's see if they take up a good fight.
Yes, let's see if they will take up a good fight or not. We'll have to wait for it. And Bhima Shakti strip, team number 5, that is King's God, will be dropping in there. Will get a perfect loot, and most probably the zone will also favor them. But if we talk about observatory, 2 of the squads are dropping into that area. That is going to the plus of team number 3 and team number 9, and they are up to an early engagement. Team tension. 2 players, 1 knocked out. One of them have gotten a revive, lost one of the player, reduced to 3-man squad. And let's see, team number 3, they are looking strong. And Ruben, can he take down the 2 plus of team number 3? No, he can't. And he is also down on his knees. And team tension, last solo player remaining, has got no loot, no gun, and he has to run for his life.
Has to run for the life. But look at this. You can see, talking about tension again, a lot of tension coming in. I mean, right now, you cannot say gunfights, you cannot say rotations. They just landed, and that went bad for them. So, like, today, it seems like it's not the day at all.
Well, it's definitely not their day, and like you said, they just landed. They had no loot. That was very unfortunate for them. And this last player remaining, he will have to go a little passive, not the way Team Tension likes to play. This is not their game style, if we talk about. They are an aggressive team, but this time they will have to go for the placement points. On the other hand, if we talk about the plus of Team 11, they are making their rotations waterways, and by the looks of it, the team number 7, if they spot them down, then Team 11 will be in a lot of problem. On the other hand, Captain is also making his rotations from the waterways, and Captain has to be very careful because Team 11, all the 4 players are onto that side of the river, and this could be problematic because if Captain gets knocked out, his teammates won't be able to reach him that quickly, or won't be able to provide the perfect cover fire that would be required for him to get that revival. So he has to play his cards very carefully. And on the other hand, West side, all the 4 players are sticking together. They might make rotations through those zip lines, or maybe on foot. We'll have to wait for it. They are looking good. They have got good guns also. Not every player. This player has got no gun to himself, just a level 2 helmet. Let's see how things go for West Side Army.
We'll have to see, because Westside, I would say previous game was decent for them. This one we'll have to see, and just right now jumping onto the tire stacks for getting onto the topmost areas, getting that first aid, and he could see a lot more first aids onto the topmost area as well. So yeah, we'll be going for those loots for sure. And after that, we might just see a good rotation coming in. And as you can see, right from Westside's starting point to where they have to get inside the circle, I would say somehow the team is looking good. The team is looking promising, but the team, again, communication might be just a bit of a problem for this team. But well, look at this. Onto the side of Sentosa, we could see a few teams, a few players as well. And onto the area of Pochinok, you can see Team Respect. Previous game, they started off good, but they could not end up good fights.
Well, yes, if we talk about Team Respect, overall leaderboard, they are sitting in the 4th position, and the point difference between Scotland of the East and Respect is 20 points. If this time Team Respect gets himself a booyah and Scotland of the East, as they might be praying, gets an early elimination, we can see Team Respect coming at the 2nd position also. But right now, the players of Team 11 are in a bit of problem, as one of their player has been taken down. I guess they have been reduced to 3-man squad, and one of the player is so far away. So let's see how they're going to take this 2v4 fight against the plus of team number 7. And both the teams are holding on to their position. They want to make sure that another opponent team makes a mistake or comes out in the open area or peak enough so that they can shoot in their direction and take them down. Let's see if that's going to happen or not. For now, Team 11 will also wait for their 3rd player to show some good rotations, and he can actually backstab the plus of team number 7 also. And there was a grenade coming in from Deathstrokes towards lead direction, and he has to move into the open to move towards the cover, takes down a lot of damage from Deathstroke, and Captain is trying to shoot in the direction of John Connor. He does manage to connect 1 or 2 bullets, but another problem is coming in from team number 4.
Yeah, the problems definitely are just there. It's kind of, looking bad onto all the other things. But Westside, just as we were talking about it, they look good, they start good, but then they could not end the fights in the best of the manners, and that's where the things are just going down for the players, for the teams. But well, talking about them, they don't have a kill, but they do have to go for the rotations, and that's where things might just go, really bad. But other teams, ASSAM Rifles, they just have 3 players. Like, I want to ask you, what do you have to say about this team? Because every other team is going for the 4 players and everything for the starters. This team, they just have 3 players right now. They did not get the 4th one in the lobby. So do you think they would go for a passive approach? But seeing one thing, that captain has 1 kill, they are still looking really strong.
Well, if we talk about Assam Rifles, right now they are at the 9th position in the overall leaderboard. So they need both the kill points and the placement points. And having a 3v4 fight, obviously they will be outnumbered. So they will have to compensate for that with good rotations, good positions. So I guess they should just focus right now in the initial stages that they get as many placement points as possible. Because in the final circle, you are going to get kill points. And what just happened? Team Tension gets an early elimination. Not going to go down with the overall standings in the leaderboard, and right now the plus of team number 4 have been spotted down by the plus of Assam Rifles, and he's shooting in their direction. Let's see if he can manage to take one of the player down. Right now the plus have moved far away, so I don't think he will be able to take them down, and he will have to live with 1 kill for now. On the other hand, if we talk about team number 4, they have now height advantage.
All right. Just like you told about this one, yeah, height advantage. We'll have to see what happens for the teams right now. But 35 people alive, 10 teams surviving, and the players are still, just focusing on the rotations, focusing on their movements, focusing on their drops as well. Because a few teams haven't moved a single step onto the areas. But this game, somehow I feel like, yeah, there are some kills that are happening, there are some fights that are happening, but still looks like a slow start for the teams, a slow start for the players. As they are trying to understand what is happening on this day, because we have seen 4 games happen. This is the 5th game, and after that it's going to be the 6th game. And there are a few teams just like Scotland of the East, just like King's God, like they are getting good booyahs for themselves. Talking about King's God, here is DV.
Well, King's God is there, but he is at a wrong position. What happened? A grenade kill coming in, and he took down both the players with single grenade.
Wow. DV got those kills. He got a wipe. He got everything that they needed right for the starters. And again, I wouldn't be surprised if this team ends with another booyah.
Well, this is why you shouldn't be the whole squad shouldn't be holding on to the tower I was talking about in the first match, because 1 grenade and your whole team gets eliminated, and this is what happened. He got 2 kills because both the players were at the tower, not much space to move around or save yourself from those grenades. But I'm wondering, how DV managed to get so close? He shouldn't have been they should have shooted in his direction or stopped his rotation. But let's see, Kings of God, they can do anything. Their domination, we know they can dominate in any situation, in any place, and that is what they will be doing in this match. Also, Scotland of the East, again, a very good outing in the last match, got themselves a booyah, sitting in the 2nd position. They want to maintain their position. On the other hand, John Connor is also appearing in the kill feed as he takes down one of the player. But King's God right now are moving in the direction of the plus of team number 8, and I believe they have managed to take one of the player down, and team number 8 has been reduced to 3-man squad. Toxic is there, and let's see how things are going to go down with the plus of team 8, because King's God is rushing into their area, into their compounds. They have a good compound cover to their name, but not a very good positioning. One of the player might be going for the flank or the rotation from the left hand side. Let's see how that is going to turn out, because King's God player 4 arms is onto his own rotation.
That's true. But on to this one. Now the circle is going to be closing in. Team number 7, they are still outside the circle. Team number 11 as well, they're still outside the circle right now. If you see the side of Peak, that's where 2 teams are, but the northern side of Peak is completely empty. That's where the circle, exactly, that's where the circle was going to go, and that's where the circle is. Team number 5, team number 8, really close to each other. Team number 2 outside the circle onto the sides of Kota Tua. Team number 3 moving inside the zone right now. They are looking good with the movements, but 4 arms, another grenade. Is there any stopping to them? But I would say you should take him down, but no, a better one. Their 2 players are surviving, but can they take this fight? That's going to be a tricky one, because they have only 2 players, and I think they are deciding to just buy out some time, but that's going to be a tricky affair.
That is gonna be a tricky affair, and Nishan should have shooted in that moment, and now he is paying the price because he has been taken down, and now his teammate Donbox is the last solo player remaining. He wants to disengage from this fight. He's making use of those vehicles, but let's see, can he survive? Because he is at the receiving end of the damage. He did the shots of the players of Team Kings God were connected, so he's a little low on HP. He needs to heal up first. He needs to get himself a good cover, but the players of Kings God are not gonna let him go that easily. They have the height advantage. They can spot him out very easily, and he takes a lot more damage this time from 4 arms. He needs to heal up really fast if he has the healings or not, but 4 arms, he is rushing into his direction, and Donbox, he has to take this fight. There is no chance of moving away or disengaging himself from this fight. He has to take this fight. 4 arms, he's being very careful. He doesn't want to overcome it or make any mistake. He might be waiting for his teammate for the backup that they need. But what happened? Honey Design just got knocked out and gets taken down by the players of team number 1. And with that, Kings DV eliminates Better One, the last solo player remaining. He has been finished, and with that, Better One get an early elimination.
They do get an early elimination, but right now they're still looking forward, maybe onto the next game. But Kings God, again, they have 7 kills already with 27 players still alive. Count those 3 players out, still 24 players alive onto this lobby with the 8 teams surviving. And this team is looking good with everything. Now they have to move inside the circle. A good outing will be coming up for the players. And now the airdrops were coming in. RJX, he has a really good sniper for his own self. And let's see if this is going to be enough as the players are again moving up forward for the circles rotation. Team number 5, that's going to be Kings God. They again are moving up forward for themselves. You can see another airdrop coming in. Dragonov is going to be out there. Grotza were in previous airdrops. So the players are looking good with their own loot. But everyone's coming onto the peak side.
Well, yes, everyone will be coming towards the peak side. That's where the zone is. Scotland of the East, not a very good start. Have got 0 kills, but now they have spotted down the solo player of Team No 4. That is, it's Babu. Team 4, all the 3 players are so split out. They won't be able to provide any backup to each other. And let's see, Scotland of the East will be moving towards It's Babu. They know it's a solo player, and they want to hunt him down. And let's see if they can do it or not. Or the player, It's Babu, will he be able to clutch it out or not? On the other hand, captain of ASSAM Rifles is the last solo player remaining. Very late rotation coming in, takes his own damage, but somehow will make it to the safe zone. And Gods of Assam, again, 3-man squad, they are rushing into the area of the
Is coming in as Babu has been taken down as well. Scotland, they're looking good. They want to end this right here, right now. 5 is moving up forward from team number 2. He is out there in the open. I mean, if it just comes down to it, he'll go for the confirmation. That did not happen right now. Jean-Claude has been taken down by the captain onto the other side as well, as the players are taking up their fights onto the other areas. We still have 8 teams surviving, 24 players alive right now. Captain, again, is going for the confirmation. It's looking good. He's last man surviving, the solo person, but he is looking decent, looking promising right now. We're popping up the first stage, and now he's trying to take up the fights. He takes him down, has 4 kills, and he all alone is taking every inch of the fight. Gets 3 in this one.
Well, yeah, definitely a very good 1v3 coming in, but right now the plus of King's Squad are in a bit of trouble because 4 arms has been taken down. Hotshot might want to get confirmation onto him. RJX has been taken down. He is also knocked, but he has got the revival. He needs to heal up really fast. He has healed up. He will heal up, but Team King's God is not looking that good right now because I guess they are reduced to 2 or 3-man squad. They lost one of their 4 arms. Team number 1 is looking quite good in this situation. They have got all the 4 players. They have got 3 kills to their name. RJX have the height advantage also. He has a good positioning, but one of the player of team number 4 who is rotating from outside of the safe zone, they have to be careful from God Nayan because God Nayan can backstab, but that won't be happening because Nayan has been spotted down and God ED is shooting into his direction, and with that Nayan gets taken down and confirmation has already been done. And the team number 1 have got 5 kills to their name, but team number 4, Ocean, if we look at their rotations, all the 3 players were taking 3 different paths when moving into the zone, and now they are paying the price.
Yeah, now we can see this team has 5 kills for themselves. We're down to 6 teams, 19 players alive right now. Team number 6, team number 5, team number 2, team number 3, they are at different areas. Team number 1 onto the back end side as well, but the circle's closing up. The individual player from team number 4 is trying to come back from the back side of team number 3. Gorginto, you can see, yeah, he is just trying to get inside the circle. Seems like a decent thing for him, but it's Addiction and Kings DV. Those 2 players are surviving, and we know last time when these 2 players survived, they got a booyah for their own team. Might as well do it this time as well. The only thing is making the way inside the circle, because the circle is right next to King's God again. They have the circle, they have the zone. Do they have the game?
Shut down.
Do they have the game? That is the main question, because they are playing as a two-man squad. Will they go in another booyah like they did when they were that match? Also, they were reduced to two men. Let's see if they can repeat that. But right now, team number 6 have to be careful of the plus of team number 1, who are at the backside of them, and RJX. We know this team has been showing a very, very good performance overall. So let's see. RJX has been spotted down. One of his teammates is at the receiving end of the damage. Fluffy has a good cover to his name. He has got an AK, and let's see, can he take down the plus of team number 1 or not? PewDiePie, not a very good performance overall if we talk about, but let's see how this match is gonna go down. A hot shot comes out in the open area. He wants to rush into the compound of team number 6, and this was a moment they should have shot in his direction, but they are letting him come near, and now they are receiving the damage. And with that, Fluffy has been taken down.
He is now using grenade trays. He was using the launches for his own self. Airy is moving up forward. Angel is just out there. Good shots coming in, and Angel might as well just go down. No, Airy was taken down, but hot shot comes in for the aid of the brother. Takes him down as well, and obviously will be giving up a revive as well. This team, they have 7 kills, but no. There's an uninvited guest onto the downside. That's number 6's last player. They go down as well. PewDiePie gets eliminated right now. This team has 9 kills, but now it comes down to team number 2 versus team number 3. Let's see what happens in this fight as well.
Yes, let's see what happens. Team 3 has a good compound cover to the name. They are right at the edge of the zone, and when the zone will start shrinking, team number 2 will have to make their move. But with that, team 2 has lost one of their player, and team Do or Die takes another player from team number 2, and I guess team number 2 is reduced to just one last player, and let's see for how long he's gonna survive, because he has to move into the zone, and the players of Do or Die are waiting for him. Scotland of the East just 2 kills. Last player Devil is there, and let's see what Devil is gonna do. And FNC gonna shoot in the direction of the players of team number 3 and reveal his position, but I guess his position has already been compromised, and this is the moment he has to make his move. He has to move inside the zone. Can he make it? Because no, he won't be able to make it. And with that, Scotland of the East has been eliminated. Now we reduced to 3 teams. Kings God still have got very good kills in their name, 7 kills, and let's see, can they make it to 8? They are shooting in the direction of Hotshot. Hotshot was just at the receiving end of the damage from play zone. His location has already been compromised.
Yes, the location has been compromised though, but Kings God, they are still surviving, looking good for themselves, just like we were talking again. Have 2 players. This is going to be the final fight. This is going to be a 2v4. Let's see how the things happen. Kings God going good with throwables. They're trying to do every inch of damage as they can, but can they survive for long right now? When he goes down, it is a 2v3 onto their hands. Can they go for a 2v2? Pablo is low on its own HP. Will be going for the HP as well. Kings God again, they have become the kill leaders. It's a fight of kill leaders. It's a fight of booyah right now as well. 2 players surviving in one of the best ways as they can. MRH is outside the area. What's going to happen? They're trying to take the walls down as well, and the circle's closing in. This is where the fights will be happening. The last zone coming in, Addiction onto the back end side as well. Let's see what Addiction does. It again has gone down to a fight as Addiction is trying to spot the players. Addiction is trying to take him down. Can he or can he not? This is the ending. This is the ending of the game. No! Another booyah! Another one coming in for Kings God!
Well, this team is not stopping. It's the 3rd booyah that they are getting today. And this match, the way they were playing, Addiction was right there in the center of this zone. And the rest of the players were taken down by the zone.
They were taken down by the zone. This was an incredible fight if you're talking about this. Let's have a look at what the desk segment has to say about this one, because, man, I am not over it. Let's just get back to those people.
Alright, so here's what I have to say about this game, right? Even though Kings did get the booyah for themselves, not the usual amount of kills that we see on them.
I think they did cross the double digit, maybe 10 kills, because in the last they got those final 2 kills, and last we saw them, they had something around 7 kills. So if they did manage to pick up one more, but again, Johnny, it comes down to this. Again, another booyah coming out. So kills also, at least 20 points out of the kills, and then 40 points from a single game. Do or Die is really playing well with the way that they've been picking up those kills and trying to be consistent over there. So that really comes in their favor. But still, the question remains, who is going to stop the Kings
Exactly. I mean, and this time they were, I think, Honey Design and Addiction were already taken out earlier on in the game, and it was just DV and 4 arms from the side of Kings that were left. One thing that we do want to talk about is, I mean, I just feel like
I think
people
Addiction was there.
Yeah.
This time he was using a different loadout, perhaps.
I
This time
mean,
he did not go with the shotgun.
the people are getting used to the playstyle of Kings. They're getting used to the sort of pressure
Yes.
that this team applies. And that is one thing that they need to watch out for. They need to change something in their strategies. I mean, one thing that definitely they should change is like not rush into any team's face first and then basically don't shoot first and ask questions later.
So now the thing is that Kings look more organized. They before they were like those guys who spread chaos
Yeah.
throughout the map. They was to they spread out everywhere. Now they let the fight come in.
Talking about Kings and being spread out,
Yeah.
I mean, this Kings
Oh.
God is like they were united, but
yes.
like we were having a look on the game backstage.
of Assam.
Gods of Assam, yeah. One player to the extreme
it was
west,
Nan.
one player Nan to the extreme east, and like why is the question.
I mean, as long as it works out, then they just did. I think the only sole reason I can believe why they would go for such a strat was for the position points.
Yeah.
Because let's be honest, staying alone and then trying to take down an entire squad, you have to be as good as the King's God. That's a kind of a long shot that they were hoping for. But I do hope once the standings do come
Yeah.
up, we will get to see we'll get to have an idea as to how much did that strategy work out. Because we still have a lot of games to go, because we almost done with our 5 games. Now we have 7 more games remaining.
But that's
So-
the thing as well, right? I mean, okay, Gods of Assam, they were 2 players as well. Kings were 2 players as well. Gods of Assam decided to spread out and
Yeah.
stay outside the circle. Kings decided to take the smack center of the circle. That's the sort of confidence you're going to need if you want to get the booyah for yourself and if you want to climb the standings. Let's have a look at the standings as well. The standings for this game first, where it is... Oh, they had 11 kills.
Yeah, they had 11 kills. I told you. I mean, they did somehow cover up those kills over there in those final circle. Talk about do or die. I mean, 9 kills. There are something to be happy about. But yes, like you were mentioning, Gods of Assam. This strategy completely
Yeah.
focuses on the fact that you need to get those placement points. And well, let's be honest, they did. They did get 10 points,
Yeah.
but
No
I don't
kills.
think
it's not enough. But at the same time, IYATYLLILANG, 0 points. I think this is where the downfall perhaps begins, because Scotland of the East, let's be honest, they've been consistent.
Yeah.
PewDiePie,
But,
good
I
signs
mean,
of resurrection. from
Exactly. I
them.
mean, good signs of resurrection from PewDiePie, but Scotland of the East, if the team that you are chasing gets 42 and you get 17, it's definitely not enough.
Yes.
They need to get kills for themselves. And I mean, we're going to see this in the leaderboard as well as to how massive the gap between the teams is. Look at that. 103. Scotland of the East just crossed the 100-point marker right now. And King's God are almost, like, they're knocking on the 200 points.
And they might just as well end the day with the 200 marker. But one thing for sure, if
Yeah.
you remember last time, I guess after 4 games, they had already crossed 250.
Yes.
In the 4th qualifier. But the competition did increase, but not enough. Not enough to scare them off. And
I think it has already. 'Cause it's like testament to the fact, like in Q4, you remember they were hitting on 250, and the team on the second position was somewhere around 80 or 90 at that point.
Right.
The fact that Scotland of the East are also in the hundreds right now, I think the level of competition is there. But
still not enough to challenge them. Still not enough to really challenge them. And well, Do or Die has been picking up the pace. But
Yeah.
I think that's just going to be enough. That's just going to be it, to be honest. But from here onwards, where do we go? Which team is the one going to stop King's God? Because if you need to take the gods down, you need to have some god tier gameplay coming out from
Yeah.
your side. You need to go with something, some kind of a different strat, maybe try to bait them out.
That's the thing. You can't bait these guys out. They are the ones who bait you out. Because we saw this in the final fight, right?
Right.
You had one guy on the backline from the opposing teams. The players of King's Gods, they were clearly present. one guy running around just trying to see if he can get the other person to aggress, and the other guy from the opposing team did aggress towards him. And why was he just moving around out in the open? His teammate was standing right behind the wall just waiting. They don't shoot you just like from the front. There's always going to be backup somewhere wherein the teammate has a line of fire available, and you're going to get sandwiched between the two lads. It's not just this game. This happened in the last game as well. This happened in the one before that as well. And I think that is one reason why this team is really good with the fights. Positioning of the players.
You know, what I love about this team, they love to use their utilities right.
Yes.
You know, sometimes just throwing around walls, just throwing around grenades into the thin air does not work out. You need to know how to optimally really go for the usage of it.
They use the utility perfectly, and I mean that is the thing. Because, like, all right, the way we talk about this team, it sounds like we're making them gods. They do make mistakes as well.
They are gods themselves.
Yeah, they have fantastic gameplay, but it's the way they recover from the blunders. Because they make mistakes as well. I mean, climbing up the slope, you spot out a player out in the open, you try and take him out, and you flick your crosshair up. Stuff like that happens to them. It happened to them multiple times. Not connecting their shots. Getting taken out in the middle of nowhere with no backup inside. Stuff like that happens to them a lot as well. And it's the same thing that other teams go through at the same time. But it's the fact that Kings are better at adapting to the cards that are dealt to them.
See, of course, you know, Kings do bleed, the gods do bleed, and we did see that. We did see a few teams did take them down. But then again, it's about, like you mentioned, how do you adapt to the situation? How do you, kind of quickly understand what the opponent is trying to do? How do you fend them off? So what really Kings gods are really doing over here is now onwards, before they used to go from the edges. They used to fight their way in. And that is why they used to get a lot of kills early on.
Yes.
Now, what they are doing, they figured out in one of the games, were trying to come from the edges and they were taken down. So what they did this time rather was to try to go and compete for the center. So they waited, they did have a good spot, they had that good high ground, did not really let the other teams this time around come in. Not a lot of kills in their favor, but it's like still 11 kills is good. But we have seen them getting 17, 18 kills. But as long as you're getting that booyah, so you kind of have seemed to have figured out how the circle works, how the teams are trying to play around. So that is where they really excel. And like we mentioned, the usage of utility is very, very crucial, very, very critical. I believe they are the ones who are making the right use of it. They save their grenades for the last. When they spot in those final circles to apply pressure, you've got those goo walls coming up. So what they do is, how do you bait your enemy out? Just throw a grenade onto him. He will tend to come out, and that's where you strike. So they've been sticking to the basics, doing nothing really out of the ordinary. And that has worked out for them so far.
Exactly. And I mean, one thing that I want to point out is like sort of a swap has happened. Earlier on, we used to see a lot of teams in the center like trying to fight for the control of the center. But this time, if you have noticed like the map, it was just the players of Kings. Everyone else was coming from the edges. So they know how to read the terrain. They know where the other teams are going to feel a little bit more comfortable playing, and they play according to that. Since teams are going to try and take the high ground advantages, no one is going to try and play the dip right in the low ground, because like you can be spotted out and you can be taken out by the teammates up above. They will have the advantage of having a better angle of utility towards you as well. Kings decided to just stay there. They decided to buy out their time. They knew they were just two people alive. They knew they did not have the man advantage. Their objective was just to survive. And that is one reason why, like, playing in the center, they did not get that many kills. But it's like, again, the process of adaptation, the process of communication between the players of this team, it is on a whole different level.
So now we come back to the same question, right? Where we were really stuck in the first game. How do you stop them? So this is something that the teams need to understand. That there's a team that's completely obliterating you. You need to put a full stop on them, and if you don't, they are just gonna march away with the winning prize and a lot of bragging rights along with that.
Talking about putting a full stop to things, it seems like IYATYLLILANG B, they have stopped themselves. After that first booyah, they have constantly been dropping down, while the rest of the competition has been rising up. I mean, talk about Do or Die, Scotland of the East. They have stepped up their performance. They have collected a lot of points that is putting them in contention for the top spots. But IYATYLLILANG, I mean, after that first booyah and the second game as well, I expected them to like be more consistent.
Yes, we did. But Yatilang is a team, if you take a look at the qualifiers in which they came in,
Yeah.
this is a team that has been towards the middle order. So this is not a very flashy team. This is a team that goes in for the position if they get the kills good enough. But the primary focus is on collecting enough points from the placement. So they've been trying to do that. As long as you do not free yourself up, as long as you do not really try to commit like the players of King's God do it. So if they see that there's a fight that they can take, they go for that. If they cannot really take it, they rather go in for the good position. And once they are in a good situation where they can take the fight, they respond. So you need to figure out the fights that you can take, and if some team needs to get even close to King's God, really stop the really kind of closing up the gap that they've built up, they have to be aggressive. No second thoughts. Just getting booyahs won't be enough. 20 points out of one booyah that you get, but if you get even 10 to 12 kills, you're exceeding that. You're getting 22 points from the kills. And we have seen teams going for like 17, 18, as low as high as 20 kills also. So
Exactly.
40 points just from the kills. I think that's enough. That's enough to really catch up. And teams need to understand you have 2 points per kill. So that's a huge icebreaker.
Exactly. That's a huge. That can be a tiebreaker. That can be the thing that you need. One kill gets you 2 points, and points are all that matter. So being really aggressive will definitely be something that you need to do in order to collect those points. Placement points are like, I mean, you get 20 for the booyah and that's it. But apart from that, I mean, we are heading to the last game of today. So with that, I think it's time to head over to the action of the battlefield once again with our casters. So over to you guys.
Hello everyone, and we are back for the final game for today. I mean, my name is Ocean Sharma. It's going to be Shadow right next to me. So Shadow, what are your expectations? Like, let's not say King's God now, but what are your expectations from the final game?
Well, it will go a little passive like this match. Also, we saw it since this is the last match. This is the last chance for the teams to be in the top, and the teams who are already in the top, they want to maintain their spot. So they will go for a little passive approach, maybe for the top teams who are there, a little passively maintain their position, be in the top 5, and then go for the kill points. But the teams that are in the bottom, I'm looking out for them because they can go all aggressive because they have got nothing to lose.
Yeah, that's one thing. They can go all aggressive if they just want to go for everything for, their gameplay, for their best aggressive style, probably go for the rotations. And then if they spot someone, maybe one or two vulnerable players, might as well just take him down. If that happens, but, for that, again, we'll have to just calculate how the players just think of their strategies. Because, again, there are teams who have nothing to lose, but then there are teams who might have everything to lose. And that might just change a lot of perspectives of the game.
Well, definitely, if any of the team who are at the bottom of the table drops in at the location of the teams that are in the top and manage to take them down, then obviously the team at the top is not going to be happy. But anything can happen, and it can go either ways. Last match we saw teams making use of utilities also. That was also quite good outing from so many players. In fact, one of the player was could have if he had controlled his aggression, he could have wiped out the whole squad with those grenades that were coming in. So players are realizing the importance of holding on to their position, taking only good fights, not bad fights, and making use of the throwables also.
That's true. That's true. Making the best use of the throwables, making the best use of everything. But we'll still have to see when the game actually starts up. We'll still have to see what the players actually do. When we'll be coming on to everything and talking about the last game for today. Obviously, it's going to be the last game for today. Tomorrow, it's going to be a different story. Just coming up with everything. And these players, these teams, they also have one more thing right next to them. That's going to be the Airtel India Esports too. Just making up their name, making up their marker onto everything, on to be the best player, best Free Fire player out there. And obviously it starts from Northeast Esports Summit, and they by the end of the year they'll be looking forward to a big whole world of competition for themselves. So we'll have to see how that happens. But if I have to ask you, apart from King's God, which team do you think might just dominate?
Scotland of the East, if we talk about Scotland of the East, can do it, but I want team tension because right now
Oh,
they had an early exit in the last match also, so they can show their natural game style, that is aggressive game style. So I want team tension to do that because they are a
yeah.
capable team. They can go for the booyah also. So this is the match where they can experiment or try something new or go all aggressive because team tension can pull it off.
Yeah, they can pull it off for sure. But I would say tension kind of is looking in their own tension today. You know, they're not in their own element somehow, and
Yeah.
that's one thing that's missing for some reason. We'll see what happens in the last game right now. As that game, it's gonna be right out here, right in front of us. This is a proper view of Moat House, as you guys could see. But you know, if the fights happen there, it might be a bit of a contestation. We'll see what happens, and now the teams will be going up forward right from the start of Central to Moat House.
Yes, and we have seen teams who like dropping in towards Mothos also. So let's see this time which of the team will be dropping in there. On the other hand, so many teams are, two of the teams are moving towards the Marble Works area that is going to the plus of team number 7 and team 11. Actually, one of the area that is highly contested, considering it offers such a good loot also. But this time, I don't see many teams dropping in towards Basilia area. Team number 6 is there, followed by the plus of team number 9 also. 3 squads might be two squads. The team 8 has changed their part. 2 squads, team 4 and team 5 will be moving towards Crossroads area, and team 12 this time will be moving towards Moth House.
Probably, let's see how the fights happen. As of now, this seems like a pretty slow start. Obviously, the teams are trying to just drop down, trying to take their initial guns and initial fights if they can. But then there's one team, you know, the team that got the first ever booyah today. They are moving on to the Moat House area. Seems decent, seems good for them. Crossroads is where early engagements might happen. Same goes for Brasilia southern side. It might just go for some decent engagement. We'll see where the final fights happen, as the teams, as the players will be ready for everything for themselves.
Well, yes, where the final fight is going to happen, we'll have to wait for it. Right now, the initial fight looks to be happening in the Crossroads area because Team 5 is there, Team number 4 is there. Let's see if that's going to happen or not. For now, both of the teams will be looting, getting the basic loot for themselves, the basic gun that they need, and then we might see them rushing in, or maybe there is a bridge. We can see some rotations coming in from the plus of Team number 4 because nobody wants to have an initial fight right now. Team number 8 is in a 2v2 split. Let's see how that's going to work out for them because team 12, when they will start making their rotations towards the main island, team 8 will have a very good position to take those players down. On the other hand, in Basilia also we see the plus of team number 6 looting, and in close vicinity is going to the plus of team number 9.
Let's see. Once the fights will start and happening, we'll see how the fights, you know, just end up with everything, as the players, again, are just moving forward, looking forward to take those fights if they can. But slowly and steadily, right now, talking about Scotland of the East, trying to move forward, trying to look for some decent fights, trying to look for some decent kills, as this team has been promising, has looked onto the promising ways for themselves. Let's see if this final game can be theirs with a booyah, or if not, what will be their final placement.
Yes, the Scotland of the East have to play their card perfectly because right now they are at the second position, if I'm not wrong, and they want to maintain that position. But another team, which we are not talking about, is going to a plus of do or die. They are also having a very good outing. They have also been very consistent in today's matches also. So this match is going to be crucial for the plus of do or die because they might want to be at the second position. On the other hand, if we talk about PewDiePie, they had good matches, they had bad matches. Let's see how their performance is going to be in this last match. They are going towards a safer approach. They dropped in towards the crossroad area instead of taking fight with the plus of team number 5. They are going for those rotations and disengaged from any fight. They will go towards a little passive approach because PewDiePie right now, if they want to be in top 3 or top 2, they need both the placement points and the kill points.
As of now, yeah, I would say. But talking about the same PewDiePie, I mean, I want to ask you, their one game was decent. What do you think about this game? Like, how should they approach this game if you're talking about, you know, their gameplay style?
Well, like I said, this time they need both the kill points and the placement points because their overall position, if we talk about, is 10th position in the leaderboard, so they should go all aggressive because only placement points are not going to help them. If they get a booyah, they will get 17 points, and that with the if the kill points are going to be low,
Yeah.
then it's going to be a problematic. And if they are going to take multiple fights in the final circle, they will reveal their position, and the chances of getting that booyah will be very slim. So they should go for as many kill points in the initial stage as much they can. Even if they get early elimination, they will have their kill points to back them up. And right now they have spotted down the players of team number 2. That is going to be the team of God Chintu, and team
Yeah.
4 PewDiePie have the height advantage.
They do have the height advantage. That's where you can see they're trying to put up a lot of pressure. As you can see, ASAP takes down one. Will be going for the confirmation. It's looking really good. And that's where AUG comes in onto its best usages. Now to the left-hand side, spots another one. Babu might be the next one to go down. But no, Lemon goes for his own wall. So will be popping up a first hit. I would say was not needed right now. But well, if we use it, it's a decent thing. First blood coming in onto ASAP side as a confirmation just comes in. Chintu has to take it down as well. And that's where things might just go down. PewDiePie becomes a new kill leader. Nayan might have been the next one to go around, and now ASAP is switching on to his guns, was using an AUG previously, now again they're switching on to AUG again. Has to spot 2 players, has to take those 2 players down. Nayan is moving up forward. Chintu, low on HP, will be the confirmation.
Yes, he will get the confirmation, but there are some good rotations also coming in from the plus of team PewDiePie, and they can backstab Godnan, and it's Babu also. Let's see if that's gonna happen or not. And yes, that is going to happen as they have taken down Nayan from Team God, and it's Babu. The last solo player is not going to survive for very long because he's getting shot from 2 different directions. And with that, Gods of Assam is having an early elimination, and PewDiePie off to a very good start. 4 kills to their name without any casualty, and they are showing some good rotations also while taking up the fight. But right now, team number 3 is up against the plus of team number 9, and let's see if it's which team is going to come out of this particular situation. They can since the teams are holding on to compost, they can make some good use of those grenades also. Let's see if that's going to happen or not.
We'll have to see if that happens or not. But right now, this team has 3 kills for themselves. We'll be looking forward for more kills as well. As the fight will be happening, 11 teams surviving right now. 40 players alive, as you can see, as Laserman, boys and girls, you can see right now. And look at this. This river separates 3 different teams. One team was just moving on to the back end side. Team number 7 is out here against team number 11 as well. They'll be looking for a good fight. Jean Cor. Previously, this individual lad has showcased immense talent for his own self and for the team as well. But right now, they are at one area. They have a 2-2 split for themselves. Onto the other side, team number 11, they have 2-1 split. We'll have to see if they've lost another player or if not. But that's going to be a different situation, a different thing. Both of the teams are inside the circle. If they want to take up a fight, they can. But they might just prefer not to, because they have a safer area for themselves. But Jean Coe and his squad is moving up forward. Talking about team number 4, they're looking good. They're looking decent. Let's see how the fights are going to be happening for this team as well. Better one. They lost 1 player, but they're looking decent.
Yeah, they are looking decent. They are good. They are inside the zone. They have a good compound, good area to hold on to the. But right now they are moving in the open area. This could be a little problematic because the players of team number 7 can spot them down very easily. And if that happens, then they will be in a bit of problem. But they have a good ridge to their name, which they can hold on to. They might want to stick toward the riverside area because in Purgatory the zone might shift towards river area, or then it might help the team. But let's see if they are going towards a little passive approach. If that is going to help in the overall standings or not, that is going to be the main question. Westside Army has definitely spotted down the players of King's God. They were shooting in the direction of 4 arms, but King's God have very good positioning. If we talk about, one of the player has a height advantage, another player is coming out in the open area, that is 4 arms. On the other end, Deathstroke is taking damage from some other side, and he need to find himself a better cover. And right now the players of PewDiePie are rushing into the compound of team number 8, and they can easily take Pablo down, who is surviving on a very low HP. And let's see if they can take Pablo down or not. There are just 2 players, and Justin takes 1 player down, but he gets a perfect backup from his teammate Angel, as Angel takes Justin down. And now Pablo is the last solo player remaining right now in this compound. His cavalry is coming in to provide the backup that he needs right now, but will that be enough? We'll have to wait for it.
Pablo, he's low on his HP, right? So that just kind of creates a lot of distraction for his own self. Team number 4, again, they are moving forward. I'm just seeing the way this team is playing. They are looking good, but do or die. I mean, talking about Belly, he's the last man surviving with a full HP. for his own. King TV onto the other side, he's not stopping, but ASAP might be the next one to go down. He was low on HP, but well, he's going to be switching on to his guns. He's switching on to different guns right now. Moving on to the back end side. Oh, that was bad outing. Now it's Pablo's time to take up a fight. If Pablo can, if Pablo cannot, Pablo will be the next one to go down. That will be the end of do or die for today. Let's see what happens as, again, they are just moving up forward slowly and steadily, and the circle goes right in the center.
Well, circle definitely goes right in the center, but team do or die. Pablo is going to the last solo player remaining, and if PewDiePie eliminates do or die, then the chances of being a little up in the leaderboard will increase, because do or die is sitting at a good positioning. Early elimination is not going to work in the favor of do or die. Let's see if that's going to happen or not, because PewDiePie is playing really good. I believe they have got 7 kills to their name. On the other hand, if we talk about team number 1, that is Better One, is fighting up against the plus of team 11, and let's see if they can take down 2 of the players or not. Both of the teams have to move inside the zone. Team 1 has the height advantage. Team 11 is a little closer towards the zone, and Team 1 has to come towards the players of team number 11, and let's see how they are going to do it. And right now, 4 rounds is there with a perfect glue wall that is providing in the cover.
They're trying good, they're trying decent for themselves, but will it be the end or will it be the start of a really good fight? We'll have to see what happens. Team number 11, again, they have all the 3 players surviving for themselves right from the start of the game. They lost 1, but those 3 players are still right next to each other. 4 Arms, Addiction, and Kings, TV. They are surviving as of now from team number 1. And obviously, they'll be looking on to stop down this team, and I wouldn't be surprised if Kings God actually stops this team, because the way the momentum this team has had for themselves, they might be just already, they already have a really good lead, and they just want to, change that bridge gap to an even bigger number. Right now, if we're talking about this team, Boss is looking like an absolute beast as he is trying to take down the players, but it won't be enough.
Well, it won't be enough, because the player that he took down has gotten themselves a revival, but another team that can back strengthen is going to the players of Team 10, and they are doing that because Boss has been taken down, Ben has been taken down, and Team 12 is in a bit of trouble because they are reduced to 2-man squad, and Dawn will be going in for the revival on Ben, but that won't be sufficient because Team 10 is rushing in towards them. A glue wall has been placed perfectly. They need to heal up really fast, and this team is in a lot of problem because they have revealed their position to the players of Team 5, and 10 rushing towards them, and what is we doing? The glue wall got destroyed. He could have been taken down, and now Ben and Dawn are the last 2 solo players. Not solo players, 2 players remaining, and can they take down the players of team number 10? They does manage to take one of the players down, but now Team 10 will eliminate them, and with that, Assam Rifles up to 3 kills to their name are looking good.
We have 9 teams remaining, 31 players alive onto this one. Scotland of the East, they have 2 kills for themselves. Let's see if they can, just get a booyah for themselves, because that's going to be an important one, an interesting one. And now they are trying to spot up a few of their enemies. PewDiePie, look at that. They have 7 kills. They are looking good, have all the players surviving. Kings God, they have 2 kills, have all the players surviving. And all right, now they have 3 kills. I just speak too soon for this team, because whenever I just speak, they get 1 extra kill. Now they have 4 kills for themselves. Again, the team is looking good. The team is looking decent. With their performance, obviously, they have had back-to-back wins for themselves, back-to-back booyahs if you just talk about this. But now talking about this team, you can see team number 3, they have 3 kills. Addiction has been taken down. Let's see if this is going to be the end of that individual player, because there's no one to save him. So it might just seem like it. And yes, there it is. Hotshot gets 1 kill, 1 confirmation. Looks like he's going good.
Well, he is going good, and Honey Design is taking shots in the direction of the players of Team PewDiePie and King's God. If you talk about the previous matches also, every time they had fight with King's God, they were losing it. And let's see if they can win this one, because Honey Design is a solo player, if I'm not wrong. He's a solo player in this situation, but his teammate 4 Arms is also there. They are the 2 players. Team King's God this time are in all the players was in such a split that the solo player can be easily picked up, and that was a good decision coming in from the players of PewDiePie to give priority to the zone and not go after the players of King's God, because if they are friendly with the zone, if they are having a good position inside the zone, they will have a chance to get the booyah which they need. They are having good kill points. They have got 7 kill points, and let's see how many more they can get.
Let's see how many more they can get with everything, as now they are just, it's kind of a try. It's kind of a situation what is just forming up here. I mean, they have 2 players surviving. They lost, they have 3 players surviving. They lost 1 for sure. Design was low on its HP, but is going to be popping up those first aids as well. 4 rounds was getting shot at from different directions. Now he knows that there's going to be someone on his left. That's where he is seeing onto that area. They are inside the circle, but for how long? But no, first of all, they are trying to take good fights using a shotgun. TV is taking down good damage, taking down good players for his own self. Has to spot down the right hand side. That's where 5 is, but Honey goes down. King CV might just follow him up as he's low on his own HP. He's trying to go to the back lines. He has been spotted as well, has been shot as well. Goes down. 4 arms is last man surviving. This might be a bad affair for this team.
Yes, this is definitely not turning out good for this team. The player of team number 11 is right there. He will take shot in the direction of 4 arms. If 4 arms comes out in the open area, and he has the player of team 11 has a perfect glue wall for his cover, and 4 arms. Even the players of team number 3 are also shooting in his direction. He's in a lot of a trouble. Can he survive this? Chances are very low as he is taking a lot of damage. And with that, let's see 4 arms. For how long can he survive? Team number 3, RJX, is moving in the wrong direction. If he knows the location of the player of team 11, then good. Otherwise, he can backstab RJX and can take RJX down very easily. But the player of team 11 doesn't want to reveal his position because he also has to move towards the zone. But now his position has been revealed. Grenades are being popped in his direction, and RJX want to get that one kill towards his team. Can he do it? Can he do it? And he does manage to do it.
He does manage to do it, right? As of now, as we can just see the way the fight's happening, the way the things are going on right now. But onto the other side, Hotshot might be the bad situation, might be in the bad state, might just go down. And that's where Scotland of the East might just, chime in with a really good booyah.
Well, they can definitely chime in with a very good boa. Scotland of the East focus to their name. Lost one of the player 3-man squad. They are playing, but they have to move inside. But they are already inside the zone. The squads that are rushing in towards them. Let's see how that is going to turn out. On the other hand, the solo player of Team Kings got 4 arms has to be very careful because headshot is in close vicinity. Team number 5 is also moving towards the zone, but PewDiePie started off really good, and now Angel is the last player remaining, and he has to move inside the zone. So many squads are waiting for him. This is not looking good for Angel at all. Let's see if he can do it. He's in a 1v2 situation, takes down one, gets taken down by another one, and with that, PewDiePie has been eliminated. And Team Tension, 2 of the players are down on their knees. Let's see how they are gonna make it to the zone right now. On the other hand, if we talk about team number 3, they are in a good position. We have 6 teams left. They have all the 4 players. Things are looking good for this team.
Tension gets eliminated. Western Army gets eliminated. Right now, we have 4 teams, 8 players surviving. What's going to happen? 4 arms still surviving for his own team. An individual player who's looking really good, really decent. I mean, he just needs to get out of this wall, and now he does. But what's going to be happening is he is moving up really good, moving right from the backside of the circle. But we'll have to see if that's going to be enough. Now he spots someone. He tries to take him down, and he does. It's down to 3 teams. 80 is going to be giving up a good revival of his own self. He needs a first aid. If he cannot get a first aid, that's going to be a bad thing. I mean, talk about the team that is inside the circle. Seems like they are looking really good. That's going to be God 80 and his team. This team is going to be really good. They have 8 kills. My next target, it's going to be 4 rounds for them, but onto the side is where team number 5 is coming in. This looks like a 1 versus 2 versus 3, and that's what it is. 4 rounds, still surviving, still looking good. Takes down 1, but he goes down. That's where Kingsguard gets eliminated. 1 versus 3 is what it is. Shutdown is going to be coming in. Scotland of the East, they have 1 player surviving. Let's see if he can do everything that's needed. Sounds like no might be the answer. Can he take 1 down? He almost does take 1 down with a good free lead. Will be going for the confirmation, but no, on to the other side. Elimination comes in, and a really good booyah comes down here.
Well, and a very good booyah coming in from this squad. RGX was one of the players who in fact, 3 of their players, God, AD, Hotshot, and RGX, these 3 players were stood out in matches. They were taking up some pretty good fights, but now the booyah which they needed, they finally got it with a good number of kills.
Let's see what the test segment actually has to talk about this one, because I just want to know where the final standings actually stand.
Thank you so very much, casters. Indeed, incredible turn of events right here in the first half of the grand finale, where 6 matches have come to an end.
Yeah.
In the end, of course, when you talk about that one team, which was already predicted, would probably be taking the lead, and that is, for today at least, King's God, what a play this team has done.
Yeah, of course, no second thoughts on that. But yeah, we have to give it to the lads from BONGAIGAON.
Absolutely.
The way they got that booyah for themselves. And I think it just came down to the wire. Even 4Arms was surviving till the end. He managed to get at least 11 kills for his team. So again, on the kills department, 22 points coming out there from the position points also. They'll be receiving some points, but things are as they are. Even when the leaderboard comes up, they'll be still having that huge massive lead for themselves. But Scotland of the East, BONGAIGAON are doing a pretty decent job on catching and closing the gap.
Absolutely. I mean, they are certainly trying to push the envelope forth as much as they possibly can, and that is so very true. But one thing that you cannot separate is, of course, the stats sheet itself that creates our storyboard, that creates our leaderboard. And when that thing will be brought up, of course, the stats will speak for themselves, which is something that I've been noticing, especially when it comes to the side of King's God. I mean, yeah, these mercenaries have genuinely been sent from the heavens. The way the kill department has worked out for this clan, for this team, has been phenomenal. But on the other side, of course, as beautifully mentioned by casters as well as fixers, that when it comes to the other teams, ASSAM Elites, IYATYLLILANG, they are genuinely slowly and steadily getting closer and closer to that difference. But this is just the first half, just 6 games.
But still, considering the lead that they have amassed for themselves, I mean, that's huge. To really cover up the gap, you need to restrict the players of King's God from getting those kills, because that has been their forte over here. That
Exactly.
is what we have really seen, that they are, completely going guns blazing every single time they drop and to play.
Absolutely do. I mean, it does not matter if the entire squad is together or not. They are going to be pushing on forth. And with that, of course, BONGAIGAON for this game certainly does bring in that booyah. But King's God ain't that far behind again.
Yeah, I think this is a pretty good outing coming out from BONGAIGAON. This is what we would need from this team in those remainder of the 6 games that they yet have to play. But King's God, again, just those 7 points shy of BONGAIGAON. Had they got a few more extra kills, which they are completely capable of, they could have gone even further. But Scotland of the East, they've been consistent. ASSAM Rifles, well, they're just having a tough time today.
True. Very, very true. I mean, when you look at this board right here for this game that we've just played, the first 6 teams.
Yeah,
these are the only teams. I mean, you could maybe replace PewDiePie with IYATYLLILANG B.
Gods of Assam, look at them. They started off really well,
right?
But now they are getting nada,
Nothing
0 points
at
out of
all.
this game.
And with that, let's move on to the standings. That is going to be the overall standings. And with that, of course, is the massive, incredibly humongous lead that has been created by King's God right here.
Now we already see a distinction between the top 3, and then if you talk about the 4th position, do or die at 89 points. So if this team needs to compete for the 3rd spot or maybe the 2nd, they can. But for that, they will have to completely go bonkers tomorrow. But talk about a team that actually did go bonkers. This was King's God, already having a 100-point lead. Lakshay, how are the 2nd and the 3rd position teams gonna catch up to them?
How are they even going to compete is what I'm thinking. What should be the strat as they step into the arena once again tomorrow? Because after all, there are 6 games remaining for all these teams. And if at all anything, I think what we might just end up seeing is a few of these teams from the bottom of the leaderboard perhaps just get together and go against King's God. I mean, nobody's stopping you in the battle.
Not a bad idea.
Battlefield, anything's possible.
Of course, you might be friends outside the game, but inside the game, when you've got such a huge prize pool on the line, such a, those bragging rights for yourselves.
Exactly.
I mean, I would not really care to go after King's God. If I think that I have nothing to lose over here, I might as well spoil the game. And that's that's completely how life is.
It does work. It genuinely.
It's not fair. But yeah, coming back to the discussion over here. So a few teams are, not even close. Not the second. That 100 points. The difference that we have, that's huge. And for tomorrow, I really want to see how these teams really come up. How do they stop? So they have to do their homework. Let's see what happens.
They certainly do. With that, of course, our day right here for the first day, that is day number 1 of the Grand Finals when it comes to Northeast Esports Summit, does come to an end, but not necessarily, because what we've got set up for you guys is an incredible conversation that is going to take place where Ocean is going to be the host. Ocean Sharma, who's going to be, of course, kind of getting into a conversation about the entire Northeast scene with Regaltos, Thug, as well as Mren. So perhaps let's quickly segue into the conversation.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, जो पहला दिन था ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का, it was amazing, incredible, spectacular, fabulous and much more. But अब हमारे साथ कुछ गेस्ट होने वाले हैं. You guys already know them. इस गेमिंग की दुनिया में बहुत बड़ा नाम रह चुके हैं, आगे भी रहेंगे. But Thug, it's gonna be Regaltos and Beg for Mercy यहाँ पर होने वाले हैं. So guys, first of all, welcome and आपको कैसा लगा आज का दिन?
I mean, like it was great. You know, काफी like almost 1.5 months से Northeast Summit चल रहा है and finally we are here with the grand finals and obviously बहुत ही प्यारा initiative taken by Nodwin Gaming in support of Airtel and Red Bull की you know Northeast region को gaming के लिए you know इतना prioritize करना. It's not the first time. पहले भी Northeast Championship हुआ है and you know Mercy has been one of the players जो काफी time से Northeast को represent कर रहा है in different titles across ESL and काफी जीता भी है in Clash Royale especially. So I mean like it feels great you know इतना importance मिल रहा है इस region को. Obviously like ultimately it's all part of India but you know थोड़ा सा cut off रहता है mainland से, so definitely helps us a lot you know अगर यहाँ पे focus करके यहाँ की sports और budding talent को ऐसा focus दिया जाए तो.
बिल्कुल. मर्सी, मैं आपके ऊपर ही आना चाहूंगा. जिस तरीके से ऑब्वियसली अभी तक नहीं बताया कि आप भी पहले इन चीजों का हिस्सा रहे हैं एक तरीके से. सो लाइक आपके लिए मैं पूछना चाहूंगा, व्हाट एक्चुअली अट्रैक्ट्स द पीपल एट दैट एरिया, कि मतलब गेमिंग को एक बहुत अच्छे तरीके से निकाल करके लाना. व्हाट्स द बेस्ट पार्ट अबाउट गेमिंग फ्रॉम नॉर्थ ईस्ट?
मेरे लिए तो मतलब जो मैं स्टार्ट किया था क्लैश रॉयल से
जी.
तो क्लैश रॉयल मतलब इजी टू प्ले. कुछ मतलब आपको चाहिए नहीं, बस फोन फोन आपको बस एक फोन चाहिए और नेट नेट का भी इतना वो नहीं है कि आपको एकदम हाई स्पीड इंटरनेट चाहिए. कुछ है बस नॉर्मल कैजुअली खेल रहा था तो ESL हुआ, खेले तो वही
जी.
है बेसिकली. अगर आपको गेम पसंद है और उसका अगर कुछ टूर्नामेंट हो रहा है तो आप पार्टिसिपेट करो. फन के लिए खेलो, पहले फन के लिए खेलो, उसके बाद देखो कि अगर हो रहा है तो आगे आप कर सकते हो.
जी. जी बिल्कुल. रिगल्टॉस, मैं आपके ऊपर आना चाहूंगा एक सवाल के लिए. जैसे कि हम बात कर रहे हैं कि फ्री फायर यहाँ पर हुआ जो बैटल रॉयल जॉनरा से आता है. सो टॉकिंग अबाउट बैटल रॉयल जॉनरा, जिस तरीके से पूरा चलता है एंड प्लेयर्स को पेशेंट भी रहना होता है. प्लेयर्स को जब ऑब्वियसली अपने ओपोनेंट्स दिखेंगे तो अटैक भी करते हैं. एंड आप भी काफी बेहतरीन नाम रहे हैं बैटल रॉयल जॉनरास के अंदर. सो लाइक आई वांट टू आस्क यू, हाउ डज इट ऑल इनकलकेट व्हेन वी टॉक अबाउट नॉर्थ ईस्ट एज अ रीजन एंड ऑब्वियसली टॉकिंग अबाउट द ग्लोबल कॉम्पिटिशन, बिकॉज ऑब्वियसली कहीं ना कहीं से स्टार्ट होता है एंड एट द एंड पूरे ग्लोबल कॉम्पिटिशन में जाता होता है.
तो वही है, मतलब अगर आप शुरू से ही प्रैक्टिस करते रहोगे, हर लेवल पे आपको अलग अलग कंपटीशन मिलता है. पहले मतलब अगर नॉर्थ ईस्ट में तो उतना नहीं रहेगा, ग्लोबल पे जो अलग रहेगा वही है. हर जगह अपना बेस्ट दोगे तो वही अच्छा रहता है.
जी बिल्कुल.
जहाँ जा रहे हो बेस्ट दो अपना.
जी बिल्कुल. एंड थक, मैं आपके ऊपर आना चाहूंगा. जिस तरीके से नॉर्थ ईस्ट ई स्पोर्ट्स समिट रहता है उसके साथ एक और चीज आती है, एयरटेल इंडिया ई स्पोर्ट्स टूर. प्लेयर्स का इंडिविजुअल गेम प्ले जो रहता है वो एट द एंड मार्क किया जाता है, देखा जाता है पूरे साल की उनकी परफॉर्मेंस के हिसाब से. एक एयरटेल इंडिया ई स्पोर्ट्स टूर के अंदर एक बेस्ट गेमर निकाला जाएगा पूरे इंडिया के अंदर. नॉर्थ ईस्ट को भी ये एक मौका मिलता है. सो टॉकिंग अबाउट द टैलेंट जो भी बड कर रहा है, जैसे आपने बताया बडिंग टैलेंट यहाँ से निकल करके आता है. लाइक व्हाट आर योर एक्सपेक्टेशंस कमिंग आउट इन द फ्यूचर? ऑब्वियसली 2020 इज अबाउट टू एंड, 2021 भी आएगा. सो इन सब चीजों के साथ लाइक what are your expectations for the esports to grow?
I mean like 2019 और 2020 both the last couple of years has been very promising हमारे पूरे इंडस्ट्री के लिए. एंड इंडिया के हर कोने से हमें काफ़ी टैलेंट देखने को मिला. इवन इफ यू टॉक अबाउट दिस रीजन, यहाँ पर हमारे पास मर्सी है, इज अ प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर. वी हैव एक्सिस्टेंस फ्रॉम गॉडलुइस फ्रॉम PUBG. वी हैव टीम इन सेन एग्जाम. 8-bit इज ऑल्सो अल्टीमेटली बेस्ड आउट ऑफ असम. सो पॉइंट ये है कि एंड अगर आप देखो बाकी हिस्सों को भी, बट राइट नाउ सिंस वी आर टॉकिंग एट द नॉर्थ ईस्ट समिट, वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट दिस रीजन. आई फील कि पोटेंशियल काफ़ी ज़्यादा है. इट्स ऑलवेज बिन प्रॉमिसिंग एंड यहाँ से हमेशा कुछ ना कुछ टैलेंट आते रहते हैं. व्हेन इफ यू सी अक्रॉस PC, आई बिलीव देयर आर ग्रेट PC प्लेयर जो इस रीजन से बिलोंग करते हैं. डेथ मेकर इसी रीजन का है. सो लुकिंग एट ऑल दैट थिंग्स, आई बिलीव दैट प्रोस्पेक्ट्स इज एवर ग्रोइंग एंड 2021 विल डेफिनेटली बी अ बेटर ईयर बिकॉज जो हमारा ट्रेजेक्टरी है ग्रोथ का, इट्स अपवर्ड्स.
जी जी बिल्कुल। एंड मर्सी, जिस तरीके से आप क्लैश की दुनिया से आते, राइट, क्लैश ऑफ क्लैंस, क्लैश रॉयल, उन तरीकों के आप उन उस पूरी एक दुनिया से जरूर पहले से आते हैं। एंड आज के जिस हिसाब से गेम्स रहे क्लैश ऑफ क्लैंस के, मैं आपसे पूछना चाहूंगा कि आप भी ऑब्वियसली पहले खेलते रहे होंगे, क्लैश का पूरा एक यूनिवर्स जो अपना रहता है उसके अंदर आप कहीं ना कहीं खेलते रहे हैं। सो लाइक व्हाट डू यू एक्सपेक्ट व्हेन अ प्लेयर इज गोइंग फॉर एन अटैक, बिकॉज क्लैश रॉयल का अटैक इज डिफरेंट एंड क्लैश ऑफ क्लैंस का जो अटैक स्ट्रेटजीज रहती है डिफरेंट रहते हैं, कुछ कॉम्बिनेशंस रहते हैं, जैसे हम यहाँ देखते हैं हॉग माइनर हाइब्रिड कॉम्बिनेशन हो गया, वो सब चीजें। सो लाइक व्हाट डू यू एक्सपेक्ट, जब आप मान लीजिए अगर पर्सनली यहाँ पर होते तो आप अटैक कर रहे होते, व्हाट आर योर पर्सनल एक्सपेक्टेशंस जब आप अटैक के अंदर जाते तो?
क्लैश ऑफ क्लैन में थोड़े बहुत ट्रूप्स अलग है, मैं ज्यादा
जी
खेला नहीं हूँ क्लैश ऑफ क्लैन, लेकिन हाँ क्लैश ऑफ क्लैन और क्लैश रॉयल मतलब एक ही तरीके के बहुत सारे ट्रूप्स है उधर, जैसे कि
जी
माइनर हो गया, बोलर हो गया, ये सब अटैक। क्लैश ऑफ क्लैन मतलब मैं ज्यादा खेला नहीं हूँ, लेकिन देख के अच्छा लगता है कि काफी स्कोप है कंपेटिटिव में, कंपेटिटिव
जी
पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से। और मैंने आज देखा था एक दो गेम जहाँ पे बहुत सारे बॉलर अटैक हुए हैं, फिर उसके बाद हॉक छोड़ा जाते हैं लास्ट में फिनिश
जी
करने के लिए गेम को। काफी
जी
इंटरेस्टिंग लगा मेरे को देख के, अच्छा अच्छा लगा गेम।
जी बिल्कुल। एंड देन कमिंग टू रेगल टॉस एज वेल, लाइक जिस तरीके से हमने बैटल रॉयल की पूरी एक डिस्कशन की शुरुआत करी थी, मैं आपसे यही चीज पूछना चाहूंगा, जैसे कि बैटल रॉयल के अंदर कहीं ना कहीं रिफ्लेक्सेस की बात आती है कि आपको अपने रिफ्लेक्सेस काफी शार्प करने हैं। मोस्ट लोग इनके लिए ट्रेनिंग्स वगैरह करते हैं या फिर आराम से अपने दोस्तों के साथ रूम्स बना लिए, प्रैक्टिस कर ली, वो सब चीजें होती हैं। सो लाइक आप जब अपना बैटल रॉयल जॉनरा जिस तरीके से खेलते थे, टॉकिंग अबाउट फ्री फायर एज वेल, तो लाइक किस तरीके से प्रैक्टिस एक इंडिविजुअल प्लेयर करे ताकि वो अपना इंडिविजुअल गेम प्ले और टीम के साथ का गेम प्ले कहीं ना कहीं बना सके?
मतलब आप जब भी खेलते हो, एक तो पहले अपनी गलती, जैसे आपने कभी किसी को मारा तो उसकी गलती देखते हो कि उसने क्या करा, तो उससे सीखते हो, अपनी गलती सीखते हो। तो वही रहता है, हर एक गलती से कुछ ना कुछ सीखने को मिलता है और वो ऊपर होता जाता है चीज।
जी
तो मतलब प्रैक्टिस के साथ साथ सीखने को भी मिलता है, तो फिर वही बढ़ जाता है, वो चीज एक्सपीरियंस बढ़ जाता है। और
जी
क्या ही चाहिए।
जी। एंड इसी चीज के साथ मैं कंटिन्यू करना चाहूंगा, लाइक इज देयर समथिंग, आर देयर सम वर्ड्स ऑफ विजडम जो रिगल्टॉस आप देना चाहेंगे नॉर्थ ईस्ट के रीजन, बिकॉज अभी जिस तरीके से ब्लूम कर रहा है, बहुत अच्छे तरीके से ब्लूम कर रहा है, बट स्टिल आई वुड से कि ये बेबी स्टेप्स जब टीनेज स्टेप्स बनेंगे तो और भी ज्यादा अच्छी यहाँ पर हमें चीजें देखने को मिल सकती है। बट लाइक आर देयर एनी वर्ड्स ऑफ विजडम फ्रॉम योर साइड रिगल्टॉस?
बोलूंगा कीप गोइंग, मतलब और क्या ही, करते रहो अपना।
जी मर्सी, लाइक डू यू वांट टू ऐड अप समथिंग ऑन टू दैट वन?
हाँ, आप प्रैक्टिस करते रहो, अगर आप जो जो गेम खेलते हो अगर आपको अच्छा लगता है, आप इफ यू आर हैविंग फन तो प्रैक्टिस करते रहो। और
जी
आई होप कि और भी सारे गेम्स नेक्स्ट नॉर्थ ईस्ट स्पोर्ट्स समिट में हो, और
जी
बहुत सारे मतलब अपॉर्चुनिटी तो है, बस खेलना है, अपना बेस्ट
जी
दो, कहीं भी कुछ भी
जी।
खेलो।
थक, आर देयर एनी एंडिंग वर्ड्स फ्रॉम योर साइड, लाइक जो ऑब्वियसली काफी ज्यादा इंस्पायरिंग हो सकते हैं?
या आई मीन लाइक देखिए रीजन इज शुड नॉट बी अ बैरियर, बिकॉज अभी राइट नाउ मैं अभी गुवाहाटी में बैठ के अपना पूरा स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ, सब कुछ कर रहा हूँ, तो आई डोंट थिंक इंटरनेट इज अ वेरी बिग प्रॉब्लम राइट नाउ।
जी
पिंग इश्यूज थोड़ा रहते हैं, बट आई थिंक विद टाइम इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर डेवलपमेंट हो जाएंगे तो चीज़ें काफ़ी सॉर्ट हो जाएंगी। एज ऑफ नाउ व्हाट आई वुड से इज की कीप वर्किंग हार्ड। अगर आपके अंदर गेमिंग का जुनून है, देयर आर लॉट ऑफ अपॉर्चुनिटीज, रीजन डज नॉट रियली मैटर। आप कहीं से भी बैठ के भी जा सकते हो। आई वाज सिटिंग इन गुवाहाटी एंड आई वेंट एंड रिप्रेजेंटेड इंडिया इन थाईलैंड, तो वो कोई बड़ी बात नहीं है। इट्स ओनली अबाउट द ग्रिट एंड डिटर्मिनेशन होनी चाहिए। आई थिंक दैट्स इट।
एग्जैक्टली एग्जैक्टली, ऑब्वियसली वो डिटर्मिनेशन, वो जो पूरा लेवल रहता है वो कहीं ना कहीं देखने को मिलता है। आज का दिन तो डे वन था ग्रैंड फाइनल्स का, कल के दिन हम लोग आप लोगों से फिर से मिलेंगे ऑन टू द डे टू, दैट विल द फाइनल डे फॉर द ग्रैंड फाइनल्स एट नॉर्थ ईस्ट ई स्पोर्ट्स समिट। तब तक के लिए मेरा नाम रहेगा ओशन शर्मा। आपको दूसरी साइड डेस्क की साइड पर मिले थे, वहां पर फिक्सस जॉनी एंड लक्ष्य एंड ऑल दीज थ्री पिनिकल ऑफ गेमिंग आउट हियर विल बी साइनिंग ऑफ विद 8 बिट थग, रिगल टॉस एंड बेक फॉर मर्सी, एंड विल सी यू टुमारो। टेक केयर, बाय बाय।
Airtel India Esports Talk continues its quest to find best esports athletes. The party has reached Northeast India with the Northeast Esports Summit. 2 new esports titles, Clash of Clans and Free Fire. 4 qualifiers, 1 grand final, prize pool of 3.5 lakh rupees. A golden opportunity to rank up on the national leaderboard of India's best esports athletes. Northeast, are you ready? Qualifier 1 registrations from 14th to 26th October.